Oh god, more Idubbbz. More Idubbbz content. Oh god, the Idubbbz slop. The Idubbbz slop continues. Hello, welcome back to another stream, everybody. I'm trying my hardest to stream every day this week. Tomorrow is probably not going to happen. I'll be brutally honest about that. I do have a concert that I completely forgot about that I'm going with one of my best friends and my roommate. We're going to go out, have a nice time, go to a concert, see String Cheetah's band. I'm very excited. It's been a while since I've seen a good jam band. And since he's able to have his wife watch his kid, we're going out and we're having a fun time. So we're probably won't be live tomorrow. I'll be brutally honest with you. But we are going to try and do it every day this week. Every day is the attempt. I know my schedule's a little wonky. We got some new people working at my job right now. So I'm kind of training new people. So I'm kind of working with them and getting them all situated so I can not feel so obligated to stick as long at the office. So hopefully that'll help. That'll hopefully happen soon. I can't talk today. Jesus. Oh, Sly's threatening to murder me. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, Ad. Appreciate you so much, man. Sly's coming to kill me? Shocking. Why? Why does Sly want to kill me now? Like, there's a multitude of reasons why Sly wants to kill me. Is it because he watched the birdie video without any context? Is it because he got mad at the birdie video? Is that what happened? Did he crash out about that?
Downplaying it.
Which, whatever. That's his fault. I told him not to watch it. I told him, you know, jumping into the birdie drama is not a fun experience. It will never be fun. Ever. But I promised you guys that I'd watch the Idubbbz documentary made by Nick Nobody. All right, so this is going to be the one topic of the stream. Because to be realistic with all of you, I feel like too many people have been covering Idubbbz videos that are made by people that don't really understand Idubbbz and his history as a lolcow now. So I just want to kind of let you all know Nick is a very good A-log. He's a great lolcow channel. I like Nick. Out of all the conversations that I've had with Nick, he's been nothing but a kind man. So I'm going to give the opportunity to see Nick's Idubbbz video here because we watched his Pamper Chew one and that made me sick to my stomach. And he thought that was really funny. So hopefully this video will not make me sick to my stomach like the Pamper Chew one did. So this video in particular is going over some of the stuff from the past we already know about Idubbbz, some stuff in the current day of Idubbbz, kind of just doing a roundup, in my opinion. I'm gonna be honest with you. This is kind of just a roundup to what I believe should be the end of the Ethan Hassan Destiny Idubbbz drama, okay? I'm done. I'm so done with it after this. Unless Idubbbz, like, jumps off a building, it's just not worth it anymore. So we're going to go over it. All I know right now is that the lolcow guys are being hit by Hassan fans. They did not like Kiwi Tapes' Round Up the Lolcow videos about Idubbbz. And a bunch of these lefty little grifting losers came running in to try and argue with Kiwi Tapes. Poor Kiwi. My man's just trying to make a bag off of Nova being a predator, dude. So let's get into it.
YouTube commentary is one of the most popular forms of content on the platform. This style of video involves a creator giving their opinions on a variety of different topics or subjects. Some people take a more analytical approach while others take a more comedic route.
That's fair. I feel like it's kind of a mixture of both nowadays more than anything. The analytical route, I would say there's actually like 3 genres of commentary. There's like dudes that are just reading off at exactly what's happening in that moment and relaying the information. People that actually do like video drama essays that do very long form commentary like, like Tro. And then there's glub shittos like me that react and live stream and laugh at stupid shit. I feel like there's actually 3 now, but that's just me nipping.
Pioneers for their commentary genre is named Idubbbz.
This is what a normal human skull looks like. This is what Leafy's skull looks like.
I don't get like how this was. I still don't understand how Idubbbz saw this as like problematic. I don't get how that looks problematic. Chef, I know Dave came home, but that doesn't mean you can start yelling, okay? Come here. I know Dave just came home, and you're all amped up to go in Dave's room, but he doesn't let you in there, okay? I don't understand how Idubbbz thought the Leafy content cop was one of the more problematic in any retrospect. It wasn't. Same thing with Jinx, same thing with Joey Food Reviews, same thing with the Fine Brothers. None of those content cops I would consider to be problematic. The ricegum one wasn't that good, but I wouldn't call it problematic. The Tana one, depending on how much of a fucking idiot you are, you could say is problematic, but I don't agree with it at all. I think you're completely retarded. Do I think them going to Tana and saying the N-word is like a drastic thing? Yeah, sure. But I'm also not going to condemn it because Tana was the one going around using that word and accusing Idubbbz of calling black people that exclusively. So, like, you get what you deserve, Tana. Again, but the other aspect of that is that Tana actually grew and changed from this. I'll never understand why Idubbbz thinks the Content Cop series are like a horrible thing.
Yeah, something like that. I'm gay. Hey, that's pretty good. RV's serving breakfast all day?
Dude, he looks so much different. He actually looks like he's full of life, you know? Like, he actually looks like he's enjoying what he's doing. It's such a staunch difference. When you look like his legit food reviews, when you look at like all the other shit that he's done in his life, he looks so much happier. He looks so full of energy. And then you look at Idubbbz now, the mullet-wearing freak / now skinhead. And he's so depressed. It's just sad to watch. It's pathetic. Yes, I am aware of the Andy Pants thing. Andy Pants is a freak, dude. Like, just straight up a freak. I will not review the game on live stream, though.
Let's peep this out.
Idubbbz was once one of the most popular YouTube commentators on the platform. His channel currently boasts over 7 million subscribers, and his videos have collected a combined 1.2 billion views. Some of his older videos in his Bad Unboxing series have reached over 10 million views. And
dude, I missed the Bad Unboxing when they were like actually funny, and it was him like opening crazy people shit. You know what I mean? And him playing off the things that people sent him, whether it was like disgusting or funny. Like, those things were good. Those were funny pieces of content. Not because of the slurs. That was a comedic aspect to it, but it wasn't the main thing. And I don't understand how he doesn't get it.
He has created documentaries that have reached the same heights.
Now, here's the other thing. Again, and I'm going to repeat myself on this like multiple times. If Idubbbz just did more documentaries like he did with Airsoft Fatty or Dax Flame and kept finding like interesting people to do documentaries on in the past and like interesting people from the internet, he'd be fine. No one would care. People would probably celebrate him because he did change his content in that moment. He did do something that was positively impacting people. Now, obviously, after the documentary, the positive impact didn't really go so far with Airsoft Fatty. And Idubbbz wasn't obligated to step in for Fatty, but if he was an empathetic individual, he would have. You know what I mean?
Like his Airsoft Fatty doc that has accumulated over 24 million views. On top of that, Idubbbz's criticism used to have the...
If he just didn't try to fucking gay op Sam Hyde, if he just didn't try to gay op Sam, he would have been fine.
The power to sway the public opinion on popular content creators through well-crafted and comedic takedown videos in his hit series called Content Cop. However, over the last few years, Ian has effectively gone on a self-destruction campaign that's unlike anything we've ever seen before. From disavowing his older audience that used to support him.
This interview with Anthony Padilla is still the most annoying interview I've ever watched in my entire life. This interview, actually, if I had to tier Idubbbz's interviews, okay, if I had to like do a tier list of Idubbbz interviews, the one with the girl from the Surfs, S tier, worst fucking interview of all time. Like, if I had to rate it as like the best worst interview, S tier is the interview with him and the Surfs girl. This interview is right underneath it. Then the bottom one is the one where he's on that communist gobbledygook fucking podcast.
I did not like the interactions that I had with fans.
You know who should make a video on this? And she should come out of retirement? She should do an Idubbbz video. Cecil McFly. Cecil! Can you make an Idubbbz video?
There were quite a few human beings that I interacted with.
In person?
Yeah, in person, that just sucked. They just sucked because I attracted a lot of people who sucked. Some people were, as I described earlier, were very much like antisocial, weird, basement dwellers.
To his ongoing...
But the thing is like, sure, you might attract those people, but they're not like horrible people. They're weirdos. Sure, chef. Hey, the door's open. Stop that. But who cares? Some weirdos you meet one time at a Walmart. Like, that's it. Some weirdos you meet at a Walmart. One time. Oh my God. A life-changing event. I hate these people. Like, come on, dude.
Feud with Sam Hyde. Hosting a charity boxing event that lost over $250,000 and didn't donate a penny to charity.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Nick, for continuing this. We should have got more credit at the time. We should have. We should have, dude. We were screaming. We were the canaries in the coal mine a few years ago about this. Screaming from the rooftops, Idubbbz is going to fuck this up. And we were all right. And then he tried doing number 3, and people are still doing the same goddamn talking points.
Creator Clash 2, despite it being a fun event.
They argued that it was a charity event back in the day, Rock. So the thing is that it's not a charity event now, and it wasn't a charity event then, but they argued that it was a charity event. Anytime you would criticize it, you would get the words, "Why are you sabotaging a charity event?" in your face. You don't get it. You guys weren't there. Probably some of you were. But anytime we would criticize it on Twitter, we would either be lumped in with Sam Hyde and calling us Nazis, or we'd be people that are trying to sabotage a charity event.
And despite good fights and a lot of creators sacrificing a lot of time, money,
yes, they marketed it as a charity event, but it wasn't.
And energy, we lost $250,000 on the event.
I love that everyone tends to neglect this part. I hope Nick brings it up in this. But, like, everyone neglects what he says here. Like, this is the thing everyone grabs, right? It's like, oh, they lost $250,000. Everyone tends to forget the She Ruined My Career podcast episode, where Anisa and Idubbbz try to say that over 1 million plus people pirated their event, and that they lost money mostly due to pirating. But if you ask anybody that was in the trenches on that, and who knows what Anisa really said to people, it's that the content creators and all these people criticizing the event is what lost them money and sabotaged their event. Everyone tends to forget that. We're talking about the public stuff, guys. Remember, this is all the public stuff he was saying. We had no idea he was already 500K in the hole. That's the crazy part. All we knew is that removing Froggy Fresh was detrimental. Not allowing Sam Hyde to go was detrimental. The galas and everything was detrimental to the event. That's all we knew. We didn't know the 500K was in the hole.
And even more recently, stabbing his friend of nearly a decade in the back to try and revitalize his career.
This is your emotional dumping ground. It's horrible. This is not what podcasts are.
I swear to God, he will never live that line down. This isn't what podcasts are. He'll never live it down. He will never live that down till the day he dies. Love or hate Ethan, okay? I'm just neutral to Ethan. I don't hate him. I hate what he's done in the past, like, a lot. I still think about that shit and I'm like, fuck Ethan Klein. But, like, I don't love him either. But I will admit, as of late, the show is entertaining. Idubbbz, if you've watched any goddamn episode of She Ruined My Career, has the worst podcast. The worst people to be on it, the most annoying person, which is his wife. No chemistry between all three of them and Dane and Anisa and Ian. No chemistry. They talk about shit nobody gives a fuck about. And they whine, bitch, moan, and complain and trauma dump all the time. Ethan trauma dumps one time and Idubbbz is like, this isn't how you do podcasts. I hate that so much.
All of these moments and so much more have been contributing factors to his downfall. This is the self-destruction of Idubbbz and how he's gone from...
Oh, ew, look how disgusting that fucking tooth is, man. That's so gross. That's so
Man
gross.
went from the top dog to living in his mother-in-law's basement in Canada.
Is that
in
real?
Canada.
Is that I heard I heard that they are moving to Canada because Anisa's probably like, America's dangerous. I don't want to live in America anymore. It's not the promised land anymore. I want to move away because I got my millionaire husband now. Are they actually living in their basement? Or is that like a joke? Please tell me that's a joke. Please. No way. Hold on. Does anyone remember the article? Okay. Does anyone remember the article of Anisa? I can't find it. There was an article that Anisa put that was it Kotaku put out? I think it was Kotaku. And they put out an article about Anisa and that her mother used to moderate for her chat when she was a booby streamer. Does anyone remember that article? I read it on stream. I'm pretty sure I can't find I don't remember where to find the article, but I could pull up the stream. I covered it when everyone first found out about it. During that time frame, because it was already known, but not a lot of people knew what it was. Let me see if I can find it. There it is. What's the article titled? Mom who moderates her daughter's rowdy Twitch chat.
This is extortion!
Deport the
Yep,
Jomas
it was
ran them
Kotaku.
up. Horse emoji.
Right
cowboy
here.
Hat face emoji.
Thank you, Past Chris, for reminding me of the title. This article is super funny when you read it with today's context, okay? Especially the fact that they are moving into Anisa's mom's house. Let me just read some of the excerpts for this. Anisa Jomha was a so-called booby streamer until last March. Now, mind you, this was written in July 28th of 2016. Her sizable Twitch following includes ardent fans, horny dudes, toxic trolls, and an unusual chat moderator, her mother. Now, realize something that is really funny about this. Their mother used to moderate trolls and was cool with that and would actually encourage the trolls sometimes to try and get them banned or make the chats funnier or something like that. But during the Froggy Fresh stuff, she couldn't handle Froggy saying something about her, and she crashed the fuck out. Let's keep reading here. On Twitch, Anisa, known online, I'm not going to read that, streams League of Legends to over 200,000 followers, many of whom originally subscribed for something other than her gameplay. Yes, it was her tits. No boobs showing, no me watching. Cam whore, where are your nipples? I still love reading this article. In fact, on Anisa's channel, estimates that her breasts have been mentioned on Twitch chat nearly 30,000 times. Even back then, no one gave a shit about this girl's gameplay. They don't give a shit about what she says in the world. You know what they cared about? Her tits. No one cared about anything Anisa had to say in the public realm of things. This article is fucking hilarious to me. I love this article. Until recently, Anisa wore a double push-up bra, highlighting her cleavage for her audience, and then asked her husband to pay for boob implants. Let's read this. Where is this? Viewers would pay real money. Criticism about your gameplay. Criticisms of her body or gameplay were bolstered by targeted personal attacks meant to get a rise out of her. Variations on the word slut were common refrain in Anisa's Twitch chat, which one day included her mother. At first, I was surprised. Anisa's mother remembered when I spoke with her on Skype earlier this week. She was what you would call a booby streamer, dude. How embarrassing is that? How embarrassing is the sheer fact that your mother is moderating your Twitch chat trying to block horny dudes from talking to you? How sad is that? I can't get over it to this day that this article was even written. in the first place. I love this. Where you start to attract viewers to your stream, trolls who come to harass or hit on female streamers, she said. Jomha is now one of her daughter's most dedicated Twitch moderators, tasked with keeping Anisa's chat in line so it continues to abide by Twitch terms of service. And even after constantly witnessing complete strangers slinging some of the most shocking and offensive language possible at her daughter, she's also one of Anisa's most lenient mods, enforcing the streamer's come-at-me approach to trolls. Man, Anisa became a bitch. Remember, like, in this article right here, as you can plainly see, Anisa used to welcome the trolling and say, come at me, I can take the heat. Look at Anisa now. Look at Anisa now. They can barely handle people criticizing them for failing to put on a boxing event. They embarrass their husband at every chance that they get. Think about that. Think about this article when you think of Idubbbz now.
From content cop to content cope. Idubbbz, whose real name is Ian Kane Jomha, was born on October 1st, 1990, currently making him 34 years old. Not much is known about his life growing up until he graduated high school and started going to college at California State University. Here, Ian graduated with a bachelor's degree in business management. After this accomplishment, his parents wanted him to pursue a career in this field. However, by the time he graduated, his YouTube channel had been doing well enough for him to make it his full-time job. Ian created his first YouTube channel named Idubbbz on March 26th, 2010.
Yes, he's 34. He's 34. Chef, stop. I know Dave's home, but that doesn't mean you get a right to start yelling at him. Come on, buddy.
Here he posted 2 videos, the first one being Dota gameplay, and the second one being a parody of the Harlem Shake trend. Ian wouldn't post any more videos on this.
Chris, do you remember her absolutely crashing out over Pyro making a thought video? Yeah. Yeah. There's many times where Anisa's like crashed out over like the dumbest shit imaginable. Mind you, this guy is 34, okay? I'm not far off in age to Idubbbz. I'm an old man on the internet, okay? I'm basically like a grandfather at the nursing home at this point on the internet. Like, he's 34, and he learned empathy in his 30s. I don't understand this to this day. I still don't. I can't imagine being 34 and talking about empathy and learning about empathy in your 30s. That's pathetic.
Channel after this, but he would create a second channel, Idubbbz TV, 2 years later on August 18th, 2012. This would become his main channel, which currently boasts over 7 million subscribers. The name Idubbbz stems from him dubbing over his videos, and this would become his new moniker over time. The original post on the Idubbbz TV channel consisted of Let's Play videos that featured indie games like Overgrowth or Hotline Miami.
Hello.
Dude, the Overgrowth gameplay was such Kino content back in the day.
Hello everybody and welcome back to more Overgrowth. Today we're playing a level made by Fizzly Games and it's called Cubic Parkour.
Playing these more niche games helped Ian stand out in this genre that was very popular at the time. He would upload these Let's Plays daily for quite a while, slowly building a small cult following. On March 18th, 2013, Ian started the first of many series to come on his channel. The original series that started it all was called Gaming News Crap. In these videos, Ian would express.
Dude, this is the thing, right? Like, every commentator starts off, like, somewhere, right? We start off, like, commentating or criticizing either, like, the games industry or movies or something like that or other creators. Like, it just starts down the rabbit hole. And wherever you diverge later in life, that is where you end up. The problem is that Idubbbz never, like, evolved past his current state. And he was always like a bitch somehow, but we never noticed it. He was always a bitch, and we never noticed it because these people start off doing like minor stuff and they take bigger and bigger tasks. They try fighting bigger and bigger enemies, and those bigger and bigger enemies lead to more and more fame. And then when you find out who they really are, it comes crashing down.
His opinions on gaming-related news like new up-and-coming releases.
All right, so it's been...
Like his content developed, it got a little bit better, but the individual decayed.
A few weeks.
He regressed hard. I don't know how you don't develop and grow over time. I don't get how you can regress. to the state that he's at now currently. I'll never understand it to save my life. As somebody that's like gone through significant life changes and had to really learn all these things at once and like doing okay for themselves, I look at Ian and I just go, how the fuck did you regress this much as a human being? How did you fail this hard? Now, failure is a part of life, but Idubbbz has made such easily avoidable mistakes that it's just comical to watch. It'll never not be funny to me.
Since the release of SimCity, and there's a whole timeline of things that happened. Everyone knew the release was going to be kind of crappy because they're doing the online-only thing.
The premise behind gaming news.
Thank you.
Idubbbz, that boy ain't right.
That boy ain't right.
News crap was
Dude, I'm so ready for fucking King of the Hill. I'm so ready for the new season of King of the Hill. Thank you.
simple, and it allowed Ian to find his on-camera personality. The show even inspired the next big series that helped blow up Idubbbz's channel called Kickstarter Crap. Kickstarter Crap followed a similar format.
I enjoyed the Kickstarter craps more than I care to admit. Like, I liked that content. I liked when he was criticizing, like, genuinely shitty products made by, like, desperate people. Like, that was entertaining to me because I watched all these people ask for, like, $100,000 on, like, dumb fucking projects that they'll never do, or they were just, like, blatant scams because they saw that the egg salad guy got, like, $1 million off of a meme, so people started trying to scam people left and right. I like the Kickstarter crap. I don't know why this, like... I'll never understand how this just got cut off after a while, and he feels guilty over the Kickstarter crap, too.
To gaming news crap. Ian would find Kickstarter projects that were bad, and at certain times, blatant scams, and he would roast them while also providing solid criticism. On September 18th, 2013, the first episode would be released. The first...
Apparently he is leaving America notorious. Apparently he's living in Canada now, according to Kino Casino.
Project Idubbbz criticized was called The Unknown Virus, whose campaign was run by a couple British teenagers who wanted to create a zombie video game.
Alright, so their goal is a very modest 20,540. I can imagine them having the conversation about the Kickstarter in their in their treehouse, being like, "Oh yeah, make a zombie game. It'd be sick. Oh, what if everyone who donated, we made them into a zombie? Oh, that would be so sick."
For some reason,
I don't get, like, how that's a bad criticism. Like, I know Idubbbz will look back on this and be like, oh, God, I was so mean to these kids. I was like, no, you weren't. This is not mean. This is you giving, like, expectations to these kids and being like, hey, you guys are idiots. This is a bad idea. Like, I don't understand how Idubbbz can look back on that and go, yeah, I was so mean for bullying those kids.
this first episode of Kickstarter Crap has been removed from Ian's channel, but it was thankfully archived by a few different YouTubers. Every episode after that is still up on his channel, however. Kickstarter Crap would go on to become an iconic series, with most of the episodes having millions of views each now. Some of the most popular videos were on projects like the Smart Water Bottle, the Odin Laser Trackpad, and the Scarp Laser Razor. One of these Kickstarter Crap videos would actually be the antithesis of Ian's first internet beef. After covering a project called the Cybermatrix Console, the man that created this project, called Pisces,
Oh my god, look at this ugly fuck.
decided to make a video addressing Idubbbz's.
This is where the infamous slur came from. I love this. I love that this guy, this creature, this disgusting human filth, was the one that coined the N-word F slur. I love it. I love it so much.
Criticism. This is actually where Ian's
This is the kind of shit that I expect out of the mouth of somebody looking like this.
infamous double slur catchphrase spawns from, as Pisces calls him a combination of the
This is where it all started, guys. That's disgusting inbred redneck.
N-word and the F slur as an insult.
It's not every day that Idubbbz and his kids.
Oh my god. Did you, chat, how many of you actually thought that's what he was going to sound like? I'm curious. Did you think he was going to sound like that? Because I feel like when I saw him the first time, I was like, yeah, he sounds like that.
Kickstarter crap, and then he goes extra minutes is pushing it way too far for the moment, and it's pissing me off for the last draw. I'm sick and tired of that motherfucking
Idubbbz would go on to adopt and use this in his future videos. Yes, Ian would openly use slurs in his videos for comedic effect. During this era of YouTube, he was an edgy content creator, and I don't necessarily think he was-
I love like a hillbilly saying it. It carries like so much more weight.
and his Kickstarter crap, and then he goes extra
We're just gonna...
It's pushing it way too far for the moment, and it's pissing me off for the last draw. I'm sick and tired of that motherfucking
It carries so much more weight when a hillbilly says it. It really does. It really carries more weight.
This is extortion!
Yep, sound just as retarded as I was expecting.
I don't know why it's like even funnier just hearing it come out of his mouth. So it was a meme? Yeah, it was a meme. It was a meme for a very long time.
Idubbbz would go on to adopt and
It's just funnier coming from a hillbilly.
use this in his future videos. Yes, Ian would openly use slurs in his videos for comedic effect. During this era of YouTube, he was an edgy content creator, and I don't necessarily think he was a racist or a homophobe. Ian took a more nuanced
No, because he never just called gay people the F slur as like a way to demoralize and dehumanize them. He never called a black person directly the N-word to demoralize and dehumanize them. They were either used as comedic effects, they were used as conversational points to talk about the context of things. I'll never truly understand why Idubbbz felt like he had to apologize for the jinx stuff, still to this day. Like, even watching back the jinx content cop, he says the N-word one time, but it's not even, like, against jinx. It's just him using in the context going, oh, my N-word. And it's like, it's not calling jinx the slur. I'll never understand why Idubbbz feels like he called a black guy the N-word. He never did.
position of not
And jinx deserved the criticism. He was literally, unironically, unequivocally stealing other people's content and not reacting within full fair use. I don't understand how you have to consider paying reparations to jinx or feeling sorry for jinx. I'll never get that, ever, in my entire life. If I was in Idubbbz's shoes, I'd be like, yeah, probably shouldn't have said that, but yeah, I still stand by my criticisms of jinx. He was a dick. Still stand by it. Like, how do you not just stand on that?
This is extortion!
These people were pieces of shit,
It's
dude.
because he learned empathy, Chris Lamau.
Dude, I weirdly don't believe in the empathy line anymore. Like, it's funny to meme, right? But, like, I just think he's always been this big of a bitch. I really kind of believe it now. It's hard for me to think of him as, like, any other way nowadays. It's like, it's ruined. The way that he operates now ruins my perception of the old Idubbbz. Because now he's being more honest about who he is, right? And being more honest about how he feels about things. Which means, for me at least, that he wasn't being his authentic self ever. And this is now his authentic self, and it is destroying everything he's ever done in his life. And his authentic self is actually more toxic to himself and others than his fake self. I don't know, man. I just have a weird feeling.
wanting to give words power, with his criticism of language being, it's all okay or none of it's okay.
We are very fucking stupid to hold the word at this colossally high standard, whereas every other slur, that can be used in a comedic sense or an editorial sense, but not this one, because that one has history. Well, guess what, fucking retards? All the other ones have history too. Yeah, Asian people didn't get their fucking heads ran over in World War II. They weren't thrown into internment camps. But you can't say that one because it's got sort of it's guttural. Either all of them are okay or none of them are okay.
After Pisces posted his video, Ian would make a response video.
Now understand, that is a very libertarian view on the idea of slur usage. But like, I don't care. If you're not using it within the context to call somebody that slur to dehumanize them as an individual of that race, I don't care. I personally wouldn't use it just willy-nilly in the context of like calling someone that word. But like, I've said it before. I won't lie to you. I don't care. Like, Leon holds it over my fucking head all the time. You've seen it. Like, who gives a shit? If I'm not calling somebody the word of that race, religion, creed, whatever, if I'm not using it to demoralize and dehumanize that person, who cares?
thoroughly roasting his attempt to call him out.
Did you guys see
I'm
that?
just gonna be honest.
Is this?
Oh, ew, did you see that? Did you see that?
Video thoroughly roasting his attempt to call him out.
Did you guys
Hold on.
see that?
Is this?
Ew! Ew! I didn't see that part of his video back in the day. He just like spits all over the fucking floor.
This is the problem with doing one take.
I don't even remember that.
Is that if you spit through the gap in your teeth in the middle of the video, you just kind of have to roll with it.
The Kickstarter crap series would continue on for years, and by the end of 2014, the Idubbbz channel had grown to almost 100,000 subscribers. It was also around this time Ian would start his next hit project called Bad Unboxing, and the show was exactly what it sounds like. On August 6, 2014, the first episode of Bad Unboxing was uploaded to the Idubbbz channel. The first thing Ian unboxed was a toothbrush.
I didn't brush my teeth today because I actually wanted to see if it would, remove some plaque if I notice any sort of a difference. This isn't cum on my mouth. This is toothpaste. I don't bottle my own cum.
He would begin to unbox a variety of things from pencils.
See, it's like something like that. It's like something so generically stupid. It's like, I don't bottle my own cum. And just spits it out on the floor. For some reason, I found that. You heard me. I tried not to laugh at that because I was like, okay. Because it's random. It's spontaneous. It's something that I could tell he found that himself funny. It's the energy. It's the vibe he's giving off. Like, he seemed to enjoy it, but, like, again, his attitude nowadays just makes me think it was all fake.
To monthly subscription packages and even children's toys. Ian's chaotic and satirical personality carried these videos. And with the combination of Bad Unboxing and Kickstarter crap, the Idubbbz channel would finally break 100,000 subscribers in May 2015. In celebration, he posted a video that featured a variety of things like a montage of funny moments, shitting on a Draw My Life board, and dancing in his Tingles the Elf getup. There's a multitude of different things Ian did between 2015 and 2017 that absolutely blew up his channel and cemented him as a legend in the YouTube commentary space. For the sake of not juggling 3 or 4 timelines of different projects that all ran concurrently, I figure it will be easier to cover one at a time. Starting with the conclusion of Ian's Kickstarter crap series. Idubbbz created over 100 episodes of this series, and he even made
Man, remember when he used to have like a full head of hair? It's crazy that he looks like a normal person here. It's crazy he like looks normal compared to what he looks like now. It's not even like an age thing. He just looks normal. Like, he looks like a normal dude. Let's pull up a photo of Idubbbz now, okay? Let's just do a comparison, okay?
This is extortion!
Let's just
It's from his
let's just
cleanup
pull
from
up
his wife
Idubbbz.
and her son.
I need a photo of Idubbbz now.
This is extortion!
Love the irony of Ian calling out the hillbillies' spit take and Anisa nearly puking on stream over Ian's tonsil stones.
True. Look at this. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. To me, and for me, maybe it's just me, they just look, it's like two entirely different people. I know this isn't a recent one, but this is as close as I feel like going to, but like, look at the difference. I don't know, man. I don't know.
I'm not fucking downplaying it!
From genuine experience, he and Anisa generally look at healthy. I hope they are not drugs.
short-lived spin-off shows like
True, he is wearing a Teddy Fresh shirt.
Indiegogo Excrement, where
Remember when Anisa said she never liked Ethan?
This is
It had problems with
extortion!
Hila, but they wore his merch
Men want to
anyways.
glow down.
Crazy. Crazy.
Ian looked at bad Indiegogo projects. And another spin-off was Where Are They Now?, where Ian looked at old Kickstarter crap projects he had previously covered. The series that started in 2013 ran until 2016, with the final episode being released on November 16th of that year. I think there's a variety of different reasons Ian stopped creating these videos. The main one being the fact that after 3 years, he had effectively ran this idea into the ground. Kickstarter crap would also easily be overshadowed by the other projects Ian was working on around the same time he concluded the series. The first one being his
I think drugs is the play. They've lost so much weight and life in their eyes. I don't know, man. It would, okay, listen. They do look sickly. They do look gross. They do look like they're on drugs, but like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't want to say that they're on drugs, okay? They're just miserable people. You ever like look at somebody and you could just tell that they're a miserable person and they hate their life, they hate the people that they surround themselves with, all this shit. You know, you could tell, right? Like you've met someone like that where you're like walking down the street and you make eye contact with some random person and you're just like, yeah, that guy hates his fucking life. Like you could just tell, right? Like your life is rough, but you look at another guy and you go, damn, that guy's miserable. You could just see it on his face. That's how I look at Anisa and Idubbbz. It's just like, I can just tell by your face. You're just a miserable person.
Boxing series, which I have previously touched on. In 2016, Ian opened up a P.O. box and began doing his bad unboxing videos with the packages his fans sent him. This is when the series became truly unhinged and chaotic in the best ways.
I'm trying to get back on the grind. I'm trying. This week is a test for me.
As you never knew what was going to come out of these boxes. Sometimes it was legitimate fan mail, and other times it was straight up poop.
Remember I said no gross stuff. This better not be fucking gross. You absolute fucking trash can of a human being.
So this is gross, but like this is what made bad unboxing interesting. Because you had no idea what was going to happen next. No idea at all. That's what made it entertaining.
Taketh away.
True.
Is that why I'm smelling cologne on everything? Is because
Now the 2 Oreos on break? No. This week I literally have open. I have no plans other than the concert this week. I'm very excited about that.
Because you shit in a cup and you don't want me to smell the shit? Okay, I need to be a man.
Okay, what I thought was in here was a urinal cake. I thought it was a urinal cake because I saw a little bit of blue. It was like a weird blue, sort of like spongy sort of material. It's not that. It's still...
It looks... I get grossed out when he starts doing that. I start feeling like I'm gonna throw up when he starts doing that.
It still stinks.
The bad unboxing fan mail was a tremendous success for the Idubbbz channel, with each upload getting millions of views. The most popular episode has over 18 million views at this point. People absolutely loved the chaotic nature of each video and the love-hate relationship Ian seemingly had with his audience. The show was truly one of a kind.
Dear sir, please enjoy this pic of my small animal. Her name is Buzz Aldrin. Okay, we're gonna have a quick quiz right now because it seems like a lot of you guys weren't picking up what I was throwing down in the previous video. Which of these...
See, this is looking like he's having fun with it. And this is what made it entertaining, is that the audience would either send like really interesting stuff, like funny stuff, you know, or they would send completely horrid shit to him. And that's what made it funny. That's what made people care. Because they wanted to see what he would get in packages next. I don't understand how he thought this was like problematic.
These items do I want sent to my UPS box? Pictures of small animals or gross stuff like Vagicane? Certificate of Achievement awarded to gay retard, and then it says his signature nigger faggot down at the bottom there.
Okay, thanks, Nick. Thanks, Nick, for not censoring that. Appreciate it. Thanks, dude. Thanks, bro. Appreciate you.
Alright, enough of that. I'm gonna shoot you right in your fucking hentai. I'm gonna blow your fucking brains out if you don't get me out of this place.
I think it's under a lot of pressure right now because it's not giving me any... It's giving me a lot of fucking resistance. So I'm just gonna stab the top, and then maybe I can push it down and normal can open it. Right now I can't really can open it because it's bowed out so much.
Again, he looks like he's having fun. I can't handle this. I can't handle looking at this guy anymore. Back when he like looks like he was full of life. I can't do this. Like, it's heartbreaking to watch. Because it's like watching somebody that you enjoyed their stuff for so long just deteriorate and die in front of your eyes.
All right.
Oh. It's like watching the happiness of somebody just slowly be fucking pulled out of them. This is what an evil woman does to you. If you're a man or a woman, all right? If you are dating the opposite sex or the same sex, I don't care. And you have somebody that takes you away from your friends, the things that you love, that tries to change you instead of accepting you, they are a succubus on your life. I look away for a second, talking about his diaper pressure. This is what pussy does. This is what a horrible partner does. I can't handle it. Because, like, it's so pathetic. It's so sad.
That's rough. Hey guys, it's a real life children's show. It's me.
He learned
Yo,
shame in his 30s, not empathy.
He learned shame in his 30s.
Scratcha.
That unboxing ran for 80 episodes that were posted consistently until 2018. Idubbbz sort of brought the series back in 2019, but it was only for 4 episodes, so the return was short-lived. Another thing Idubbbz started doing back in 2016 was collaborations with other YouTubers Max Mofo, Filthy Frank, Anything for Views, and How To Basic.
This was the golden era of YouTube for me. Now, yes, everyone's like, oh, the golden era, Listen, for me, this is when I fell in love with YouTube. This is when I enjoyed watching YouTube, like, constantly instead of television. It's because of, like, the dynamic of these guys. They're just friends having fun doing stupid shit. That's what made me like the idea of YouTube. That's why I like YouTube. It's just watching crazy people do crazy shit. And these guys did it better than anybody else.
This group was unofficially dubbed the Cancer
This is why I still like watching Cold Ones.
Crew, and they created pieces of media that were akin to fever dreams. Their content truly was unlike anything that's been posted to YouTube before. They all first got together to film the video Hair Cake in November 2015.
Okay, listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. Here's a story about me that I'll tell you publicly for the first time. So, my roommate in the other room is what got me into Filthy Frank content, Max Mofo, Anything for Views, got me watching Keemstar, all those guys, right? We're sitting in college, and so there in the study rooms at the college, you had to like block off time for the study rooms, right? And they have a big TV on the wall, okay, huge. And you can connect your laptops to them and, you know, do presentations and work and everything. We never did any of that. We would, like, smoke weed and, like, drink and watch YouTube videos while I was studying. I don't know how I passed with the grades that I did. But my first memory of watching Filthy Frank, okay, was this video. Watching Hair Cake, and my friend brought a bottle of Fireball, and we were taking shots of the Fireball, studying for a test. I don't know how the fuck we did this. I'm gonna be honest. I failed the test, obviously, but like I don't know why we did it. So we were all taking shots of Fireball, and we were pretty deep, and we ate a bunch of food, and we watched the Hair Cake video. One of my friends like threw up in the study hall. In the room. He had to go out and tell the librarian that he threw up in the study hall. It was the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. I had to run out of the room. I almost got sick. But I've never laughed so hard, like at a video and watching something like that happen in real life. It was amazing.
In this video, Max and Frank shave Ian's
I will never tell you who my friend is. He will hate me for telling that story, but it is the funniest thing ever.
head into a bowl of cake mix and attempt to eat the cooked product.
Grab his arms, Max! You haven't salads! No! You haven't salads!
I get so sick watching this still.
You haven't...
It's also crazy that YouTube, like, removed these videos. It's crazy to me.
Salads! Yeah, boy. I'm sorry this has to happen.
I didn't know Leon. I didn't know Connor. I knew no YouTubers back in college. None. I was just a viewer.
This entire video is chaos,
Oh, God, no.
and the group understandably struggles to swallow the hair cake they created.
Jesus Christ. What the
Oh, this video is like a trigger for me, dude.
I thought that would cook, like burn. That's so disgusting.
That's pretty bad.
I'm trying my hardest to swallow it. I'm sucking the batter back and that's going down, but the hair clumps stay in my mouth. Well, it's humanly impossible to get the like huge clump of hair down your throat. Your body projects it so bad.
Anything for Views would be introduced in the next video titled
I'm sorry, I'm getting sick. Ugh. I'm feeling a little sick thinking about it. But, like, that video was so engaging because it's just like, how gross can this shit get? And it just got worse as it went. Human cake, puke cake, all of those were just so disgusting. But you watched anyways. For some ungodly reason, you sat through and watched it.
Dumbass gets a PewDiePie tattoo, in which Chad gets a tattoo of PewDiePie's bro fist on one of his ass cheeks.
Dude, Chad was so weird. He's such a weird dynamic. I like Chad. I don't hate Chad. I like Chad. I love his podcast with Max. But like back in the day, he was a very interesting person. Dude, Cold Ones. Wait, they actually did a podcast episode, Gord? How long has it been since they've done an actual podcast with an interesting guest? You know what guest I go back to all the time for Cold Ones? I always go back to the Too Mad one. Always. I don't know why. I love the Too Mad Cold Ones episode. It's my favorite one. I love it.
This is extortion!
I literally had to look away from the screen. I haven't seen that video in years, yet even now the shite makes me nauseous.
It's just
Skull
a crew
emoji.
cast? No! Gord, they need to do an episode with a guest. I'm sorry. I love the content that they're putting out, but like, I need a guest episode. I need like an interesting guest. Like when they got PewDiePie on and all these people that they've known for years and they're telling like stupid stories behind the scenes and they're having fun. I love that part of Cold Ones.
Ian, Max, and Frank crack jokes at Chad's expense throughout the video, with Ian saying one of his most popular...
Chris asked to be a guest. Does anyone know my lore? Like when I first started streaming, my goal, and I told myself this, that if I ever became a guest on Cold Ones and got to drink with Max and Chad and just do like a completely chaotic fucking, a completely chaotic video with them, I'll just retire from YouTube. Like I hit the goal. Done. I'm over. Retired. I want to get to that point, but I got to upload more. I got to upload more, and I got to change some things about the content.
Of his ass cheeks. Ian, Max, and Frank crack jokes at Chad's expense throughout the video, with Ian saying one of his most popular quotes.
What do you boys think?
Hey, that's pretty good.
Over the course of the next year, this crew would continue to make some of the most insane videos that were ever dropped on YouTube. Videos like Deadly Twister.
Please, save me! Fuck. Please, that's unbelievable.
Being a YouTube goal is to be an EFAP guest. That is cool. That is a cool goal to have, actually.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, rip Max's emo hair, bro.
Oh, dude, that's not so bad. It's fucking serious.
You know what's like crazy? Max got married. He's been with his girlfriend forever. And he's still like the goofy motherfucker he's always been. I don't get how Ian didn't have that growth. To like still be the same, but be more mature. Like that's what makes Max funny to me. That's what makes me still be a fan of Max Mofo.
Wait, did we skip the
The Gentleman's Guide.
Protect the lady!
This was a good answer. This was a good video. This was a solid video. Can we find that? I want to watch the Gentleman's Guide a little bit. The Gentleman's Guide is so good. See, now I'm just going down memory lane.
Shit. Oh, I'm actually so scared. I'm so fucking... Wait, I protect the lady.
Still to this day, this is a great fucking video.
Do you also want to do something where you... Oh, shit.
What the fuck?
Good snap nut.
Wow. That's a powerful grip. You play tennis, boy? You play tennis? That's
a black stummy, this.
Ah. In this world of PC.
I love this whole video. Like it's so good. Like I don't know why.
Be safe out there.
That's so gay. That's
Stay
so
safe
gay.
out there.
It's just like, how do you go from all of this fun and these smiles and these fucking expressions of life to the Idubbbz we know now?
There's nothing like a good pot of tea. That's like a fucking tea, boys.
To tea.
To tea. To tea.
Like, come on. Chris, want to do that with Gara, Leon, and Klutzy? That would actually be fucking funny. If we could get together and do some stupid fucking shit, I'd do it.
And of course, the sequel to Hair Cake, which was titled Human Cake. The Human Cake video followed this.
I think the Human Cake video was like more disgusting in my opinion than Hair Cake, but for some reason Hair Cake, I get like a visceral reaction to that one.
Same concept as Hair Cake, but instead of adding Idubbbz' hair as a special ingredient, the crew gathered bodily fluids and other substances alike from various popular YouTubers like KSI and PewDiePie. They would once again attempt to eat this cake after a marriage is held between Frank and Max, with the video ending in a massive brawl.
Thanks for watching the last video of the cake trilogies. This will be the last disgusting piece of work you'll see. Something this disgusting, at least.
The final video the Cancer crew would film together was Deadly Twister 2.
This was the end of an era. Deadly Twister 2. It was still so good. It was such a good video. This was the end, dude. This is the downfall.
Dressed up in Adventure Time costumes, the group once again tortured themselves for their audience's entertainment. The video ends with How to Basic destroying everything. Most of these videos were posted on Filthy Frank and Max Mofo's channels, however, they were so popular.
Bro, the Donkey Kong skits, man. What was it again? What was the Donkey Kong one? Holy shit, that's a good one. Is it Filthy Frank's channel? Yes, Super Trash Bros by Max. Dude, this shit is so good.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I rewatched this video more times than I care to admit. This is so
And then, you know, sometimes Bowser is not such a bad man.
No. Bowser is a cunt.
Sometimes
Bowser is a stupid cunt. What are you thinking, Mario? Are you stupid?
Sometimes Bowser just wanted a bit of intimacy, you know? Then it's okay with me, you know, it's just a sexual thing. It's not an emotional thing. It's okay. You just want a little intimacy. It's not a big deal.
It's not a big fucking deal. Yeah, no, I feel you, dude. I feel you.
Jeez. That looks like...
Just come on, man. What happened? What happened, dude? I can't get over this. Now I'm just rewatching all the funny shit. Like, bro, I don't have a smile on my face looking at Idubbbz anymore, other than the old one.
That they still helped grow Ian's channel to over 1 million subscribers by May 2016. And it wasn't just these collaborations that...
Dude, a single 5-second clip of Super Trash Bros 2 on Tumblr isn't enough? No, it's not. It never will be.
That helped blow up Ian's channel. It was a combination of his Kickstarter crowd...
Oh my god, the Edward Watermelon Hands, another great fucking video where Idubbbz like duct taped a bunch of fucking cigarettes to his hands and he had to smoke all of them.
And bad unboxing videos, plus the larger collaborations with other YouTubers, and the final series that we haven't discussed yet, the Content Cop series. Content Cop was by far the most popular set of videos Idubbbz has ever created.
I would argue his cameos and other people's videos, like having fun with them, are like better.
Concept behind this series was fairly simple. Dressed up in a police costume, Ian would find YouTubers he thought to be problematic, and he would rightfully criticize them and their actions. There is a total of 12 Content Cop videos, with 3 Content Deputy spin-offs, where Idubbbz...
Did you see Ian's reaction to it from like a year ago? What? The Mario video?
responds to the creator's reactions to his criticism. Some of these videos were more notable than others, with the most impactful...
God, that hairline is just so fucking rough to look at.
...episodes being about some of the largest YouTubers on the platform at the time, like Keemstar, Leafy is here.
The Watermelon Hands? He did a reaction to Watermelon Hands a year ago. Was that on Cold Ones? I don't remember him doing that.
Here and Tana mongeau. The first episode was released on December 15th, 2015. A YouTuber named Jinx would be the first target the Content Cop set his eyes on. In this 12-minute long takedown, Idubbbz criticizes Jinx for his lazy reaction content and pokes fun at his horrible original content.
Oh, damn, we finally figure out how he outdid everyone. It's because he stole the content from everywhere. It didn't matter. He stole it from the Vine compilations, Try Not to Laugh Vine compilations, Your Grammar Sucks, Markiplier Cries on Camera.
This episode of Content Cop would end up garnering over 19 million views.
The reason that it was entertaining and interesting, it's because nobody was criticizing Jinx at the time. Nobody with a large platform was actually going out of their way to have the conversation about React content. That's why it hit the viewership that it did. Jinx was a huge channel at the time. And something so minuscule as, hey, you're stealing people's content was enough for people to go, holy shit. Jinx sucks. It's not groundbreaking. People knew Jinx was stealing, but nobody said anything because Jinx was a larger channel. That's why people enjoyed it. It was obvious criticism. It wasn't anything deep, but it was entertaining enough to carry the message. Hold on. Let me get a water. Just aggravates me. Fuck. I'm out of water. Give me 5 seconds. There we go. We good. We gooch. We gooch. There we are.
Just a few weeks after this, Ian released another episode, this time focusing on food reviewers that operated out of their cars. This was the first video that featured multiple sketches, which ended up becoming a core component of the Content Cop series. One of the sketches was Idubbbz doing his own food review, which was a satirical mockery where he ate peaches in a sewer.
Snack Nuts here, back again with another legit food review. Today we're gonna eat some S&M peaches. Ooh! You bite the peach bites back.
Funnily enough, the peaches in a sewer bit inspired an entire spin-off series called Legit Food Review, where Ian...
Bro, sewer pickles? Another great video. Dude, these were like great parodies of like shitting on people that are just reviewing food in their car, like fat, disgusting people just eating their food in the car. Like, it is so gross. I hate those fucking channels. Who's the guy in the suit? I always forget his name, but I love his videos. It's the guy in the suit. He has the meme where it's like, my day is ruined irreparably. Like, I love that guy's channel, but I absolutely hate food review channels.
Comedically reviewed food for his audience. Some of these were insane, like his sewer pickle review. In this review, Ian swims around in literal sewer water while
Review bruh? I do like review bruh.
eating pickles. He even had an open wound that he would wash off with pickle juice.
One great thing you can do with the leftover pickle juice.
Oh, that's report of the week? Wait, hold on. Review of the week? Report of the week? Hold on. Yeah, you're right. It's review buh, or better known as report of the week. You're right. You're right, chat.
Is to pour it on wounds. I got a little wound here from when I was climbing in the water just a minute ago, and if there's any hepatitis C in there, the surefire thing to fix that.
Now, I will argue that Idubbbz getting older and not crawling in sewers is stuff I would stop doing if I was in his shoes. But at least I would still have energy and things. I would still find it fun to do things. Like, I wouldn't crawl into a sewer. But you could still make parody food reviews that are funny and interesting. Like,
there's a little bit of pickle juice.
This series would go on for years, with the later episodes of Legit Food Review featuring H3H3. A quick side note that's important for later, H3 is another big YouTube channel Ian would collaborate during this era outside of the Cancer Crew. They filmed many videos together, and Ian was a very popular guest on the H3 podcast. Ethan and Ian seem to have a genuine friendship and great on-camera chemistry, especially in the Legit Food Reviews.
Wow. Hey everybody, welcome back to another episode of Legit Food Review. Legit. Do this at the same time. Let's do it at the same time. Legit Food Review.
Have some money that I haven't
thank
been
you, Sophie.
giving to Chud, as he's not covering any of what I want to be watching currently.
That's fine. I appreciate your money.
Review. The next installment of Content Cop would be posted the following year in January 2016. This episode focused on the absurdity of kids' toys review channels. While entertaining, the episodes of Content Cop criticizing less polarizing channels like toy channels, prank channels, and tech destruction channels were definitely the less notable videos of the series.
Those were not that super good. The reason that they weren't good is because it wasn't like punchy to a specific channel, right? It was the concept of these channels, which he did have fair criticisms in them, but the more entertaining ones are when he was going after people that people just straight up hated back in the day. Like, straight up. That's what made it entertaining. He still did good videos on the tech review stuff. I still agree with the tech destruction thing. There's only a handful of them that were ever really good. Plain Rocks is like one of them. But those, again, he is right. Those videos were not the best, but they were entertaining to me, at least.
The content cop was at his best when he was critiquing the more controversial figures on the YouTube platform. These episodes would come later in 2016, starting with the YouTuber known as Keemstar.
Oh, fucking righteous fucking
Keemstar.
Thank God, Nick. Thank God. Thank God. I didn't need the Alex clip. I didn't need the Alex! Alex is a dirty Alex! Oh, God. We don't need another Alex moment. No more Alex moments. He's done so much better. Not really, but he's...
is a drama-based YouTuber with a controversial past of his own. Idubbbz would give a scathing...
Controversial past. Okay, dude.
breakdown of Keemstar's character, as well as highlighted his many hypocrisies throughout his career. Ian even created an original song about Keemstar that was a parody of Smash Mouth's All-Star. This would play at the end while he...
I don't see this as toxic.
...executed gnomes that resembled Keem.
Any last words, Keemstar?
Drop Alert Nation, now over 1,386,000.
Yeah, I don't know how this...
Somebody once told me that I could make some money by bullying some people online. So I grew a gnome goatee and put on a stupid beanie.
Just a classic. Just a classic.
And started making up some dank lies. So I'm making death threats and I'm calling people niggers. Counting that cash on my channel's growing bigger. Never you mind that I was already banned from my racist, homophobic, hate speech rants.
The Keemstar content cop was easily one of Ian's best, with the video earning over 30...
We should have, in my opinion, recognized in the song. Did you hear that?
Homophobic hate speech rants.
Homophobic hate speech rants. Now, Keem did say some crazy shit. I am not defending Keem on that one. But we should have saw the signs.
The Keemstar content cop was easily one of Ian's best, with the video earning over 33 million views.
Yep, he hit it at the peak of the Keemstar hatred wave. That's when Leafy and Grade also came out and started making videos on Keem. Grade had the worst video on Keem out of everybody, in my opinion. Still to this day, I think Grade is just like the biggest piece of shit in the world for that Keemstar video. It was dog shit. I did not like Keem then, as like a viewer, right? But I still watched Drama Alert and stuff. But like he had a lot of things he was justifiably criticized for. Not the Etika stuff, obviously. But like there were things to criticize Keem for. And Grade just pulled shit out of his ass and just made shit up. I'll be honest. I hated Grade. I hated Grade's video on Keem. Because I gave Keem a thing to point at and go, that guy's making shit up about me.
Just a few months after this.
Then I went to work for him. Yep. I didn't hate him, but I was like, damn, this guy's a dick. Still think he's a dick. But he's tolerable. He's a tolerable dick.
Idubbbz would drop what many consider to be his greatest content cop of all time on Leafy is Here, releasing on September.
This was a fucking... I still remember when this dropped. I still remember my roommate running up and being like, dude! Look at this! Like, I was never a fan of Leafy, but I knew about him. And we were watching this. I was like, oh my God.
September 12th, 2016, this video...
I was like a retarded seal clapping for this video.
...was meant to serve as giving Leafy a taste of his own medicine by insulting and criticizing him the same way he would do to others. Idubbbz realized Leafy was self-conscious of his chin. He came to this realization...
That's fine. You could still like Grade Noid. I just think Grade's a fucking piece of shit.
Because
what's Leafy up to nowadays? I don't know. Probably drug abuse. Like, I don't fucking know. The last time that I ever heard anything about Leafy is when he was on live stream and he had Ethan, Ralph, and Nick Fuentes on. That's the last I heard about Leafy.
Leafy would constantly hide his chin behind his microphone in his videos or his hands in pictures.
Straight off the bat.
Yeah, he got banned on Twitter again. I can't believe you got banned on Elon's Twitter. That's like actually shocking to me.
I don't want to let all the newcomers to my channel know.
That's like actually impressive, getting banned on Twitter that fast.
That I'm perfectly fine with bullying. Make fun of someone because they're fat, autistic, or riddled with acne. I don't care. Make fun of them. I think my only stipulation with the bullying is that you also have to not be a pussy. You see, because if you're a pussy and you're hiding your putrid...
Last you heard he got a girl pregnant. Are we making up rumors about Leafy? Did he get a girl pregnant? I guess all of his millions in crypto is gone. Duh, the fucking crypto market. Like, come on.
malformed chin behind your hand, your sleeve, or your microphone, you're showing people that you are extremely self-conscious. You're showing people that you're a pussy.
And he was so right about this. He was so fucking right. Again, something so fucking simple that no one else picked up on, and that he ran with it, and it became a fucking iconic meme.
And that takes all the
last I heard, his girlfriend keyed his car or some shit.
Oomph out of your bullying.
The last I heard was he was crashing out in a hotel room thinking that people were trying to, like, kill him or something.
Ian would also criticize Leafy's content for its lazy nature and how his own attempts at giving people criticism has failed. The ending of the Leafy content cop shows Idubbbz going out in public and having people hide Leafy's chin on a big cutout board for prizes.
Attention beachgoers! I'm giving away some prizes over here. All it takes is hiding a chin. All you gotta do is put the OK sign on the chin, just like that. We got a taker.
This, again, I need to reiterate. The Idubbbz here just sounds like he's actually enjoying what he's doing. Like, do you see the differences? For all the coverage I've done of Idubbbz for the past 2 years, at this point, can you not hear the difference between the two? One, the old Idubbbz of old, full of life, having fun, making the content that he felt like it was fun at the time. The Idubbbz to today just sounds like he's dying on the inside.
Oh, perfect. We got a winner.
The next major content cop would be dropped.
Like, he doesn't look awkward with people. It's super weird. Because I genuinely believe he's always been this bitch, like I said earlier. But, like, he hit it so well.
The following year, on February 6th, 2017. This time, Ian aimed his criticism at the YouTuber Tana mongeau.
She had all this coming back in the day. Gonna be brutally honest, she had all this coming. Do I think him driving to say the N-word to her was a little over the top? Sure. But it was to prove a point to Tana.
During this era, she was huge for her over-exaggerated storytime videos. Ian began crafting this video after Tana tweeted, @Idubbbz, so 3 million people subscribe to you.
That's the best part, Ard. She does admit that she did have it coming. And that she actually learned from the content cop and stopped being that person. How do you not look at that as like some sort of accomplishment? Sure, could you look at it and go, damn, that was cringe? But you push somebody to do better. That's like a good thing.
And you openly say the N-word and retard, kill yourself. Ian found this to be hypocritical because Tana also had a past of using the N-word, but in a more hateful way than Ian. Idubbbz would take a trip to one of Tana's meet and greets where he bought some of her merch and waited.
Again, Anisa takes credit for all this.
In line to personally meet her and say the N-word in front of her.
Okay, nope, I know he's gonna say it. I know.
Tana,
I fucking know Nick did not censor that.
I would make a storytime video exaggerating what happened.
Sorry, chat, I'm not gonna let you get a 2-time on my fucking stream today.
This allowed him to deconstruct her video as he recorded what actually happened, proving her to be a massive liar. As crazy as the whole concept of the video was, it surprisingly managed to work as Tana would make an apology video shortly after the content cut. After this, Ian would seemingly take a hiatus from the series for the majority of 2017. He wouldn't drop another episode until around the end of the year. On October 3rd, 2017, content cop Jake Paul would be released. Viewers initially clicked into the video thinking it was really going to be about this Jake Paul, however, it quickly pivoted to actually being about the YouTuber ricegum.
Okay, this one, the more I think about this one, the more that I like really sit down about the ricegum run. I remember when I was like a retarded seal and not like overly analytical, that I was like, good video, Idubbbz. Now I'm like, ricegum sucks. I hate ricegum. I have no love for the guy. But I will agree, like, people are starting to recognize it. It took me a while to get to this point. This video was not that good. I'm gonna be honest. Like, yeah, the rape story thing was completely insane, okay? But, like, that's really the only punch that it had. The rest of it was, like, very not entertaining to me when I think about it. The only entertaining part, to me, now that I think about it more, is the diss track, which unfortunately has Boy in a Band in it.
Idubbbz did this bait and switch because ricegum had essentially been begging for Ian to make a content cop on him for months.
This was Ian's first mistake, is to like take the bait of somebody that wanted a content cop. This is when This is when the content cop formula stopped working.
Because of this, Ian did not want to give Rice the satisfaction of putting his name and face in the title and thumbnail, opting to use Jake Paul instead. In typical fashion, Ian criticized all of the things Rice has done throughout his time on YouTube that made him a bad person. He used the 7 deadly sins as format, equating each thing Rice has done to one of the sins.
In the brief period he's been on YouTube, he's managed to commit all 7 of the deadly YouTuber sins. So that's the theme for today's video.
7 deadly sins.
It's basically just 7 topics.
Yes, the rice gum beef essentially... what is it? The rice gum beef essentially, what's the word I'm looking for? It essentially created the creator clash idea because Idubbbz back then kind of bitched out of it. Now it's, what is it? Now, in particular now, Idubbbz now use that as an excuse to make it after all these years. Hold on. Yeah, I just saw somebody say new yeet tweet. What is this? Ethan Klein drops documentation of his CPS incidents for those claiming he was lying. For all the scumbags who said I was lying, I finally got documentation. Fuck you. Oh, there's a reference number. Referral date, 3/3/25. Allegations were deemed unfounded. When interesting. Oh. Allegations were deemed unfounded with no case opening. Bad Banana just got raped by the federal government. Wow. Idubbbz, Hassan, Noah, Bad Banana, Denims, Sean the Black, Froggy, all these people just got fucking raped by the government. I'm not shocked by this. It is crazy, though, that he got documentation. I know. Wow, you mean the false allegations were false? See, this is the thing. We all knew this, right? But the BreadTube community that had been fighting Ethan didn't believe this. They thought his CPS call was fake. They thought that the CPS was justified to be called to his home. Now they really don't have any sort of fight. They don't have anything left to, like, come back and fight him. Now it's in literal writing by the federal government. I don't know how you're going to fight that.
I just wanted to be cute.
Idubbbz finished the video with his very own diss track that even had a feature from PewDiePie, who was the largest creator on the platform at the time. This content cop was the most popular, reaching over 51 million views before it was removed.
Hold on. Tabs crashed.
Moved by a copyright strike. Despite the insane popularity the Content Cop series had, the Rice Gum episode would be the final one for almost a decade as Ian moved on to his next projects. The next few years definitely marked a more experimental era for Idubbbz. Uploads began to slow.
To Spartan, to combat that, they'll say government bad probably. Question to the tards. Okay. What is it? In regard to the government bad argumentation, they're the retards that want to constantly put everything in the hands of the government. So if they say government bad, they're basically using conservative talking points, which means they're hypocrites. So, boom. Game over.
Down on his main channel, and instead
easy clap.
He seemingly focused on uploading more frequently on his second channel, Idubbbz TV 2. Ian mostly posted vlogs on this second channel. However, he started a series called the Save the Squirrels Initiative, where he rescued.
Okay, I unfortunately, even though I like shit on the squirrel initiative thing initially, I started to enjoy the squirrel videos as I watched them a little bit more. I was like, you know what? I can get behind this. It wasn't the best content ever, but I found it entertaining. I found it interesting. He was just catching squirrels and releasing them. I'm a simple man with simple pleasures, okay?
Squirrels from his backyard and rehome them.
Life's gonna get better for you. Won't have to eat bananas anymore. You can have all the bananas you want out here. I'm sort of nervous.
The same clip that they say Ethan says everyone has Giardia. A minute later, he says the Sunny feel is mid-fecal test and no one else has a diagnosis. Yeah, well, everyone just made that shit up. Yeah, I know, Rennie. They always lie about it. They always do.
As soon as I open up the lift gate, he's just gonna latch onto me. All right, we're about to be free, my dude. I hope you're ready for freedom.
He also started a short 3-episode series called Comedians Go Get Food. These
videos sucked.
Just featured Ian getting food and having more casual conversations with a few different YouTubers like Ethan Klein and Vsauce.
I loved Vsauce's episode though. These episodes sucked compared to the rest of his content, but I really liked the Vsauce episode because I love Vsauce. No one can hate Vsauce. I'm sorry. If you hate Vsauce, you're un-American.
Wouldn't be until the middle of 2018 when Ian returned to somewhat regularly
Vsauce, Michael here.
Posting on the Idubbbz channel when
Hi, this is Vsauce, Michael here. How can you hate Vsauce?
He brought back his Idubbbz Complain series. In these videos, Ian did exactly what the title insinuates and complained about different topics. While this idea doesn't sound like the most exciting thing, Ian was charismatic enough to make these videos interesting and they performed decently well. Some of the things Idubbbz complained about was portion sizes at restaurants, the lottery, school fundraisers, and even Tom Brady kissing his son on the lips.
The second topic is kissing your kids on the lips. Should you kiss your kids on the lips? Short answer, no.
Going into 2008.
Why did Ethan get CPS called on him anyways? Because Ethan told a story about how his dog was sick in the house one time, and that everyone in the house felt sick, and they were concerned that their kid might have contracted what the dog had, which they said was Giardia, but that wasn't the case. And then Bad Empanada and others tried to say that Ethan's house is constantly covered in dog shit, and Ethan's kids are eating dog shit, and that he is an unfit father. So people went and called CPS because of that information, basically their allegations, and had CPS called in the home, thinking the kids were in danger. All because Ethan said the words, I think it's bad Palestinians and I think it's bad that Palestinians and Jews die in the Middle East, and there shouldn't be war. Really riveting stuff.
Ian continued to post his Idubbbz Complaints videos. He also began posting tier list videos where he ranked things like fast food or US presidents. None of these new ideas for Ian had reached the level of popularity quite like his Content Cop series years prior. He wouldn't see that same level of success until he released his first documentary on July 31st.
I know in that same video, I know Ahsoka, I know they did that, but those people didn't care because Bad Empanada is a bad fucking actor. And he lies constantly, and all of these bread tubers know that. They used to hate Bad Empanada before he started going after Ethan. Look back on all their content. When they talk about Bad Empanada, they're like, oh, that guy's crazy. That guy's crazy. Then, boom, Israel-Palestine conflict happens. Ethan Klein says, I don't want anyone to die. Ethan Klein, Zionist. Bad Empanada, good guy.
2019. Titled Full Force, this documentary follows around the YouTube lolcow, Airsoft Fatty. You probably know him from this old viral video.
The way I'm ejected!
I still laugh at this video. I'm a simple man with simple pleasures. What is with Airsoft Fatty falling down shit? That's like so funny. Is it because he's fat? I think it's because he's a fat man. Here's another one. Airsoft Fatty falls fish tank. I love this one.
You're so fake-blooded, you better use potty like a big girl, okay? I'm grossly
I don't know why it's so funny to me. What is with fat people falling down and getting hurt that makes it so funny?
You okay?
Yeah, he was on Fish Tank season 1. I think they tried to get chat. How many of you remember Fish Tank season 1 where they tried to get Chris a prostitute, and the prostitute thought he shit his pants. And the prostitute was like, I can't sleep with you. You smell like shit.
Ian's documentary on Airsoft Fatty was incredibly well made and uniquely interesting in its very own way. Chris and his
Is Airsoft Fatty doing better? I don't know. I haven't checked up on Airsoft Fatty.
Friends proved to be an extremely funny cast of characters.
This here is what I used to keep some of the cats, and oof, it got hard.
What?
Just trying to straight up. Yeah, this is the worst part of the basement. Yeah. This
You can get a shot of that.
Like this was
yeah, that's not fun. That is-
like this is a good video objectively. It's an insight into an interesting character on the internet. If Idubbbz just did this, if he just did these documentaries with like interesting people on the internet, he would have been fine. He would have been fine if he didn't try to gay op Sam Hyde. That's all he had to do, was not gay op Sam Hyde. All he had to do is say, I really want to do an interview, an actual interview and documentary about who you are as a creator. Sam would have still fucked with him. But Ethan took it too seriously. He wanted to build a narrative rather than just showing the life of Sam. I just don't get why he did that.
This is not a part of the house I'm actually proud of.
Yeah, I get you.
I do
But
like
it's just a
it.
work in progress. Like,
Oh yeah, I plan to get everything done. Like I said,
work in progress.
This is literally years.
That's all it is.
What do you like about Star Wars?
I know, Airsoft Fatty got fucked over by Idubbbz later on. Now, I'll argue that it's not Idubbbz's place to take care of Airsoft Fatty. I'm going to be honest. But he should have been paid for the Creator Clash song in some capacity. He should have gotten shout-outs for that more. If Idubbbz had any sort of empathy when he said, hey, I kind of need help with my YouTube channel, it's been hacked, and Ian has a connection, why not use that connection to help him? Like, I don't get why not doing just that bare minimum.
Fights, obviously, the fight scenes.
The fight scenes, the action scenes.
I'm a weapons guy. Of course I like the fight scenes.
Okay. Is that a leg?
Yeah, that was a chest.
Okay.
That was a side.
All right, 1-1.
That was an actual fight.
1-1.
The release of this documentary was met with a warm welcome from Idubbbz's audience. The film felt like a refreshing change of pace from the last year's worth of content.
And I don't even remember anyone like shitting on Chris in the documentary. It wasn't like a lolcow documentary like what you would expect that to be. It was people being like, wow, Chris is like a very authentic dude. Like, we love Chris. I didn't see an influx of hate comments to this content. So I don't get why Idubbbz thinks everything he ever did in the past was like horrible. I can't get over it.
Fans were eager to see more of this from Idubbbz. The full force documentary
Ethan eventually helped Airsoft. I don't know if Ethan helped Airsoft.
currently has over 24 million views, making it Ian's most popular project outside of the Content Cop series. Sadly, this wasn't the exact pivot Idubbbz would take for the channel. Instead, after this doc was posted, he went back to lazier and less inspired content like Reddit meme reviews and a 12-minute rant about peanuts. This is what Idubbbz's content had become.
This is when shit got fucking gay. Oh my god, I'm reviewing Cheez-Its. Oh my god, I'm reviewing Peanuts. Oh my god, I reviewed this. It's so fucking boring. Holy shit. When he started reviewing food and doing the toys and all that shit, I wanted to blow my brains out. He wasn't funny in any of it.
Going into 2020, and it would really mark the start of the downfall of his channel. This is also around the time Ian's wife, Anisa Jomha,
oh no. The evil. The pure evil. Evil incarnate. Now, men, learn from this lesson. Any woman that looks, acts, and talks like Anisa is evil. Evil. Evil, 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 evil. That's a lesson to men everywhere. You find a woman like that, your life is going to be ruined. And if you find a guy like that, if you're a woman, your life will also be ruined. Break up with them.
started doing things publicly that began bringing backlash and reputational damage to Ian. The couple began dating in 2016, and
You know what's funny about this clip? I love this clip so much. This is my favorite clip of all time of Anisa. Now, a lot of people don't know the context of this. It was Anisa crashing out at commentary channels, shitting on her. For, I believe it was a little bit before Creator Clash 2, like during the height of the drama. Maybe it was even before that. But like, she crashed out hard and then tried telling everybody on Twitter that it was just bait to get people to pay attention to her and like prove to the internet that they'll fall for anything, which was a total cope. How do I know it's a total cope? Because Anisa crashed out on somebody that I know. I brought it up, Keem. During the when the group chat leaks happened, and they said the same shit to Keem that they said here without the leash part. They were using the same blame tactics. It's all bullshit. It's all kayfabe.
I haven't mentioned her yet because she really wasn't a significant figure in this story until about now.
This is the truth, okay? Ian keeps me on a leash, okay?
Yes, I was only pretending to be retarded excuse. My favorite Anisa moments.
I'm okay with that because I need to be on a leash. I need to be on a leash, a tight leash, to be honest, because I am unhinged. I feel like...
You know what's kind of gay? Like, I agree the whole DM leaking rule and all that shit, depending on the situation, is warranted, right? So, like, leaking DMs once in a while, I have no problem with it. I've done it before. But, like, in the context of, if it's important to the overall conversation, if it's not just you leaking DMs to leak DMs, right? I feel like Keem should definitely leak the DMs with Anisa from back during Creator Clash 2. I want those. I want those so bad. It was so funny. I wish they were public.
More people hate me than Onision.
Often compared to Yoko.
Yes, I'm going to be honest. Listen, I hate you more than Onision. Not because, like, pedophile or whatever, but you're just somehow, some way, you are more insufferable than Onision. That is a true statement.
Oh no, Anisa is known for a laundry list of things, none of them being very good. She's an ex-Twitch booby streamer with a track...
I want them. Is there financial info in there? No. Not that I'm aware of. It was just her crashing out on Keem and all of us, like, shitting on her and Idubbbz. But, like, dude, there was literally the ultimate crash out. I wish those were public. I've never seen them. But he told me it happened, and I want to see them.
That haircut looks awful on her. Chris, she jacked your cut.
Killed me.
Record of saying terrible things and seemingly has an undying love for humiliating...
See, now I'm just going to shave my head bald because you said that.
...her husband, Idubbbz.
I just want to ask you if you've always been shitting your pants.
I remember watching this live. This is like right off the heels of the Creator Clash stuff. This is where fucking, where Keffels was like trying to fight with us over the Creator Clash stuff. Oh, God. Oh, man. When Keffels got involved, it just got way worse. Anytime Keffels sticks their nose into anything, it gets absolutely worse. Almost immediately. And I remember watching this live. I think I was in a Discord call with a few, I think it was like a few other commentary channels, and we were like watching the live stream. Just, and I heard that, and I had to double take. I was like, what? I remember double taking without a camera on. I was like, I'm sorry, what the fuck did she just say?
No. Because since I've known you, you've always...
Yes, I remember Anisa saying that she wanted to break up with him. She wanted to bang Chris Ray gun. We all knew that.
Had, like, IBS. You've always been shitting yourself.
Yeah, well... That is such a horrible thing to say out loud about your husband. And then on top of that, you know, if it's like a funny little joke on your podcast or whatever, and he's like, nah, that's not true, you're making shit up, that'd be fine. But this is in the midst of a major controversy of a failed YouTuber event losing $250,000 for cancer money. The fact that she said this during this time is the worst possible thing that you could hear.
In the beginning of the couple's relationship, Anisa was actively trashing Ian in her Discord server full of strangers. She would divulge a variety of inappropriate details about Ian, like how gross...
And Anisa and Idubbbz are like, you guys are concerned trolling. You guys are concerned trolling. Dude, look what this bitch was saying about you in the past. Like, come on.
His living situation was. And there was even times she discussed breaking up with him to the...
Let's see here. He was at PewDiePie's house. He said, I'll call you with my answer when I get back. So about 2 to 3 hours. But I think I'm right for finally putting my foot down. Because he was hanging out with PewDiePie. He can't have you waiting around the corner. Even his sister called me and said, hey, he's not treating you right and needs to learn some hard lessons. Put yourself first. I don't believe that. I don't know why he needs 2 to 3 hours, though, because he's talking to his friends about what to do, and he's, like, trauma dumping on fucking PewDiePie, probably. I had hoped you wouldn't get back together last time, just saying, I have no idea what's going on in his head. Oh, I fucking wish Ian broke up with you.
These random people. Outside of exposing sensitive information about her relationship in these Discord servers, Anisa was also known for making inflammatory statements.
Why the hell is Anisa reading Boogie's Twitter account? I just noticed that for the first time ever.
On her Twitch live streams. She unironically defended the Minecraft pedophile lion maker who
See, I forgot this happened. I'm gonna be real with you. I forgot that they defended Lion Maker. I totally forgot that. Yeah. Back in the day, Anisa tried to defend Lion Maker and downplay Colossal's efforts to get the truth. That's a real thing. That's a real thing that happened.
Was literally arrested for his crime.
First they defend Lion Maker, then they defend Daniel Larson. So that is 2 instances of Anisa Jomha trying to downplay and defend pedophiles. 2. I don't know how many more there are out there.
Crimes against minors.
I don't like when people go in and rip a content creator apart like that, no matter what like really happens. It gives me anxiety. Like,
that's retarded. It's a pedophile with documented evidence, proof, interviews, and everything. This is after the interview with Colossal dropped, where he put the nail in the coffin on Lion Maker. The ultimate nail in the coffin. She's saying this after that. And she's like, I just get really bad anxiety when people like rip apart people like this. Like, dude, what? You can't feel sympathetic for this kind of person.
Even if it is like, I'm no matter like how serious it is, right? Like even when Lion Maker or whatever.
No matter how serious it is. So you're against people tearing a pedophile apart for abusing a child. Got it, Anisa.
His name was accused of pedophilia. Like, it gave me a lot of anxiety because I feel like a lot of it is based on a lot of fiction and not a lot of fact. And like,
this bitch is retarded. Right there. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? This is after the interview. Let me repeat that for the back of the class.
Serious it is, right? Like, even when Lion Maker, whatever his name was accused of pedophilia, like, it gave me a lot of anxiety because I feel like a lot of it is based on a lot of fiction and not a lot of fact. And like, if the person really is,
this bitch is retarded,
isn't as bad as what people
this was after the interview
think it is, which most of the time they're not.
You're gonna know that because of the fucking dodo that's about to be played.
Then you're just watching people rip apart somebody that
she thinks the Lion Maker allegations and evidence against Lion Maker was fictional. She believed Lion Maker and tries to argue on behalf of, well, the internet tried to eat this guy alive. There's not a lot of evidence. Are you fucking kidding me? His own Twitter account posted photos of the girl's asshole to Twitter.
Maybe doesn't.
She defended EDP. Wait, they defended EDP, so 3 pedophiles. Oh my God. How are we up to 3 pedophiles being defended, Anisa?
Deserve it as much as, like, I don't know. It's just
like, these are clear-cut pedophiles. What are you doing?
Bad seeing somebody get ripped apart that hard. YouTube videos are okay, let me put it this way. YouTube videos are never sincere.
Well, never sincere ever. So then what the fuck was the video your husband put out? Now, I know this is way back in the day, right? I get that. But Colossal actually tried putting effort into that shit. He literally tried to get to the bottom of it. He had an interview with the man. Sat there for 3 hours and talked to the motherfucker.
Lion Maker went to jail for pedophilia.
Yeah, she goes, yeah, did you hear that? Lion Maker went to jail already for pedophilia. Listen carefully to the dono after she says this.
Videos are never sincere.
Well, Lion Maker went to jail for pedophilia. I urge everyone to check out Colossal's Crazy's interview with Lion Maker. It's surreal.
Yeah, I mean, and he went to jail, and then he deserved to go to jail. Like,
why do you speak? Why do you speak, bitch? Oh my God. That dodo just raped her. Like, hey, he went to jail for being a pedophile. Look at the interview. And she's just like, well, if he went to jail, then it's justified. It's like, just negative brain rot. Negative brain rot.
Which is whatever.
Anisa also...
Which is whatever. I'm just going to let you listen to that again, okay? One more time. Just listen to how she backpedals and then closes out that statement.
YouTube videos are never sincere.
Well, Lion Maker went to jail for
Yeah.
pedophilia. I urge everyone to check out Colossal is Crazy's interview with Lion Maker. It's surreal.
Yeah, I mean, and he went to jail, and then he deserved to go to jail. Like, which is whatever.
Which is whatever. Yeah, you know, he went to jail, so, like, my whole statement, whatever. Yeah, so you guys were right. Dogpiling pedophiles is okay, I guess. Like, what the fuck? That's still the funniest clip in human history to me, other than her Holocaust one. Her Holocaust one, though, if I had to rate her clips, the Holocaust one's number 1. Number 2 is her pretending not to crash out, or pretending to crash out over the creator clash stuff to make everyone look stupid. The third one is Lion Maker. The fourth one is Daniel Larson.
Anisa also tried justifying the inhumane experiments on Jews conducted.
So this is the other thing. It's not just that she realized how retarded she looks. She knew Colossal was big. Colossal was a very, very well-respected commentary channel back in that day. She's a clout shark.
By Nazis during the Holocaust.
The only reason she backpedaled is because she heard the name Colossal is Crazy, probably.
Yes, that's a real statement.
Experimenting.
Experiments on...
I love this. I'm sorry. I love this clip. I'm not going to interrupt. I swear. I'm not going to interrupt the Holocaust clip. It is too kino.
He deserved to go to jail, like, which is whatever.
Anisa also tried justifying the inhumane experiments on Jews conducted by Nazis during the Holocaust. Yes, that's a real statement.
Experimenting on 10 children to obtain a cure for thousands of kids' lives justified. That's a really hard question, and I think if people are being 100% honest, they'd give you a different answer than what you're expecting. As terrible as the Holocaust was, obviously it was horrendous, and how disgusting the doctor was that did the experiments on...
Yes, Anisa. Now we have to list from top order who was experimented on by the Nazis.
People, gay people, handicaps, twins. I think that's...
I think that's it. Like, I love that so much. Still to this day, it is the funniest clip of Anisa. Because she's like, gays, handicaps, twins, and like, she almost said, I guess that's it. She almost said it. And then the last second went, oh yeah, the Jews.
And obviously, they're obviously Jewish.
They're obviously Jewish. I totally was gonna say, yeah, that's it.
Or they did it on Jewish people. They found a couple of really groundbreaking discoveries through that experimentation.
The question was, is it justifiable? And Anisa essentially... Now, chat. Okay, here's me being super bad faith here. Does that sound like Anisa is agreeing with the sentiment that even though millions of people were experimented on and murdered, that it was justified because there was medical breakthroughs through it? Does that not sound like a potential justification? Just polling the chat real quick. Just polling you guys.
Anisa is not a good person, and her negative reputation directly impacts Idubbbz. This would prove itself to be most true on March 9th, 2020, when Anisa decided to announce on her Twitter.
No, I think she's dumb. I will let you decide, chat. I will not say it. I have my own opinions. The Ultimate Genocide Review.
She was starting an OnlyFans. Idubbbz would immediately face backlash for this, as most people found it.
Oh no, not this video, dude. Not this video, dude. Ugh. Not the sex worker video.
Outlandish that a massively successful YouTuber's girlfriend would turn to selling nudes online. People proposed.
Seeing
This is extortion!
Seeing old clips of Idubbbz when he still had fun and liked making videos and was full of life and not dead in the eyes is wild.
I know, it's like jarring, right?
The idea that Ian was a simp or a cuck, and a ton of memes were made based around this. Idubbbz even leaned into the simp allegation by jokingly tweeting a photo of himself comedically angry with the caption reading, "I'm done, fuckers, I'm done. No more Mr. Nice Simp." Now, if this had been the only way...
See, this was the biggest fucking... This is like the worst decision a man can make, okay? Listen. You just don't say anything, okay? You just move on. Here's the thing, right? If Anisa did the OnlyFans, people would call him a cuck regardless. But this video amplified the flames 50 times fucking worse. He got gaslit by the internet to make this video. This is what cemented Ian as just a lolcow at this point.
Ian addressed the controversy, it probably wouldn't have been such a big ordeal. He wouldn't stop with...
He literally could have said nothing. He could have made that one joke tweet, and even then that's pushing it too far in my opinion. He could have just said nothing. Him and Anisa could have just turned off their phones, walked away, and the internet would have forgotten in 5 days. 5 days. They would have forgot. Idubbbz just couldn't take it.
Just this tweet though. Instead of letting this drama die down, Ian decided to release a video 2 weeks later that blew up this OnlyFans situation.
What I think cemented Ian as a lolcow is taking Anisa's last name. That is also a good that is also a good point. For me personally, this is where I saw the cracks. For me as a viewer of his, this is where I saw the crack. This is where I was like, oh, he just got like gaslit into doing this video. Oh no, he's fucked. Like that's
hydrate.
For me, this is when I sat back and said, "Oh no, he just got gaslit." Like anything else after that was just more icing on the cake.
And even more, making it so much worse for himself. The video was titled, "Sex Workers, Idubbbz Complains." And for the 9-minute runtime, Ian spends a majority of it angrily ranting about the criticism he received for his girlfriend starting an OnlyFans.
For those of you who are unaware of the drama I recently brought upon myself, I'll fill you in. My girlfriend started an OnlyFans account.
You should not have brought this. It was people on Twitter making fun of you. The more I think about like how stupid Ian was to make this video, it was people on Twitter making fun of him on Twitter. The Twitter audience does not translate over to your main audience, rarely at all. Yes, there's a lot of people on Twitter, but who cares what they have to say? It's Twitter. And Idubbbz got gaslit by Twitter.
If she ever tell me
to do this,
then leave.
Like he literally got gaslit by fucking Twitter.
Which is a website where you can upload amateur porn. Anything from double penetration all the way over to lewd cosplay and everything in between. And I think all of it is cool. Yeah, I know. I didn't think it would be a controversial opinion either. A good amount of people are just doing the reasonable thing and just making jokes and laughing about it. But
I have a weird feeling that you did not enjoy those memes, buddy. Here's how I know that you didn't enjoy that. Because when Donut Operator sent you a video of him doing an OnlyFans video of him reviewing his meat, which was just him pulling literal cuts of meat out of his apron and reviewing the meat, you took that as a personal insult and said you're making fun of my wife. When a friend of yours just wanted to show you a funny video that he put out. This is why I don't believe Idubbbz in this moment here when he says these people were just doing the funny thing. You know, they were just memeing it. They, you know, it was funny. They did the right thing. They didn't take it too far. I don't believe that entire sentiment. I don't believe that entire statement after the Donut Operator thing came out. I don't believe that for a fucking second now. At all.
There's a whole nother group of people who feel personally devastated and betrayed. You lied to us. First of all, I'm not your fucking dad. Like, if you don't want to look up to me anymore, that's fine. I don't want you to look up to me.
Totally fair. You shouldn't have told these people that.
I'm as bricked as a 1912 firehouse.
Thank you for the 5, Shadow. But, like, you didn't have to do this. You didn't have to say this. That's the part that's aggravating me the most when I just keep thinking it's in the back of my head and I have to keep repeating it because it makes no fucking sense to make a video like this when it is just Twitter shitting on you. Who cares what Twitter has to fucking say?
While red in the face from anger, Idubbbz pulls up random comments and tries to have pseudo-arguments with them. Ian even pulls up a commentary video made by the YouTuber Atozy and poorly tries to give counter-arguments to what
Dude, the fact that he tried to fight Atozy is so funny. No, Chris, he had to do this because Anisa told him. I could agree to that. Anisa must have told him. She was like, honey, 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 there are people making fun of me on the internet, and they're saying I'm a whore, and you need to do something about it. Your audience is really mean. Like, I swear to God, that's probably how the conversation went. Like, I guarantee it, man. With all that we know about Anisa and Ian, that's probably how the conversation went. Honey, honey, your audience is making fun of me. Twitter's calling me a whore. Like, come on.
Atozy was saying.
So on the cons, we have everyone can see what he sees for a few dollars.
That's a good con. Atozy's right. What are the other ones? Remove pedestal. Internet is a forever archive. Future jobs. All of those are good points. All of these are good points. This one right here is the big one. Internet is a forever archive. Future jobs. These are correct. These are correct cons for starting an OnlyFans.
What exactly do you think I'm seeing? Do you think
your naked wife? We are all taking a look at your naked wife. That's the problem.
She's shooting fireworks out of her pussy? Do you think she's...
No, you're overinflating it. He's saying we could see your wife naked. Naked. That's the problem. Like, it's not that she's not shooting fireworks out of her pussy. It's that she's fucking naked.
Screening The Matrix Reloaded down there? It's not a mystery. It's a pussy, dude. And then there's no special pussy. It doesn't become less valuable.
Do you see what he's doing? He's trying to conflate it to make it sound way worse than what Atozy's actually saying. This is when this is when I knew that he got gaslit to fucking high hell. This is when I knew watching this video. Also, thank you all for watching. We have about 326 people here on an unannounced stream. I appreciate all of you. Just make sure you like the stream if you are enjoying. You guys can become members. We have a members-only Discord. If you become a member, I'll post the link in chat, yada, 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 yada. Only show, okay?
Valuable, the more people see it.
Ian finishes off this video by calling anyone who is giving him criticism retarded and proudly states that he is totally fine with people jerking off to photos of his girlfriend.
That is the worst thing that you can say. That is the worst thing that you can say as a human being. I'm totally cool with you jerking off to my girlfriend. That is the weirdest fucking sentence. No matter how pro-sex work you are, that is the weirdest sentence that will leave a man or a woman's mouth. Okay? Can we just be realistic here? You can be pro-sex work. And as a human being, you can also recognize the sentence that just came out of his mouth is a crazy sentence to say. That is not normal, okay?
Which is insanely pathetic on so many levels.
I think what I've learned from this experience is when you're speaking to a...
We're supposed to feel pity for Ian? No, this is him getting gaslit like an idiot.
Large group of people, and there's some dudes in the back shouting out their opinions like, I fucking hate thoughts. I hate whores. Women...
Which is totally fine.
Who sell their body online fucking suck. That's the worst.
Well, yeah, especially nowadays when they're banging like 1,000 men at once and like trying to one-up each other on how many dicks they can take. It's like an unhealthy way of living.
Instead,
I'll be honest, I changed my perspective on like OnlyFans content pretty like a year ago. Like when I'm seeing all these like girls that are like banging like 100 men or like 1,000 men or whatever, I'm just like, dude, this shit's getting out of control. Like this is not good. This isn't healthy. Like I changed my perspective on that.
Instead of ignoring that and just moving on with my lecture, it might be a better idea to point those people out and say, yeah, I actually don't agree with that shitty opinion. Because it seems like me just ignoring it has led to like a cultivation of a bunch of retards.
Like, I wouldn't be cool with my girlfriend or my wife doing OnlyFans. I wouldn't be cool with it. Like, even if it was to bring more money in, I'd be like, listen, like, OnlyFans is a tough business. You don't make a lot of money on OnlyFans if you're not already, like, a massive creator in the first place or, like, famous in the first place. Like, it's just not going to happen. Like, I wouldn't be cool with it. I'd be like, dude, like, no. You're not going to make the money you think you're going to make. Like, and if they said, well, I'm going to do it anyways, I'd be like, well, I don't want to take care of you in that context. I don't want to, like, solely take care of that. I want a partner here. Like, I want somebody that's also going to contribute. Like,
that pretty much wraps up this video. I love my girlfriend, and I'm totally fine with dudes jacking off to pictures of her on the internet.
This video should serve as a lesson on how not.
Also, Olivia thinks I didn't see that that notice that she left on Shadow Humor's super chat. She's trying to be slick right now.
Not to respond to criticism. Ian's response did not help him in any way, and it only served to reinvigorate the audience that was already condemning his choices. This would be the first of many controversies Idubbbz would find himself involved in. Moving forward, Ian continued to make videos pushing through this drama. He even dropped another high-effort documentary following the YouTuber Dax Flame on July.
I like the Dax Flame one. I like the Dax Flame one. I do. It's not the most popular documentary, but I liked it. I really enjoyed Dax Flame. When I was first doing content creation, I wanted to interview Dax Flame, and I thought he was approachable. He is not. I had no subs, no followers on Twitter, nothing. I tried DMing him. He never got back to me, which is not crazy, but, like, he seemed like a very down-to-earth guy. I really like that guy. Like, I really like Dax Flames. I have no problem with Dax.
21st, 2020. This documentary didn't perform.
Unless Dax has done something horrible and I'm not aware of it. Then I will change my perception on him. But, like, I don't think Dax has ever done anything evil.
Nearly as well as the Airsoft Fatty one, simply because Dax Flame.
Since you're into autistic shit, thoughts on OnlyFans models using filters to fetishize Down syndrome? That's retarded.
Flame isn't as interesting as.
Shocking, I know.
Fatty. Ian tries to break down the character that is Dax Flame, and at the midpoint of the film, it turns into a.
Let's remember that Leafy was pretty pathetic after Idubbbz content cop. It keeps seething. Even yeah, no, I agree. Like, Leafy is pathetic. Like, nobody's taking that away from him.
Game show. It's kind of bizarre. There really just wasn't anything super notable to come out of this, and following the Airsoft Fatty doc, this kind of felt like a downgrade in comparison. Regardless,
I'd argue I enjoyed this. I enjoyed this documentary more. Not more than Airsoft Fatty's one. But this documentary, I really, really enjoyed. Personally, for me.
Of these facts, Ice Cream Man still managed to pull over 7 million views. From here, Ian's upload schedule began to gradually dwindle. To compare some stats into.
Good. Thank you for the 10, John.
Flame doc wasn't as good as the Airsoft
I
Fatty
agree.
one, but I did like that moment where they just went up to random people and just asked, y'all like Minecraft?
I just love the idea that he was, like, working at the ice cream shop. It looked at a version of the documentary where it's like, where did this guy go? He was, like, one of the most popular creators on the internet, and what happened to him? And he's, like, just this normal guy working in an ice cream shop. He still wants to create content. He still loves content. Like, I love Dax. I think he's an interesting individual. I wouldn't call Dax Flame a lolcow. I think he grew past, like, what he did as a kid. And where he is now, he's just like a normal guy that just wants to still do content. And I kind of respect Dax for that.
2019, he uploaded 17 videos, but in 2020, he only uploaded 11. That number would get even smaller in 2021, with the amount of videos uploaded decreasing to just 5. Going into 2000,
which I don't know how in, like, the COVID era of stuff that you don't upload more content when you're just bored. I don't know how you didn't do that. Like, for me, the COVID era for me was, like, looking at the idea of video editing because I was bored as shit. I was at home. I couldn't work. I was getting paid unemployment and all this stuff. And, like, I sat at home and I was just on my computer way more than I ever have been playing Destiny 2. And one day I recorded like a very short video of me and my friend playing Warzone. And it was just me and him just, like, saying ridiculous shit. And it was not funny, okay? It wasn't funny. It wasn't interesting. It was boring as fuck. I will totally 100% own that. And you will never see that video ever. But that was my first time, like, using an editing software, learning how that stuff worked, and, like, kind of liking the idea of content creation. I don't know how COVID stopped Ian from uploading more, especially during that time.
2022 wouldn't get any better for Ian either, as he would find himself steeped in controversy all over again. This came
Here we go, Sam Hyde, baby.
Came after the production of his Sam Hyde documentary. Sam Hyde is a very polarizing figure, to say the least. Depending
Okay, yes. The Candyman's coming.
on who you ask, he's a comedic genius or a Nazi pedophile, and a
Yeah, there's really no in between. It's either you find him like I know there's allegations against Sam Hyde, and I will not downplay those, but like I don't know much about it, so I'm not gonna say, oh, he's innocent or guilty or whatever. But he is a funny motherfucker. I did like his rant to Elon, the rant to Vivek. I liked $1 Million Extreme. I love Fish Tank. Like, I like those projects, okay?
ton of other things in between. At
But I don't know anything about the Sam Hyde allegations, and I don't feel like digging into them right now.
some point in 2021, Idubbbz flew to New York.
Like, you can think he's a horrible person, but still find him funny, you know? It's like listening to R. Kelly. Like, you know he's a horrible person, but you still love his music, you know?
To attempt to break down the mystery behind Sam Hyde, but he failed miserably. Sam rightfully suspected this documentary to be a gotcha-style hit piece and came up with a plan to effectively troll Idubbbz during
Which I guarantee you, Anisa, at some point, was basically pushing Idubbbz to do this.
the time he spent filming.
Joey, can you open up the Idubbbz gaslighting document? we came up with a lot of funny ideas to like pull tricks and like I hired this crackhead girl to pretend to be my girlfriend, and she said that she told Idubbbz that I like abused her and all this stuff, and we did all these funny like prank things, but it wasn't to make him look like an asshole. It was to like make his project funnier. Yeah. Like we wanted to make, because the thing is, I like Idubbbz. I think he's funny, and I know he was getting like some static or whatever with people online. I wanted to make a video with Idubbbz where it was like, oh my god, this is fucking crazy mayhem. This is funny.
Yeah,
and make something cool. So we have the Idubbbz gaslighting video.
This was maybe the most eloquent gay op in human history. I hate gay ops usually, but this was a master class.
Document here. This was our prep document. Can you scroll down?
Before anything was filmed, this was like the day one prep.
And part of what went wrong was I think Idubbbz was kind of trying to punk me a little bit, and like make me look like.
Once you look at the differences in the documentaries, I know Idubbbz at the end like cobbled together all this other shit about like that fucking Wheel of Comedy or whatever. You can tell that Idubbbz really just wanted to make a content cop Sam Hyde, but thought that he could co-op the documentary stuff to basically make a sneak content cop. That's what he tried to do, and it failed miserably. Somehow Sam Hyde saw through that. I don't know how.
That guy that had like fallen off, which I have. Like I've fallen off, like undoubtedly. But I think he kind of wanted to like, he wanted to come out here and see something depressing, and we like ended up making this kind of like funny thing. Stuff to buy, lots of alcohol, a bunch of Pokemon cards. Try to tell him what Pokemon is as if it's some new thing like crypto.
That's funny.
Buy parakeets from Petco. Fill fridge with unbagged meat. Spend $10K on scratch tickets. A bunch of dead wasps.
Quarter pound of weed on the table.
Sam spent over $15,000 renting out an old dentist's office to stage as his
15 grand to fuck with a guy. This is what happens when a millionaire who likes to fuck with people is in charge of things. 15 grand just to fuck with him.
Headquarters. He and his crew packed into this small space with computers and recording equipment. He even hired 2 fake bodyguards, making for a really messy and chaotic environment.
Think it, dream it, do it. We got a chant going. Think it, dream it, do it. Think it, dream it, do it. Think it, dream it, do it.
He also convinced Ian to do boxing training underneath some.
Yeah, Ian was dishonest during filming. It's really dependent. It's really dependent how you look at it. For me, I feel like Sam already knew, and it was kind of obvious. But that's just me.
Random bridge next to what looks like a homeless encampment.
Okay, he was not, Olivia, he was not happy here. He was not happy here. This video did not make him happy. It did not.
The real highlight of Sam's trolling plans was his fake girlfriend, Danny. Danny was just some college student.
Bro, the Danny chick. Oh my god. The Danny girl. I remember watching that, and I was like, holy shit, I can't believe he hired some fucking actress.
Sam knew and paid her $500 to shave her head and act like she was on drugs in front of Idubbbz.
Okay, so yeah, if you just like stop smoking, your blood pressure goes like all the way down, can't like get better, you know, like blood just stop flowing and fucking die.
Idubbbz would end up believing every single thing Sam told him and presented to him. He wouldn't
This is the part that I find interesting. It's like, you know, Sam Hyde is like a provocateur. Like, he does content to like get under people's skin, or he does content that is like going to make you uncomfortable, right? How did you think any of that was real? Like, that's the part that shocks me, is that Idubbbz didn't like prep for that eventuality. Like, he didn't think that Sam Hyde was going to punk him back. Like, I don't get how he didn't think that far ahead.
Realized it was all a ruse until he conducted his final interview with Sam, and he genuinely asked him if he ever tried to get his girlfriend Danny some help.
I'm curious about your relationship with Danny. Has she been on drugs since she met you?
She's been on drugs since before she met me. So if you're implying that I've driven her to drug use, you are incorrect.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, that's what I wanted to sort of get out of the way.
Good.
Yeah.
Glad we got that out of the way.
Have you tried to get her any help?
No, seeing as she's a girl I paid $500 to shave her head and pretend to be my girlfriend, no, I haven't tried to get her any help. Should you want me to try?
Wait, okay.
I don't know her that well. It's probably not my business to get her off drugs. Also, I think I told her to put her hand in your pocket and pretend to be on drugs.
Shut up.
Are you serious?
He is upset in that moment. He's pissed. Look at him. He wanted that gotcha.
And pretend to be on drugs.
Look how annoyed he is. Look how angry he is. That's a man that is like sucking through his teeth. He's like, you motherfucker. Like,
shut up.
Are you serious?
Like, if I got taken for a ride, I'd also be like, what the fuck, dude? I'd find that funny, though. I'd be like, what? Like, what the fuck? What the fuck, man? That's hilarious. Like, I'd be like, fuck you. But that is funny. Like,
You seen that date a girl that has her hair shaved like that?
Yes.
You think I'm fucking mental?
Wow. That is crazy.
Yes.
No, actually, I've known her for a long time. And
this is so upsetting to me right now.
You think I'm a fucking millionaire? You think I have a shit-ass office like this?
Shut up. This is your office.
Says who? You think I would fucking spill rock stars and Legos all over my office like a fucking animal and have 20 people in a fucking dentist's office? You know this is a converted dentist's office, right? That's why there's like paintings of like whales on the walls and shit. Ian, you shitty guy.
So you're punking me?
I'm not punking you. I'm trying to make I thought it'd be funny for your fans. I thought they'd like it.
The whole thing?
I would never do anything
The whole thing's a ruse.
Actually hurt you or upset you or make you look foolish. I would not do that.
This wasn't the only big reveal during the interview with Sam. We also learned the reason why Idubbbz wanted to make a documentary on Sam in the first place. It turns out one of Ian's Kickstarter crap videos was on a project that was jokingly started by Sam.
This is when everyone sat down and watched this documentary and knew that Ian was trying to fuck over Sam.
To mess with bronies. After Idubbbz released the video on the project, Sam copyright struck the video,
which is a dick move by Sam. Okay, it's a dick move by Sam to copyright strike somebody for that.
And emailed Ian if he could squat 250 pounds.
That's funny, though. That's funny. Okay? That is funny. I will admit that part. Dick move that you copyright strike someone. Funny that you emailed him if you could deadlift 250. I'll release it. It was funny.
Then the strike would be released.
Do you remember our first interaction?
No.
You don't?
No. I have very bad memory, though.
Yeah.
Was it bad?
What do you think?
Did I snub you?
This is just like a total rape on Sam's end now.
Or slight you or something?
What
did I do?
Your memory's that bad?
Yes.
I cannot believe that he actually, now that I'm thinking about it, it's crazy that he held on to this for like years. I thought it was the squat, not deadlift. My bad. Squat 250, which I think he could do that. Maybe. I don't know.
You don't remember?
I do not remember.
Okay. Do you remember?
What was it?
You remember making a pony game?
Yes.
There were some creators at the time who made videos about this fake pony project.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Were you one of them?
I was one of them.
What did I do?
Do you have any guesses?
Did I say fuck you or something?
No, you copyright claim the video.
Really?
Yes.
Wait, it was a copyright claim. It wasn't even a strike. Just put the appeal in for the claim. And he's this pressed over that? I know I've listened to it like 100 times, but now that I've like, as long as I've been doing this channel now, I just sit here and I'm like, yeah, I've gotten copyright claims before. I either remove it from the video or I appeal it. It doesn't ruin the video. Sure, it takes away ad revenue, but like that's really it. It's not a strike. It's not like Sam striked your video and took the video down. It's just a claim. Still a dick move, but it's not like the worst case scenario.
And then you sent me an email.
I mean, I don't do most copyright claims. What was the email?
The email was, I will release the copyright claim on your video if you can send me a video of yourself squatting 200 pounds below parallel.
Why didn't you do that?
See, that would have been funny.
You'd be so much stronger now if you'd done that.
Yeah.
Damn.
That's fucking funny.
Did I create an enemy with that?
I mean, for a period.
Damn.
Oh! Did I create an enemy out of that? For a period. Oh, that's just a lie to his face, dude. That's just a fucking lie to his face.
I didn't like you.
I'm sorry.
You're an asshole.
I'm sorry, but
I've seen the lighting differences. Yeah, so Sam being in this dark lighting was not in the actual lighting.
that's no good.
Yeah, why'd you do that to me?
I don't know. I can't even remember what your video was. So maybe I was pissed off or something. I don't know. I was trying to not have that ruse get blown though.
Right.
So maybe that had something to do with it.
That probably did.
I'm sorry. I don't remember that.
This really just makes it seem like Ian was still mad and holding a grudge against Sam for something that happened over 7 years prior. And what's really crazy is none of this would have ever come to light if Sam didn't record and release his own document.
Yep, here's the lighting differences between the two. They're in a well-lit room. Idubbbz edited Sam to look darker, to look more menacing, on purpose.
On Idubbbz in January.
The pettiness is crazy.
2022. The documentary was titled The Truth About Idubbbz, and this came almost an entire month before Ian released his doc on Sam. Sam released his first because Ian was seemingly unhappy with being punked, and it didn't look like he ever planned on releasing his footage.
He was never gonna do it.
In order to not waste 15,000.
Wait, question. Didn't Idubbbz take like correct me if I'm wrong, chat. When Sam Hyde released his version of the documentary, Idubbbz took like 6 months to upload his, right? Like, am I remembering that correctly? I feel like I'm remembering that correctly. It took like 6 months to upload his own documentary that was already worked on. And you just let this video sit there for 6 months. Jesus Christ.
In 2 weeks of his crew's time, Sam put together his own footage and released it. This documentary did incredibly well, gaining over 1 million views in just 1 week, and it currently sits at 4.3 million views. This video did not only perform well, but it also effectively pushed Idubbbz into finally releasing his own documentary on February 2nd titled Getting Away With It. It included the previous footage shown in Sam's doc with additional things like Idubbbz trying to break.
This was the dumbest shit he's ever done outside of the cuck video. This right here. The irony, post-irony fucking circle and, like, trying to break down the difference in comedy and, like, trying to show that Sam's, like, a liar and that he doesn't actually do these things or, like, he's doing it just to hide behind his veneer of, like, he's actually a horrible person, but he's hiding behind meta-irony. It's like, oh, my God. I still remember watching that, and I just rolled my eyes at this point. I was like, oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me, man.
Down Sam's comedy, and his personal thoughts during the filming process. Both documentaries are interesting, with Sam's doing a better job at humanizing everyone involved, and it shows the breakdown of the troll he pulled off. This whole interaction with Sam would do irreparable damage to Idubbbz' psyche for years to come. He would go on to be a theoretical boogeyman for Ian all the way
A theoretical boogeyman. I'm sorry. That is a legitimate boogeyman. Let's be real here.
to the current day and age. After the Sam Hyde documentary, Idubbbz would get into influencer boxing of all things. He was originally supposed to box ricegum towards the end of 2021.
I still believe to this day, even though ricegum was the one that was like, hey, like, we should box, I still think Sam Hyde is the one that influenced Ian to do that. I still think that. What the fuck? Dude! I'm sorry. Monster Hunter Wilds is re-releasing the Arch-Tempered Raid out. Bro! When is the new monsters coming in, bro?
Ian would make a video that October trying to organize a fight with him. This did seem like something that would reasonably pan out, seeing ricegum has been trying to set up a fight with Ian since he released his Content Cop episode on him years prior. Unfortunately, the boxing match never came to fruition as ricegum decided to pull out of the fight. This news would upset Idubbbz as he spent the last few months training, and he even went as far as getting LASIK eye surgery to help improve his ability to box. Not wanting to give up on the idea of competing in a boxing match, Idubbbz decided to create what is now known as Creator Clash. Creator Clash is a boxing event that features YouTubers big and small duking it out for their audience's entertainment, with Idubbbz being—
See, Idubbbz should have fought Froggy. You know what would have been a good idea? If Idubbbz just said, you know what, Froggy, if you're going to talk shit about my wife, let's box. Let's fight. No more. I'm not doing the title card with that guy. We can find another fighter for him. Me and you, baby. See, that would have been entertainment. That would have been interesting. But no, Idubbbz had the bitch out.
Being the main event. The concept behind influencer boxing events isn't an original idea, as there are plenty of organizations already dedicated to this, like Happy Punch and Misfits Boxing. The thing that—
both of these companies are essentially dead right now. They aren't doing anything. Influencer boxing is fucking dead.
Set Creator Clash apart from its—
the only person that's boxing that is a influencer is fucking Jake, and it's not even called influencer boxing. It's literally just him boxing.
Competitors was the fact that 100% of its profits would be donated to charity, at least the first time. On March 22nd, 2022, Idubbbz dropped a video announcing he would be fighting Dr. Mike and explained the—
Dr. Mike just fucking raped him. Like, I remember watching the first Creator Clash. Dr. Mike just fucking raped him. Raped him. Also, it wasn't all proceeds going to charity back in Creator Clash 1. Come on. Come on, Nick. We now know the truth, Nick.
Same at o'clock. Also, wake up.
Concept behind Creator Clash.
I have been training hard, so I don't anticipate losing to Dr. Mike. Just so we're all on the same page. This isn't a joke. This isn't a parody event. This is happening. We have a bunch of fighters involved in this event. YouTubers turned fighters, and that brings me to the topic of our fighters. We have a card of 22 people.
Creator Clash was going to be—
what the fuck is Nick doing right now? Nick is live right now. What is Nick doing?
First, and then, you know, I've said it. We'll get there.
What are you doing, Nick? What are you doing?
All right.
What is this?
As I will try and catch you. If I don't catch you, I will.
I'm sorry. I'm distracted by Nick.
I will double back.
Oh, he's making. Okay, he's doing a. Okay, he's doing a Joshua. He's doing a fucking goblin meal. He's doing a goblin meal.
Held less than 2 months after its announcement in Tampa, Florida on May 14th. All of the fighters on the roster were given a stipend to cover—
yeah, he's doing a Cobra food hack right now.
Training cost and got to work. One of the fighters, Harley—
I will not be offended if you go watch Nick do a Cobra food hack. That does look like fun.
Morenstein from Epic Mealtime decided to train with Sam Hyde. Sam originally wanted to be a fighter on the roster, but was told no and deemed a business—
that's so stupid. So stupid to deny Sam Hyde to fight as a business risk. Now, I understand that you can maybe feel that way, right? But the problem is that Happy Punch showed that no matter what, Sam Hyde could be marketable. And he had the most viral fucking moment in influencer boxing.
Business risk by Idubbbz. Regardless of that fact, he still helped train Harley and wanted to attend the event to support him on the night of his fight.
I really believe it was just Ian being petty.
He would spend over $10,000 on ringside tickets for himself and the MDE crew. Idubbbz waited until—
this is the biggest problem with Ian, is that he truly believes that, like, the quote-unquote actual influencers, like the fucking Ludwigs of the world and the Hassans of the world and all these fucking people, are actual creators. Look, in my fingers here, because they are not problematic. Real creators are normal people that aren't corporatized fucking weirdos that will just not say what they want to say and will just try their hardest to, like, get all demographics of people to like them. It's insanity to me that Anisa and Idubbbz were just like, I want to be friends with these people. They're fucking boring. Why would you want to be friends with these people?
Sam and his crew traveled all the way to Florida a day before the event to tell them they wouldn't be allowed in and tried to refund their tickets.
We go outside of the venue and there he is, Anisa, Ian, and some other promoter guys out there. They're waiting for us.
Harley doesn't want to cause a problem for Idubbbz. Neither do we.
I feel like he might have said something like, if you don't take care of the situation, you're not fighting. Something like that. That's my crazy.
That's interesting.
Crazy part of my mind.
I would imagine.
I forgot that Sam said that during the Brandon Buckingham thing. Has Harley confirmed that? Has Harley confirmed that Idubbbz might have threatened Harley to not to box at Creator Clash 1 or 2 if Sam Hyde stepped foot into the building?
That was the same thing, and Harley just wants to protect his own interest. You know what I'm saying?
Crazy part of my mind is thinking that something like that was said.
That's what it looked like.
I know that's him like speculating, but that would be interesting if Harley came forward about that.
That's really what it looked like. So we're talking to him, and we're trying to reason. Here was Ian's A plan. He knew about the tickets before we pulled up. He was going to ban all of Sam's tickets. He was going to refund them, and none of us could come in. And it was going to be a surprise for when we first got there.
Yeah, he was going to wait until I was in Tampa to spring that news on me.
That was his gift to you. That was his nice surprise gift.
Yeah, haha, made you come to Tampa.
Ian insisted that they were there to troll a charity event no matter how much Sam denied the claims.
I fucking hate the charity event defense. Holy shit. I still get like fucking angry hearing those words. Oh, they're gonna troll a charity event. They ruined a charity event. You guys are taking the money out of the fucking kids with cancer. Oh my god, I fucking hate it. I hate it so fucking much because it was never a charity event.
Sam would be outright banned from the venue, but thankfully the rest of the MDE crew were still allowed in to show their support for Harley. Despite this minor drama, Creator Clash would go on to be massively successful, selling over 10,000 seats and over 100,000 pay-per-views. The event was able to generate over $1.3 million for charity, which is an incredible accomplishment.
It is. Creator Clash 1 went off without a hitch. Went off without a hitch.
The Idubbbz story is such a disappointing fall. Like, how do you go from being the guy that did the Tana stunt to the being more bland and milquetoast than a typical vlog channel?
I don't know, man. I still genuinely believe, like, people are like, oh, you can't keep blaming Anisa, but it's like, bro, like, if you know Anisa's history and, like, how she treats other people and, like, what she wanted out of a man, which is, like, gold dig off of him, like,
this is extortion!
I blame Anisa more than I care to admit.
A cuck charity event.
But, like, I can't just blame Anisa because he is a grown man that is able to make his own fucking decisions. And his decisions have landed him here. Here, of all places.
Additionally, each fighter was given a nearly $30,000 bonus. Combine that with their initial stipend, and they
there we go
earned anywhere between.
Does Nick bring up the fact that the fighters were saying that that it was all for charity, that none of them were getting paid? I really hope Nick got that part.
$40,000 and $50,000 for their participation. Even though Idubbbz lost his fight to Dr. Mike, he did not lose his interest in boxing. He would upload a video a little over a week after Creator Clash, giving his thoughts on his fight and announcing he was interested in doing it again for Creator Clash 2.
Learn the most from your losses. And I learned a fuck ton from this loss. So I'm excited because I do feel like I'm a better fighter after this loss. And I'm ready to try it again as long as you guys want to see me fight again.
After this, the Idubbbz channel would go dormant for the rest of the year, only uploading 2 more times, once in November and once in December. January 2023 would roll around, and Idubbbz would finally drop a video announcing Creator Clash 2, this time with a bigger venue and more.
This bitch right here, dude. Oh my god, Alana Pierce. I fucking hated Alana during the Creator Clash drama. I hated Myth during the Creator Clash drama. I hated Dad. Oh my god, I hated so many of these motherfuckers, man. Especially Alana. God, Alana was the worst fucking PR for them.
More fighters. One of the most sought-after fights on the card was Froggy Fresh vs. ChrisTheNarc. Froggy was an old-school YouTube legend many people were excited to see in the ring.
I was excited to see Froggy.
Not only was he one of the biggest draws to the event, but he was also one of the biggest promoters for it as well. He went on multiple podcasts spreading the word and really did a decent job.
While no one else did anything. While Harley and Froggy were the only ones promoting the event, everyone else just said nothing.
Building hype around his fight.
Up until we started shitting on the event.
Fortunately, just 3 weeks before Creator Clash 2, one of Froggy's attempts to draw more attention to his fight seemingly got him removed from the card. He would post a video on Twitter, jokingly stating if he lost his fight, he would be so ashamed of himself that he would subscribe to Anisa's OnlyFans.
So this is the other thing that people tend to like either leave out or don't really want to extrapolate deeper on, is the Chris Raygun part. So I understand that Chris was going to be boxing Froggy. They were basically like, same height, same weight, all this stuff. But the thing that people tend to forget is that Froggy using Anisa's OnlyFans against Chris, in my opinion, most likely triggered Anisa to remember all the stuff in regard to how she treated Ian and how she wanted to bang and be with Chris Raygun but couldn't be with him. I think that's what happened, but that's just me.
April 15th.
That's just a game theory. What did a lot of peers do? Being an annoying bitch and constantly hide behind, oh, it's just a charity. Why are you attacking a charity? She was one of the bitches doing that.
If I don't hurt you beyond what anybody could have imagined, I will be so disappointed in myself that I will subscribe to Anisa's OnlyFans.
This greatly upset the Jomhas. You would think, since Ian has stated he thinks Anisa doing OnlyFans is really cool, and he's fine with people subscribing to her, that Frog—
Well, hold on. It's because, realistically, he didn't like the fact that OnlyFans was being used as a joke. Didn't she also have some bad controversy about God of War? Yeah, she said she wrote on God of War Ragnarok. Then when she got called out on it, didn't actually write on God of War Ragnarok, tried to hide it, and now Harmful Opinions is just fucking her brains out on that.
Froggy's joke wouldn't have been taken so seriously.
Shout out the gay Riddler.
However, it was taken seriously, and 2 days after Froggy posted that video, the Creator Clash Twitter would announce he would no longer be fighting. This caused a massive stir amongst the community and an outpouring of support from fans for Froggy to be put back on the card. Larger
You have no idea how many people were screaming from the rooftops.
creators like Moist Critical, Some Ordinary Gamers, and Gideon offered hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of charity donations.
I do remember that. There were so many people we got involved. There was so many people that got involved, dude. Like, so many people. Love or hate Muda. But, like, Muda, Charlie, and Gideon all at the same time offering money to get Froggy back on the card because they think it's bullshit. This was, like, the worst PR. These are 3 huge creators.
If Froggy was put back on the card. Even with their offers, Anisa and Ian still ultimately decided to keep Froggy banned from Creator Clash. The pair did their best to ignore the brewing drama and instead focused on—
They did not do that well. They did not do well. They did not do well to ignore it. Privately, they were pissed.
On their charity event. Creator Clash 2 followed the same charity model as the first one, except this time, Ian and Anisa spent way more money on the event in an attempt to make it more like VidCon. This isn't a conspiracy theory
Which is the dumbest decision these motherfuckers have ever done.
or anything. They flat out said this on the H3 podcast following the success of the first event, as well as a few other interesting things. Ian and Anisa claim the real main focus of—
She also made a video about how kids— Yes, I remember going over that. Holy shit, Gears. Holy shit, I forgot she did that. She also made a video how having kids is a disability. I remember that. She got upset that she couldn't— This is a lot of Pierce I'm talking about. She got upset that she couldn't finish Elden Ring because she considers having children a disability. I forgot about that. It was a situational disability. Holy shit.
This is extortion!
I forgot she
Chris
did
Raygun
that.
is somewhat a better modern Idubbbz than Ian himself, and the former has his own share of problems.
I
Hell,
forgot
he's a
she
better
did
man
that.
In comparison.
Holy shit. Wow, you just unlocked a memory in my head, dude.
Creator Clash is getting people paid, and the charity is just a mere aspect of the event. The two of them would even make the insane claim that they were inspired to do this by Jake Paul.
You want to do it again?
Not an insane claim. Here's why. They would go to the Jake Paul events. Not an insane claim because Jake Paul's people started getting involved. I won't tell you anymore. Just know, I don't know. I've had this shirt forever, Spawn. Probably.
Yeah. I see.
I do not wear it. I literally, people were like, Chris promised to go live today, and I was like, fuck, I did. So I just went live with the shirt I was in. I don't wear this in public, bro.
If it works out, then we can do that, and there could always be a charity aspect to it. You know, but I think the main goal is just to get the people paid who are in.
By the way, shout out Spawn Dial for buying a Tesla. Shout out Spawn. To be honest, Spawn Dial and me were talking about Teslas, and I got very close to getting one. But then I remembered the Bo Black's curse. And as a creator, you shouldn't own a Tesla.
Involved in making it happen.
It smacked me across the face. I was like, you know, I can afford this, but I want to make sure I want to be able to afford way more other things too.
And rather than making exorbitant amounts of money.
So your goal is to build an institution of sorts, this creator clash where you can have
it's
people.
fun.
There's a champion every year.
Yeah, it's a party.
Interesting.
It's like a way more exciting VidCon, or like I want it
Interesting.
to be like influencers can like care about this and fans can care about this and like watch it. And
who like genuinely, how did they think this was a good idea? When you really like fundamentally think about it, who would be excited to go to an event run by Anisa, like an after party, with a bunch of the most milquetoast fucking content creators on the platform? Why would you do that? Wasn't Spondau the person Leia Something accused of stalking them because they had a Mustang? Yes. Leia Something's retarded. Literally retarded. Like, actually the biggest fucking dipshit on planet Earth. Fucking Spondau mogged her, and he didn't even do anything wrong.
have like a build up, like maybe parties before and like stuff like
because we've
total mogging by Spondau.
gone to like
He didn't even do anything.
the last Jake Paul event, and it was crazy the amount of influencers that were there. Excited to see it. They weren't all my cup of tea.
Sure.
But it was exciting. Everyone wanted to be there.
In an attempt to make Creator Clash 2 more like VidCon, Ian and Anisa would spend an exorbitant amount of money on totally unnecessary things. For starters, they rented out an entire hotel for over 300 creators to stay in, costing well over $100.
This was, I don't understand this. All these creators are millionaires. Why are you buying them a hotel? Shouldn't you be doing that for the fighters or their family? Why are we blocking off a hotel just for the creators? They're millionaires. You invited nothing but rich fucking content creators to show up other than Froggy and Caseytron. Like
$150,000. They flew
and
in-
Jake Doolittle, apparently. I heard Jake Doolittle was there. The knee surgery guy.
And Twitch streamers like Hassan Piker, Denims, Froggy, and many, many others just to watch the event. They also hosted multiple before and...
Yeah, Caseytron was flown out to the event and given a hotel. Caseytron. Have you seen how ugly that bitch is? Has anyone seen what Caseytron looks like? I hate Caseytron, bro. All my homies hate Caseytron. Look how ugly this bitch is. Look at this. Look at this disgusting creature. This is not even the most recent photo of her. This is when she started, like, degrading. Oh, here's a good one. Here you go. There you go. See, getting fatter. Getting fatter. Fat fuck.
After parties, one of them being a red carpet gala award show with a hired comedian and performers. They even paid for and flew out Getty images to capture all of this. If it's not very apparent, Creator Clash 2 was designed to be a glorified clout party for a bunch of influencers to rub shoulders with one another. Because of all these ridiculous expenses and the Froggy...
Caseytron is built like... I don't know, man. I think the middle schooler is actually a good fucking analogy. A middle school teacher. I think it's a good analogy. Like the shitty. No, she's built like a middle school lunch lady. If I had to like go even deeper than that, it's a middle school lunch lady. You know, like the ugly one that like gives you that extra food because they're fat and they think you need to eat more. It's like one of those people.
Breast drama, the event was a tremendous failure. Not only
I agree with the middle school teacher vibe, but I think lunch lady makes more sense.
only did Ian lose another fight, Creator Class 2 also lost over $250,000 and not a single penny was able to be donated to charity. Idubbbz would make his audience privy to this information in a video he posted.
300 flights, averaging 1K per flight, 300,000. Yep, 300,000 for the flights, plus the money for the hotel, plus the venue, plus the comedian, the catered food, the open bar, all this shit. Imagine that. They didn't have any money. They were $500,000 in the hole before all of this.
6 weeks after the event titled The Truth About Creator Clash 2.
And they did this because they kept getting shit from everybody.
Creator Clash 2, despite it being...
The only reason Ian and Anisa did this is because they knew we were going to find out.
A fun event, and despite good fights and a lot of creators sacrificing a lot of time, money, and energy, we lost $250,000 on the event. The way that this typically works for anyone who's unaware is that once our expenses are paid off for the event, like all the minimums of broadcasting, the hotel, travel, all that sort of stuff,
Once that's all paid off, then we can start paying.
No, I know. They said that the event, according to Harley, was going to like sell more tickets. The after show, the after event was going to sell more tickets. The thing that you didn't market whatsoever, that you just told your friends privately that you were running and the creators were running it. How was anyone supposed to know that there was an after gala that you could buy tickets for? They never talked about it. It's such bullshit.
The charity.
You know what they could have done? They could have done an auction for like YouTuber merch and done an auction with all their rich friends and said, oh, here's Ego Raptor's famous hat. Starting and bidding at $500 to $1,000. And they could have had people pay the admission to go to the after event to hang out with these creators and also bet on the auction. That would make way more fucking sense than some dumb fucking award show that Anisa wanted to put on to feel important.
Unfortunately, we didn't even reach the break-even point, right? We're $250,000 in the red.
In this video, Idubbbz puts most of the blame on Creator Clash 2's failure on pirated streams.
Privately, they were blaming commentary creators, but okay.
He then
a lot of people don't know that much.
mentions the hotel he rented out.
They also said millions of streams, millions of pirated streams that somehow killed their input, that it killed the amount of money that they were going to make. Dude, a lot of people didn't even show up to the event because you fucked over Froggy. That's your fault.
Out in the parties he threw and claims they were entirely necessary and he wouldn't have changed his decisions.
Well, he said he wanted to decompress after the fight.
If we didn't book the creator hotel when we did, I don't think we would have had nearly as many creators.
Yeah, imagine Ian doing this, right? Comes to find out a couple of years later that they were $500K in the hole. Before that, Ian is lying to you. He's lying to his audience. He's lying to all of these people. All of them. All of them. Saying, well, pirating really fucked us over. You were $500,000 in the fucking hole, you idiot. This isn't our fault. This isn't the people that pirated the fucking fight's fault. That's your fault for not taking that into account.
Creators show up to show support, and our pay-per-view numbers actually could have been hurt by that. We also had events the day before the fight and the day after the fight so that, you know, fighters and friends and family could come together and process their trauma. That was sort of paramount for me because the first year we did the fight and then I went to bed. I got the shit kicked out of me by Dr. Mike, and then I went to bed, and then I woke up, the hotel was empty, and then I got on a flight and traveled 5 hours with my face completely swollen back to Seattle, and I was like, that was cool. That was so worth it. There was nothing.
So being $500,000 in the hole and then lying about it, kicking a guy from the card, ruining your own event, was that worth it? Just to put on a gala so that you and your wife can decompress and just hang out with all your rich buddies? Like, which one was more worth it in the long run? Putting on a very successful event and going home satisfied, or being $500,000 in the hole, losing $250,000 in charity money, and overspending to the point where the gala got found out? Which one?
There's no process.
Ads are auto, Ludwig. I do it for the love of the craft, but ad revenue is ad revenue.
Processing my trauma. There was no talking to anyone and relating about the experience afterward. Everyone was gone, and that shit felt awful.
Do not get photos of them. Leave them be. Don't touch the poo.
So, yeah, some of these things that might
do not touch the poo.
Seem extraneous, in my opinion, were entirely necessary, and I wouldn't change it for the world.
The Kids Cancer Foundation didn't receive a donation, but at least Ian and his friends got to go to multiple parties and their own made-up award show for all of their influencer friends they flew out. A couple months after Creator Clash 2 failed, Idubbbz would host a 24-hour stream raising money for charity in an attempt to make up for not raising any money previously. He had donation goals where he would do different things like shave his mustache or go bald, depending on how much money was raised. This was the infamous livestream his wife Anisa humiliated him by sharing the fact he has IBS.
Also, they shouted out Keffels in this. Everyone forgets that.
And constantly shits himself.
This is where we should have known that Ian and Anisa were fucking lefty losers, man, is when they shouted out Keffels, man. We should have known. We should have known. We should have known that he was going to go over to the Hassan side. We should have known.
I just want to ask him if you've always been shitting your pants.
No.
Because since I've known you, you've always had like IBS. You've always been shitting yourself.
Yeah, well.
She did this for no reason in front of thousands of people. This is incredibly embarrassing for Ian, and it did not help the already poor image he was developing. On top of that, he was already struggling with tanking his reputation from the 2 videos he posted before, the harsh,
which was the one that was basically a content cop against Froggy Fresh.
Truth about Creator Clash 2. The first video he posted after the event was on May 3rd, 2023, titled Addressing the Froggy Fresh Drama. By this point, almost 2 months had already passed since the Froggy drama came and went. It's clear Ian chose to wait until all of the controversy died down to finally address the drama. This was done intentionally.
It did not help. It actually made things worse.
In order to avoid the immense amount of negative backlash he would have received if he addressed it while it was happening. It's an incredibly cowardly
I'm not gonna lie, he still got an immense negative backlash when that video went out.
Thing to do, and the video was still rightfully received very poorly. During the video, Idubbbz would reveal the main reason Froggy was removed from Creator Clash 2 was because he was being trained by the boogeyman, Sam Hyde. It appears the mere thought of—
Remember when they kept saying, we don't care that Froggy's training with him? Everyone also forgets that part. Anisa and Ian acknowledged that Froggy was training with Sam, and they were like, whatever, like, he'll just train with Sam. We don't care who he trains with, yada, yada, yada. And then, boom, now it's a problem. Now it's a problem. Now Sam Hyde's a problem.
Potentially being trolled by Sam again was enough for Idubbbz to have this massive overreaction and remove Froggy from the card. Ian paints Froggy out to be a bad person that was trashing Ian and the event before he was removed from the card. He does this by showing out-of-context clips of Froggy after he was removed.
Anyone who's under the impression that Froggy has been like reasonable and chill and respectful through this whole process, he hasn't been. He's been a piece of shit. I'm not happy with how he's behaved. He's talked mad shit about me.
Ian doesn't want people who are bigger and more talented than him.
Man, I wonder why he talked mad shit about you after the fact that you kicked him from the card for something retarded. This video was so fucking disingenuous in how it was presented. He's like, yeah, Froggy's been like chill. Like, Froggy wasn't being chill. He was being mean to me. Man, I wonder why he was being mean to you, Idubbbz. I wonder why he was shit talking you. I wonder why he thought you were a loser and going on all the streams. Froggy was in my chat at one point. Froggy was in Nick's. He was in Augie's. He was in not Augie. Augie wasn't around. My bad. He was in everyone's stream chats. He followed every person that was pro Froggy because you fucked him over. No shit, he's gonna shit on you. And Ian makes it out like, oh, I don't know why Froggy was shitty to me. I wonder why.
Staging him. That's what it is.
Anisa.
Ian's masculinity had been completely removed via Anisa.
Participants of the event.
This is really a lot of weird, tender, soft people. Creator Clash people are real, like, these type of people. You know what I mean?
The event itself.
This is really like the patty cake league for like social media boxing. You know?
He's literally right, though. Like, I don't see a problem with him saying this is like the patty cake version of influencer boxing. It is. None of your fighters actually trained that we are aware of, other than like Harley and a handful of others. Fucking Matt from Super Mega got his ass beat by Dad. Most of the fights were done pretty quickly. Like, dude, it was obvious. Like, none of you were actually trained. It's not like a Jake Paul or a KSI fight. Like, he's right.
He doesn't like the culture of Creator Clash, and he mentioned that.
And Chris Raygun and all these people, it's like some big ethot worshiping party at these things. And I don't get it. I don't get what all this shit is all about. Like, everybody's there to worship ethos or fucking ethot or like touching ethot's titty or pussy.
To be honest, I thought it was quite the gift to you that we kick you off the card.
All of these clips of Froggy bad-mouthing Ian came after Froggy was removed,
yes,
and not before,
Nick!
like Ian claims. Doing this is incredibly disingenuous and purposely done to further Ian's narrative that Froggy deserved to be removed from the card. This whole video is bad, and a majority of his audience didn't agree with his decisions. The video following immediately after this one was
This is where he got raped by everybody, and then he has to come out and be like, guys, I regret everything I've ever done. I'm a piece of shit. My life is over. I'm gonna completely disavow everything. I'm gonna go on the Surfs podcast and talk about I have to pay Jinx reparations. I love that so much. I love the Jinx reparations one. I love it. Ian, I think you should pay Jinx reparations. Hey, Ian, you made a video on Francesca Ramsey, and you were mean to her. Oh, I don't remember doing that. I'm so sorry. I'm very sorry to you, Francesca. Ian never made a video on Francesca Ramsey. She just made shit up. She thought that Ian was Chris Raygun.
arguably even worse. I Miss the Old Idubbbz was released on May 18th, just about 2 weeks after he addressed the Froggy drama. Inside this video,
he went on the black girl. What's the black girl's name for the Surfs? She went on somebody who is a member of the Surfs. She has like her own channel.
Idubbbz claims he feels the need to apologize for his past content because it was cruel. He highlights the Content Cop series in particular, and even offers an apology to everyone he made a video on, especially Tana mongeau.
I have made some cruel, hurtful content, and I need to acknowledge that, and I'm...
You're a pathetic fucking waste of space.
Really sorry that it's taken me this long to acknowledge it. The content I'm talking about specifically are Content Cop videos, and videos...
This is jarring to listen to again, with the H3 Content Cop that dropped later on. This is like jarring now. Because he's like, I made very hurtful, horrible content. I'm a terrible person. You know, going after people is a horrible thing to do. And then he does one on Ethan. When you watch this shit back to back to back to back to back in a video, kind of changes the perspective, in my opinion, on how you should view Idubbbz during the Hassan Ethan stuff.
Where I was just generally criticizing people for very lackluster...
If you're dick riding Ian.
...reasons, and, you know, obviously didn't have any accountability online whatsoever on my end. I was morally grandstanding and acting as if I'm any better than any of these people that I was making Content Cop videos on, and I'm not. I'm a human. I'm a real human who makes mistakes, and, you know, I make a different set of mistakes than the people I was making videos on, but it doesn't matter. I don't think anyone deserves that level of cruelty or hate. I'm sorry to everyone that I made Content Cop videos on. I still don't like the majority of you, and that's fine, but I can recognize that you did not deserve the hate and harassment that I sent your way. I particularly want to apologize to Tana. Tana, I'm sorry. I should have never made that video. I harassed Tana in person and then harassed her online, and that's deplorable behavior.
He also apologized for his use of slurs and detailed a story of meeting a fan that made him feel like his past content was bigoted.
One year I was at a convention and a bunch of fans were, you know, wanting pictures, and this particular fan came up to me and said, I know you probably don't like transgender people, but can I, you know, get a picture? That smacked me in the face. I was like, oh, holy shit. Why would you think that? But I mean, it was fairly obvious.
Hold on. I just found something. I found something on Nick's comment section. I just want to read this to you guys. These are the kinds of people that are defending Idubbbz now, by the way. Talk about disingenuous framing. What timestamp is that? Oh, we're about to be there. 1:15:22. True, Ethan did not directly say that their son crawled in dog poop, but he explicitly stated that his son and his wife contracted a disease, Giardia, I think, which only be transmitted through poop. After the live statement was made by CPS was unjustifiably called. Ooh. I like Idubbbz and still like him. You're a ugly bitch. Look at you. Your forehead's the size of a fucking continent, you whore.
And video.
Let's keep reading real quick. Okay. Let's go here. Where are we? Let's one more. I don't want to get distracted by the comments, but like I've always considered him to be very down to earth. Oof. Intelligent and objective. I know not everyone agrees, though, and that's okay. Has he made mistakes? Sure. But I don't think that's the reason to hate him. Plus, Ethan and Elon need to be called out. The stuff with Sam Hyde, though, was pretty shitty, in my opinion. How do you agree with the messaging of the video and then go, well, Ethan and Hila still deserved it? Like,
this is extortion!
Chris, you should grow a mullet.
Oh, you fucking bald bitch.
I was being cruel, hateful, bigoted, and being very uncaring about people's feelings.
At one point, Idubbbz references a clip from a podcast he did with Anthony Padilla. On this podcast, he called his audience basement-dwelling incels. He doesn't apologize for ostracizing his fan base, but instead weirdly kind of doubles down on his statement.
There is a clip from this interview that's been floating around the internet, and it's me calling my fans antisocial and basement dwellers, and I was like, I didn't like, you know, interacting with my fans. I just want to be clear, like, that was my realization. I think a lot of
Dude met 2 fans in person and thinks that's every single fan in his audience.
People are like, of course that happened. Is because you were creating that culture and you were...
No, I would like to argue the fact that not everybody is like a basement-dwelling fucking loser that watches commentary content, contrary to popular belief. Autistic, definitely. But like not every one of them are like basement dwellers. They're just people that like to watch drama, which is a normal thing. There is a whole genre of movies, television, live TV, scripted television that is making boatloads off of drama and criticism. You met 2 weird people, and you assume that all of your fans are like that. Like, you're an idiot.
attracting those people. And it's like, yes, I know. I know now. I didn't know before. It was my realization upon, meeting more and more fans that I was like, oh shit, you guys are struggling. It was easy for me to identify them struggling when they were outside of my body. But the antisocial basement dwelling inside.
I'm so sorry. I forgot that he said, you're struggling. You're struggling. You're an unfit person. Wow. I forgot that he said that. He's just generalizing his whole audience right now of 7 million people.
Cell that was inside here, I couldn't acknowledge that. I couldn't recognize that. So I needed the mirror to be held up to me.
He wraps the video up with the insane claim that he finally
I forgot he said that.
He learned the ability to feel empathy at the age of 32.
I think only in these past couple of years have I gained the ability empathy, and I'm very ashamed.
Look, it's a power up. I love that line like so much.
To admit that.
I remember when I showed my roommate this clip, like literally just him saying I gained the ability of empathy at 30.
I know the guy who ate hair isn't telling PPA their weird lamau.
Yeah, I know. But like my favorite thing was showing my roommate this video. Like he just couldn't believe what I was telling him, but I showed him that one clip and he was like, all I heard was a, oh my God, just come out of his mouth. He was so depressed.
It sounds really pathetic to say at the age of 32, I've acquired.
Sounds really pathetic. It is pathetic.
Empathy.
Not really pathetic. It's the most pathetic thing ever.
But I have, and I've realized it because I just like can't help myself but like feel for other people's pain and suffering now.
This video was divisive, with most of his audience disagreeing with him apologizing for the content cops. A massive majority of content cops were made on people that rightfully deserved it. Even Tana mongeau responded by saying she didn't need an apology and that the content cop changed her for the better.
And I guess he posted this apology video apologizing for like a bunch of things he did in the past, one of them being the video he made with me or like to me or something. And I was like, damn, like I just never expected that. And I don't know how I feel about it, because like, and I don't know how to say this. I'm not talking about anything in regards of the things he said, but I'm more so just talking about like his actions to me, like, him showing up to my show, him kind of putting me on blast, him inevitably making me kind of canceled and lose subscribers and have to apologize and all that type of stuff. I kind of think I'd like deserved that. And maybe that's like dark, like to say.
That's not dark. That's a good thing. Here's how it's good. When your flaws are shown to you as an individual, you have two options in the event that your flaws are shown. Okay, when your flaws are put out for the world to see or that you are to understand this, okay, you either do one of two things. You learn from it, you grow, recognize the faults that you were doing at that time, and be a better person. Or you do what Ian does and regress and just keep beating yourself up over it and never really growing, learning, or changing, and then blaming everyone else around you.
Anisa and her husband
Those are
have
the
been
only
better
two
at making
options you
anti-therapy
have.
Propaganda than the millions of dollars Scientology has spent on it.
That's literally the only two options you as an adult have. In that moment, Tana chose growth. Tana chose to be better. Ian chose to wallow in it and hate himself and not just accept and move on. That's the problem. Shogun is just horny in chat.
But like, I don't feel like I'm owed an apology. And maybe that's because I've accepted it.
She's too blonde for me, bro. She's like too blonde basic, dude. I can't do the basic blonde shit. I can't do it.
So much that like people always ask me if you could go back in time and like make that never happen, like would you? And I always say no, because I feel like at the time it was obviously a very Oscar goes cry. You heard him. Like it was a very dark time period of my life when it came to like self-reflection and trying to figure shit out. And like I think I would be a completely different person if I didn't have that. I think it like I was on track to just be so on my high horse and like egotistical and like nothing could go wrong, that something going wrong gave me such a dose of reality that like this might not last forever. Like you need to be held accountable for actions. I don't know, like it made me do so much necessary growth. And I think it also changed the entire trajectory of my career in life. Like I don't even think canceled would be here if like I didn't get canceled a bunch to end.
Hold on. I just got sent something. What is this? Why was I sent this?
that was kind of the start of that.
It's okay for Ian to apologize for his use of slurs and
I'm just trying to see if I could show it.
Want to grow into a more mature person.
I don't know. Hold on. I'm gonna deafen you guys and I'm gonna listen to this. All right. I want to see what it is. Oh no. Hold on. All right. Nope. It's not okay. It's nothing serious. It was just funny. It was just funny. It was just funny. It was just funny. Yeah. Okay. I got permission. So fucking Diesel just sent me something. Hold on. We're gonna open this real quick.
Diesel.
The Boglin himself was cameoed for FPS Diesel.
Diesel, heard you're feeling kind of down. Missing leg day, sorry to hear it. But don't give up, keep kicking ass. Your friend Kat wants to see you hitting gym leg day so you can do the PRs for your next Spartan race. You're a man, you're a god, you got this.
This is so gay.
Fuck off with the trolls and the sickos. They can all suck a bag of dead mongoose dicks.
I was really hoping it was about Cameron, if I'm being honest. Could somebody pay Boglin to like roast Cameron? That'd be great. Hold on, Shogun. Don't slander the gothic bad boy. He's not a pedophile. He's just a weirdo. Okay.
People took more offense.
He is the only there's only a handful of lolcows that have no pedophilia allegations, and the Goblin is one of them.
At the fact he was bastardizing his old content and making it out to be something it absolutely wasn't.
Dude, what we need to do, whoever pays the Goblin next, ask him to roast Cameron. Ask him to roast Cameron.
One other thing I found interesting that Ian said in this video was that he was insecure about his ability to make
pedophile weirdo. What's the difference?
Interesting or entertaining content.
I am very insecure.
Okay, for now, true. For now. Okay.
About my ability to create interesting content or like entertain. It's gotten better over the years, but it's something that I have struggled with constantly.
Andy Ditchcott talking to kids. Why am I not shocked by that? The dude has a diaper fetish. Like,
the whole reason
shocking that Andy Ditch got caught talking to children.
Idubbbz channel was successful and gained
I'm so shocked.
Millions of subscribers was because Ian was in fact interesting and entertaining. The concepts behind Kickstarter crap, bad unboxing, and content cop weren't exactly groundbreaking, but Ian's personality and creativity made them something special. The problem with his content post-2022 is the lack of personality. It's almost like he's phoning it in now. Add that with the cuck and
I wouldn't even say phoning it in. It's just like he lost his love. He lost like who he was. Like, the reason that people do content creation, and this is like more for me, right? This is kind of like how I look at it, right? It's like, I find this fun. I find this fun for me, right? If I'm not having fun, if I'm not covering something that I don't care about, you know, and I know, and I don't want to talk about it because I literally can't care. So why the fuck would you care, right? I find this entertaining for me. He lost his heart. His heart isn't in it. He's just doing it to do it. He's not doing it because he finds it fun to do anymore. That's like the sad part when you really think about it. He doesn't have any hunger. He doesn't have any drive. He doesn't have like anything else. It's crazy. Yeah, we love covering ACC potential pedophiles and groomers. Good for mental health. Yeah, that's on you for having mental health problems, weak bitch.
Allegations because of his wife, his fear of Sam Hyde, failing a charity event, and ostracizing a giant chunk of his fans from his comments, it's not a surprise a majority of his audience has abandoned him at this point. After his apology video, he started making things like ranking Cheez-Its and ranking playground equipment, which both struggled to break.
These videos were so bad. This video is just like utter trash. Like, I hate this video. I hate this video with like everything that I have deep inside my fucking soul, dude. I hate this fucking video.
200,000 views. I know that's still a lot, but for Idubbbz' channel standards, this was poor. He has over 7 million subscribers, and his old tier list videos used to pull millions of views each. Another video he made at the start of 2024 was a pseudo content cop style video.
Hey, I covered that
on ChrisTheNarcs. You know,
I had to defend my boy ChrisTheNarc. He's got the narc name, dude.
The guy that hounds people to put their shopping carts back in the return like a decent human being instead of leaving them in the middle of the road or parking spaces. It's already a weird thing to complain about. Seeing ChrisTheNarcs is honestly a net positive, but some of the gripes Ian had with these videos were just unreal. For example, Idubbbz thought being called lazy for not returning your cart was one of the most hurtful things ever.
There's a lot of
bro, I forgot that was a fucking talking point. He was like, it's really hurtful that this guy goes up to random people and just says, you're lazy, lazy bones, lazy bones. It's really hurtful. What if that person's having a bad day and they're just being lazy that one time? It's like, shut the fuck up.
people who say like, yeah, this ain't so bad. The ChrisTheNarc, he's hitting people with the white people insults. What's so wrong with that? It's like, dude.
Yes. What is wrong with that?
Dude, if someone called you lazy bones, would you not feel fucking awful? Especially.
No, because I'm a grown adult that puts his cart away. I put it in the corral. I don't leave it in a parking spot for some poor elderly woman to come out of her car and push it out herself and put it away. Like, I don't, just put your cart back, you lazy fuck. Like, what did it, wait, someone at Judson, nice name, bro. He called laziness a disability? Holy shit, I forgot did he actually say that? It's been forever since I covered the ChrisTheNarc thing.
If you're being lazy, that shit is like a level 9 white people insult. Those hurt.
Okay, and?
Ian is nailing the Discord groomer look.
What the hell happened to this guy? Only someone who leaves their carts in the road or parking spaces would get offended by this content. I think one of the greatest examples of Ian's lack of personality.
Now, this is a thing that I found really interesting, okay? I'm gonna, like, fucking I'm gonna be speculating wildly here, okay? Did anyone watch the Big Bungie Idubbbz video before it got taken down on YouTube? Did you watch it in his Patreon, on his Rumble? Did any of you watch that video? Please tell me you did. Please tell me you did. It was a masterclass video on Idubbbz. Better than anyone else's videos. I'll glaze Big Bungie. I don't care. There's a point in that video, if you remember, where he talks about this specific video, him hanging out with his friends. This is Idubbbz hanging out with Shad and Max for their Cold One episode, something everyone's been looking forward to forever. Big Bungie puts out an allegation, and apparently, according to Bungie, he has insiders that told him that Idubbbz was showing them Hassan content and trying to get them to be more progressive. And that's why this video became awkward, because he tried doing all this before this video. Think about that. Now, again, wild speculation and allegation made by Big Bungie. The thing is, though, is that Big Bungie was correct a lot of the Creator Clash stuff. And it sounds like he has an insight to the Idubbbz camp. So I'm not ruling it out. I'm not ruling it out. I'm not ruling it out. Listen, would you be shocked if that was true? Would you be shocked? Because I wouldn't. I wouldn't be shocked. I wouldn't. I would, like, if that came out later, oh man, I wouldn't be shocked.
Was his appearance on Cold Ones, where he was reunited with Max and Chad on June 6th, 2020.
This is before he didn't go to Max's wedding or after. I believe this is before the wedding. Maybe I'm incorrect.
The atmosphere between these three old friends is just awkward. Idubbbz seemingly had no energy, and it really feels like he has just become a shell of himself. Surprisingly, he would address the Cold One's appearance on the podcast he does with Anisa called She Ruined My Career. The title of the podcast is supposed to be a joke, but at this point, it seems more like the harsh reality of his situation.
Yes, Nick!
I record with Max and Chad. That is much closer to how I behave in real life. And
I don't believe that. I don't believe you could be like that fucking weird, dude.
And I feel really bad.
I have a weird feeling that you were trying to get Max and Chad to do something that they were like, bro, like Hassan's crazy. Like I don't fuck with this content. And you got weirded out that they didn't like it and you felt uncomfortable, and then you became more uncomfortable for the shoot. I believe that way more than what you're saying here.
That I didn't. I mean, it's a good experiment. I'm glad I did it, but I really wish that I had known that that energy is, I think, kind of needed for something like a Cold Ones video, which is a little bit more like, if you're not going to be outwardly like loud and active, like you got to make up for it a little bit with some crazy behavior, like shaving your eyebrows and your head.
This podcast is yet another boring project Ian has undertaken. It's really
this project. I keep saying it just gets worse. This is like the worst decision that they ever made. But like, I'm gonna keep a buck. All the other times that I said that this is the worst decision Ian's ever made and Anisa's ever made pales in fucking comparison to this podcast. I have no idea how PPP and Andy Worski sit through this dog shit and edit out the most interesting parts of it. I don't know how you do it. I give Andy and PPP so much fucking credit that they can sit through this boring fucking podcast of two insufferable people that don't know jack fucking shit about anything. The most recent one, do you want to know what the most recent one was? If you haven't watched the Kino Casino podcast about it, I mean the Kino Casino Clips channel about it, I'll summarize it. Anisa tries to say that Lord of the Rings is Muslim coded and 9/11 coded. Those movies were shot before 9/11. That book was written before 9/11. Those books were written before 9/11. She tried to say the orcs are Muslim and 9/11 coded. Like how people say orcs are black people. The entire race of the orcs and goblins are Muslim coded. I'm not kidding. I'm not fucking kidding. That is a real statement Anisa made. It's so bad. It's so bad. Because it's like their first time watching Lord of the Rings and they're trying to bring in politics into it. Show the clip. I don't have it on me. It's on their Patreon only podcast. But there's a clip of it out there somewhere.
Just designed to be a pseudo-therapy outlet for both Ian and Anisa, where they just emotionally dump about things nobody really cares about, like their relationship. I don't really know who the target audience is here, if there really is one, and I think the numbers the show pulls in kind of reflects that.
I think actually, hold on. I think Ash actually got
We brought our gear with us.
Times.
It is a sign.
Yeah, we're currently squatting in Edmonton.
It was basically an what do you? Well, I don't think that was an ice related thing. Fucking perfectly animated.
Okay, no, this is a totally different episode. I may or may not be logging their Patreon only podcast, and people send me the whole downloads for them.
Chris, the two towers in the movie didn't fall.
Yeah, it's not Muslim coded. That's crazy. But like, I may or may not have complete and utter access to the bog without paying whatsoever. But that's not the correct episode. That's them sitting on the floor in Anisa's mom's basement.
Ian really has tried everything to revitalize the Idubbbz channel. He even tried bringing back Bad Unboxing towards the end of 2024 and the start of 2025, but it really just wasn't the same. And
it's in that, but they cut it out. They cut it out? This better be true. It is true. I can tell you it's fucking true. It's real.
It was quickly abandoned once again. 2025 for Idubbbz can only be described one way: total self-destruction. On February 7th, Ian would announce Creator Clash 3. That's right, after the monumental failure that was Creator Clash 2, Idubbbz thought it would be a genius idea to do it again.
Creator Clash is back. Tickets are available down below.
I don't know how he managed to convince himself doing this a third time was some kind of good idea. Remember,
Kino cut it out? Really?
Creator Clash 2 promised 14 separate charity organizations donations and failed to raise a single penny for any of them. I honestly think the main reason Idubbbz convinced himself to do Creator Clash 3 was because he pretty much removed the charity element, making it 100% for profit. Ian will still call this a charity event though, which couldn't be further from the truth. And, to make matters worse, he will use it as a shield for criticism in the very near future. Creator Clash 1 and 2's charity donation model.
That's fine, you don't have to believe me. I heard it with my own fucking ears. It's the most boring segment on planet Earth, okay? But they did say that the orcs were Muslim coded and that the movies were 9/11 coded because of the times.
Deep in the same fashion.
Were identical to one another. All net profits from ticket sales and pay-per-view buys would be donated to charity in
I guess, Arch.
its entirety. Creator Class 3's charity model removed this element. Ticket sales and pay-per-view buys for this event did not guarantee any money for charity now. You could only find this out by combing through their terms of service, as Idubbbz made sure not to tell
You could probably find it, Shogun. You're good at finding shit.
anyone this. The only way Creator Class 3 attempts to raise money for charity now is by attaching an external link to a GoFundMe-style page asking for donations. None of this new information was explained by Ian or anyone else that helps the event. Calling Creator Class 3 a charity event is like calling McDonald's a charity restaurant because they have a donation box out at the register for Ronald
Thank you, Nick.
McDonald's charity. And if you thought the announcement for Creator Class 3 was bad, one of the following videos was even worse. On April 16th, Idubbbz decided to revitalize the Content Cop series. That's right, after declaring Content Cop videos are cruel, saying nobody deserves one done on them, and going on a years-long apology tour for them, Ian decided to make another one. He's really leaning.
I love that this comment's just like very mean framing of the Ethan Klein Content Cop. That's literally what happened. Idubbbz put out an apology video saying, I used to make horrible content. I used to make mean content. You know, content cops are something I look back on as like a horrible thing and blah, 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 blah. Like, dude, how do you make one after you denounce all of them?
Into that newfound empathy he acquired. The new Content Cop installment was on Ethan from H3H3 Productions. Ethan has plenty of things you can criticize him for, but the way Ian went about it in this video is—
Yes, thank you, Nick. Everyone seems to forget that. There are things to criticize Ethan for. The fucking rampant lawsuits, the crazy shit that he did forever ago, the shit involving, threatening to blow up a certain area of something I'm not going to repeat to get banned on YouTube. Like, there are so many things to criticize Ethan on. And everybody forgets that, to say that in their videos. Ethan is not a normal, perfect person. But that doesn't deserve CPS being called on him because of a conflict involving Palestinians and Israelis, hundreds of thousands of miles away.
absolutely horrendous. Also, Ethan being the subject of the Content Cop came as sort of a surprise to most people, as Ian and Ethan have seemingly been friends for almost a decade.
It wasn't really a surprise if you thought about it.
Collaborated with each other since 2016, with Ian pretty much being an annual guest on the H3 podcast. Ethan has also staunchly defended Ian and Anisa throughout the years and was one of the biggest promoters for Creator Clash 1 and 2, so he really felt like a weird target to pick. Content Cop H3 was literally just an hour and 6 minutes of concern trolling. Concern trolling is the action or practice of disingenuously expressing concern about an issue or individual in order to undermine or derail a—
I am not disingenuinely saying this when I say it with my whole fucking chest. Idubbbz, you need to divorce your wife. You need to divorce your wife. You need to go back home for a while, and you need to find your love and passion for doing things independently for yourself. That's not disingenuous. That's a real fucking thing that I genuinely believe. That is not me expressing concern in a disingenuous manner. That is being real with you, dude. This is not a healthy way that you are living, and you are constantly stabbing yourself in the fucking face over it.
Genuine discussion. This is exactly what the H3 Content Cop is. Throughout this video, Ian frames Ethan as a mentally unstable live streamer that is constantly crashing out, and he just wants to see him get help. What he doesn't mention a single time is the reason why Ethan was angry in all of the clips he presented. It turns out a massive majority of these out-of-context Ethan clips comes from a podcast titled Snark called Child Protective Services on Us. For additional context that Ian won't give you, Ethan has been at war with various different leftist communities for the last 2 years over the Israel-Palestine conflict. The back and forth has gotten pretty out of hand, with a false rumor being spread that Ethan's children were crawling around in and eating dog poop, giving them diseases. After that—
Let's go.
Narrative began to spread. Ethan was—
My lighting and clothing. Damn, that's the worst insult I've ever had in my entire life. My heart is broken, dude. My heart is broken.
Was falsely reported to Child Protective Services in an attempt to get his kids taken away from him.
You never catch me be poor like you'll never catch me be poor like Xander Hall.
They're calling CPS, Child Protective Services, to come to our—
If I ever get that poor in life, I'll kill myself. I will not live on this earth to be like a Xander Hall.
House and break up our family. On Friday morning, an agent showed up to our house saying that they had received an anonymous tip that our children were crawling around in dog shit, eating dog shit, and contracting diseases. Not only have they called CPS on us, now they're starting to try to call in a 5150 to get me committed. It's really gone on too far, and at this point, I'm ready to take no prisoners, take the gloves off, and call out everybody who needs to be called out. The thing is, once you target my children, then a line's been crossed that cannot be walked back. Once my kids are—
Guys, I'm gonna put on my best Xander Hall impression. Guys, you have to understand, Donald Trump's in office, and leftist channels are being demonetized and delisted in the algorithm because Donald Trump is best friends with the CEO of YouTube and Elon Musk. Guys, you're not writing in chat. Guys, who are you donating your money to? Are you donating it to another streamer? Why aren't you donating to me, guys? Guys, can we get a trans right in chat?
Involved when people are targeting my children, harassing my children. There's no
That's my shittiest Xander Hall impression, and that's the only time you'll ever get it.
length that I won't go to take care of this. And I think that's something that every parent can relate to. All these people, incidentally, who are promoting this type of insanity.
Not whiny enough? I'm sorry. I'm a man with testicles. I'm not a pussy like Xander Hall. It's very hard for me to sound like a weak fucking loser that constantly will just destroy themselves and constantly just hate themselves forever. Oh, wait.
Something I found really fascinating is the human.
Shogun. Prezi found it. Okay, guys. You kept saying I was making up the Anisa thing. Fuck you.
That the evil humans that were riding on the Elephant Grande, they're so Arab coded. Like they try to make them look like the most evil Arab you've ever seen in your life. They're all like fucking like masked up and like they look
I've
like
heard people criticize that about the movie, like people like who look back on it and say like it hasn't aged well in that regard.
Yeah, I mean,
however, I think that the main reason why they did that is to just make it super different from the Western looking like everything else.
Well,
because otherwise people be like, why are these humans who are I'm usually rooting for the human characters in this? Why are they evil?
I mean,
so I think they just tried to make them look as different as possible, and maybe they accidentally made them look Arab.
No, I don't think it was.
Look at Dane trying to actually explain Lord of the Rings lore. Dane is trying his hardest to fight Anisa on this, okay? Listen carefully.
I was just going to say, like, as someone who grew up, Middle Eastern, who was very aware of, like, post 9/11, like, propaganda in movies, like, it's not, I don't really blame Lord of the Rings. It was just the thing to do. Like,
Lord of the Rings is post 9/11 propaganda. Lord of the Rings was shot, produced, and written before 9/11. Let me just When did the Lord of the Rings book? Let's do books. Let's look up the books. Let's look up the books real quick, okay? The books were written in 1954. Let's look up the movies. Let's see here. 2002, 2003, 2001. Okay, she might have me on that one. But they weren't Arab coded.
Anytime there was a bad guy, like
she might have me on that. I'll admit it. It was December of 2001 that the movie was released. Now, hold on. When I tell you this part, in 2001 is when the movie released. Movies take years to write, produce, and make. The scene that they are talking about is in Gondor. Okay? They're talking about the last movie, I believe. Am I retarded? All the movies were filmed in 1999 to 2000, so they were released in 2001 and later. These were all written and finished before 9/11.
Post 2001, it's Arab coded. You look at anything back then, like before that, it was like Russian coded or Chinese coded or like. It's just whatever America. It's reflective of like what Americans are scared of at that time or what the West is scared of at that time. So I think it was intentional. Like I don't think they were like fuck Arab.
I think it was intentional.
People like they're evil, but at the time it was like, how do we depict that they're evil? Here are some traits that I think of when I think of a scary evil person, aka make them look like a Middle Eastern like character.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I think. I mean, I don't hold it against them. It's just I think it's so interesting to point out like. The manufactured consent through media has been going on for a really long time, and you see it.
You are so politically mind raped, Anisa.
Everywhere.
Yeah.
Everywhere.
Well, I mean, even by virtue of having them on elephants was enough to say that this was, like, all of our media is fucking, what do you call it?
No! Idubbbz, you are not about to agree with her about this. They were riding elephants. And? They were a subsect of Sauron's army from a different part of the continent. So what? War elephants are cool.
propagandized?
No, referential or whatever.
Yeah.
That's the wrong word, but whatever. Yeah, they were referencing, cultures, and they needed to make it different. That was the only thing that was important, which is like it's not an orc army, it's not the orc army, it's not this. It is another vague group of people who are a problem that they should be worried about.
They don't understand any of the intricacies of the different kinds of races in Lord of the Rings and creeds in the Lord of the Rings. They don't understand. They don't understand that Tolkien went out the fucking. Do you want to know something crazy? Tolkien went out of his way to learn linguistics and anthropology to build off of already existing narratives and religions so that he could craft his own independent, individual languages and stories of different cultures that, yes, were derived from real things, but not 9/11.
Are, in fact, childless, and will likely remain that way.
The reason Idubbbz decided to make this content cop on Ethan was because after this, he began criticizing both Ian and Anisa for being friends with some of the people.
They're so fucking stupid, man. They're so fucking stupid.
That are helping spread these lies. Ethan wanted his friend to come to his defense during this time, but instead, Ian refused. Now, I'm not saying Ian has to publicly defend Ethan, but if he was this new, empathetic man he told everyone he was, telling people your friend has a clean house so they don't have CPS falsely called on them seems like—
Nick L here? Let me see here. What is this?
Are, in fact, childless, and will likely remain that way.
The reason Idubbbz decided to make this content cop on Ethan was because after this, he began criticizing both Ian and Anisa for being friends with some of the people that are helping spread these lies. Ethan wanted his—
It's technically true.
Political brain rot is real.
Because Ian did take issue with Ethan calling him out and saying, hey, like, go, fair weather friends, fuck you guys.
His friend to come to his defense during this time, but instead, Ian refused. Now, I'm not saying—
he didn't refuse. He just didn't respond to Ethan and then just dropped this on him when he was least expecting it, fucking over everybody.
Ian has to publicly defend Ethan.
So I do see the timeline fuck up there.
But if he was this new, empathetic man he told everyone he was, telling people your friend has a clean house so they don't have CPS falsely called on them seems like an easy thing to do.
I agree with that. I've been saying it since day one.
Instead, Ian would state on his podcast that he wanted to stay out of the drama and didn't want to dogpile on anything going on.
Ethan's upset with, I think, some of our connections, and, we've tried to reach out to Ethan to talk privately. Basically, it just seems like we're at a bit of an impasse, so we want to stay out of the drama as much as possible. We don't want to pile on and add to anything.
Which is—
I love that episode. That just ages so poorly, because, again, he is lying to his audience. 2 times now. Lying about the content cop, well, 3 times, actually. Lying about the content cops and feeling bad about them, lying about creator clash and what actually happened, and now lying about
9/11.
Not wanting to make a content cop on Ethan. This guy's a liar and a snake.
Seeing just a few weeks later he did exactly that. With the now added context of Ethan being falsely reported to CPS and Ian's refusal to speak out, you can understand why Ethan was rightfully angry.
I really hope Nick brings up the fact that Ian justifies the call
on a podcast titled "Snark Called Child Protective Service on Us." You would think this is a pretty important detail to note, but Idubbbz does not mention it a single time throughout this video. The beginning of the content cop shows Idubbbz inside Hassan Piker's room, and he's joined by some of the most content coppable people online. Of course, there's Hassan, who's one of the largest—
Ian absolutely should have defended his friend. Defending each other is what friends should do.
Okay, so here's my kind of like pushback on that, very, very mildly, okay? You are not obligated to defend people. Even your best friends. You're not obligated. You don't have to. If you think that they're in the wrong, you just keep your mouth shut. Now, in the case of an extreme where you've been to this person's home, you know their kids, you've met their family, you know what their household's like, you've known them for years, you know that they're good parents, and there are people falsely trying to take their kids away, then I'll agree that you could say something. Just say, hey, this shit's getting crazy. Ethan's a good father. That's all you have to say. That's not putting your reputation on the line. That's not putting you in harm's way. That's you just saying, hey, this is getting intense. I don't agree with everything Ethan's saying about Hassan, but leave his kids out of it. He's a good dad. That's all you have to do.
Just leftist political commentator.
Yeah, no, I agree that he was planning on snaking Ethan forever ago, and this just like pushed it forward. Yet literally, what I just described is the bare fucking minimum. And they did do the bare fucking minimum, only one half of it, where they said, oh, Froggy doesn't work, Froggy Tonic doesn't work with us anymore. But they didn't add the part where it's like, but what he's saying is crazy, Ethan's a good dad. They didn't even say that. And that was posted on Reddit.
on Twitch. He's a champagne socialist known for making statements like, America deserved 9/11.
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it, I'm saying it.
And he's more recently become known for being a terrorist supporter.
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization.
Do you like them or no?
Base Nick bringing up the terrorist supporter.
I don't have an issue with them, let's just say. But they are a terrorist organization. Like, they're designated. They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
Well,
also in the intro was Denyms, another leftist streamer who uncritically reacted to the man spreading the rumor about Ethan's kids while her chat sent a bunch of messages advocating to call CPS.
He lets his dogs shit all over his mansion, and he just leaves the shit on the floor, something that is probably related to the fact that his former housekeeper is suing him.
All the snarkers are gonna get mad at this clip, Nick. Nick, you fucked up, dude. You fucked up, Nick. All the snarkers are going to say this isn't the real chat. That's the real chat, and Ethan purposely did it this way.
For a number of different reasons. So I would assume...
Nick, the snarkers are going to come for you. God, that's the dumbest fucking cope that these retards on the snark Reddits do.
He doesn't actually have a housekeeper anymore, or perhaps he lost his extra housekeeper.
Again, Bada Banata for the millionth time has a face that looks like he would be a serial rapist.
The other house is just like...
That is not an allegation that he is a rapist. That is me describing what he looks like to me. He looks like a serial rapist.
Covered in dog shit.
That's a joke.
And he has kids, and his kids like crawl into the dog shit, and God forbid, I don't know what they do with it. I don't know if they eat it, or if it's just from like contact with it with their hands or something, but they contracted a parasite that I had previously never heard of in my life called Giardia from the dog shit that is all over the house.
Dude, how is it that like maybe once a week I look into what Ethan Klein's been up to, and every time I manage to find more and more terrible shit.
Frogan also makes an appearance in the intro. Frogan is yet
to find more and more terrible shit.
Frogan also makes an appearance in the intro.
Holy shit, Nick! Holy shit! Watch Nick get called racist for that because she just wears a hijab.
Frogan is yet another leftist streamer who's only really known for saying vitriolic things like hoping all American soldiers get PTSD.
I have no...
I can't get over the fucking jomha dub.
Pity at all for any fucking soldiers.
I did not rip ass while laughing. I did not do that.
Distress, thank you so much. I will never have any fucking pity for any fucking soldiers. The U.S.
Oh god, this is just a fat, disgusting fucking piece of human trash that is LARPing as a Muslim woman. Jesus.
military? Boo fucking who? I hope you get PTSD. Oh my god, I want my fucking Camaro, no student loans. Fuck you. I hope you get PTSD. And I hope you get no health insurance when you get back into fucking America.
Yeah, remember, Frogan tried to say that's not actually what she said, and everyone's been gaslighting her.
Lastly, there's Shonda Black. Yes, that's his name, and he's really...
Oh, God. According to Ruin Leon, black man, aficionado, Shonda Black is the reason why slavery still exists. That's Leon's words, not mine.
Only known for making...
That's another black man that said that.
A comment one time about how killing...
I have to be very clear about that.
The streamer Destiny would somehow accomplish socialism.
Can somebody just... Like, it would just be so easy. It was so...
Leon was real for that. He was real.
Like, solve all of our problems. Like, we would have socialism now at this point. Right? We would have socialism at this point.
This is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard a human being say. Yeah, if we just kill Destiny, we'll have socialism.
If somebody just went out of their way and it would be so easy.
This nightmarish group, Fortnite L dances for a bit before flicking the camera off, finally launching into Ian's criticisms. Deconstructing this entire content cop would be an hour-long video on its own, so I'm going to focus on the more insane things I found. In the beginning, Ian immediately downplays his relationship with Ethan and springs into defense of Hassan Piker. He then vaguely mentions why Ethan has become upset with him and starts giving reasons why he won't defend him. One of the main reasons he says he won't defend Ethan and Hila, who are both Jewish, was because Anisa was half Irish and half Lebanese. He basically claims Anisa...
She's not half Lebanese.
...is well aware of the oppression her people faced from Israel, so...
She lived in Canada.
Of course, she wouldn't defend Ethan and Hila.
Of course I was going to stand by you. That's insane. It's absolutely insane and disgusting. But now you choose to hang out with people that would have a problem with you if you defended me.
I'm not going to assume that Hila knows, but I'll say it for anyone who doesn't know. Anisa is half Lebanese and half Irish.
Keem is more black. Keem is more of a minority than Anisa is.
For anyone unfamiliar, the Irish have been on the receiving end of a lot of oppression and genocide. On the part of the
Yeah, the Irish also blow up cars, but like, okay.
Lebanese, they've received
Go off, King.
a lot of oppression and attacks.
I love the Irish. I love the Irish. I love the Irish, but like, come on. Come on, man.
From the IDF.
Let's stop pretending here. Let's stop pretending that the Irish don't do crazy shit, okay?
So Anisa is very well familiar with the propaganda and the shit coming out of Israel. Choosing now, out of all the times, to be like, please defend me.
You guys do make good whiskey. I've been to your country. I love Ireland. I love the people of Ireland. But like, come on. Stop pretending.
We're not gonna fucking defend you.
Anisa isn't even close to being half Lebanese. She's literally stated in her Discord she's only 8% Arab. That means Keemstar is more African than Anisa is Arab. After this, Idubbbz disingenuously makes the assumption that H3 is upset with him because he follows people on Twitter.
Yes, Nick.
We're not gonna run to your defense when, I don't know, we follow people. We be following. That's one fucked up thing that you can say about Anisa and I is when we're on Twitter, we do be following.
I'm not upset, Ian, because you follow people.
Dude, I hated that argument. It's like, man, I follow Denims on Twitter. That's not the argument. You know that's not the argument, and you're making up lies. That's the argument. Like, shut up. Hold on.
People. That is absurd. I'm mad because you are actively engaging with these people on social media, in DMs, while this harassment is happening, seemingly indifferent to it, silent on it. In a sense, I felt like you were more on their side than my side.
Our silence means something.
Which he was right. He was just totally right.
It means that we would like to pause this relationship until you figure your shit out.
Our silence.
I'm so sorry. Figuring your shit out while people are saying that their kids need to be taken away from them. I don't know what you mean by that.
Silence means something. That's exactly what we felt.
It's kind of insane how much Idubbbz misinterprets this. He goes on to spend 5 minutes of the video trying to make a point. If people follow Froggy, that means they're enemies of Ethan. During the content cop, Ian
Froggy is disgusting. Nobody should be following them.
Also makes the claim.
I'm also 90% sure Froggy's likes are botted. I'm just gonna say it. I'm like 90% sure. There is no way somebody with this little fucking like impact on the streaming world can hit like 40k likes at each time on Twitter. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Even if it's on is retweeting her, I don't believe that. I really, really, really don't believe it. I don't believe it.
That the H3 podcast is horrible because it's used as an emotional dumping ground, and that's not what podcasts are.
You're making it so fucking obvious that this is your emotional dumping ground. It's horrible. This is not what podcasts are.
This is incredibly ironic and hypocritical, seeing the fact that Ian states on the very first episode of his own podcast that it's a place for him to dump.
I just need to sometimes dump a little bit.
I'm so sorry. I forgot the first episode of this. Okay, Nick's showing me shit that I was not aware of. I forgot this. I must have either forgot or I wasn't aware. I don't know which one. But I did not know that fucking Ian on his first episode of this fucking podcast is him talking about that he needs a place as an emotional dumping ground and then criticizes Ethan saying podcasts are not an emotional dumping ground.
And I also like talking when I feel like it's appropriate. Sometimes in like my normal videos, I'm like, people don't want to fucking hear me talk. They just want to hear me, or they do, but it's like background noise, or they want to see a premise of a video or whatever. And not having...
You're doing a podcast that is background noise. Like, what are you talking about? Podcast is background noise. Most people watching my live stream right now are probably cooking. They're probably washing their dishes. They're probably doing laundry right now. They're doing normal people shit. Do you want to know how I know that? It's because I do the same thing to everyone else's live streams. Like, shout out to the lurkers that are doing your dishes, cooking, or putting your kids to sleep, or going through college right now. You're thinking about going out. Go get that beer with your friends, all right? But, like, we're playing video games, like, drawing art. Like, that's just what... No shit, Ian.
That and just being like, all right, I'll dump. I think that's like a satisfying thing for me.
So it's okay when he does it, but not okay when Ethan does it. Idubbbz also lets Ethan know that he doesn't care what's happening to him, and nobody he respects would give a fuck if he defended him.
There isn't a single person that I respect who would give a fuck if I publicly said that Ethan and Hila are great with their kids. Ethan and Hila...
They would care because you've had 8 years of friendship with these people.
This is extortion!
I'm watching while reading a book.
I have no idea how the fuck you're doing that. You're actually a fucking mutant. You're a superhuman, just a girl. You're fucking superhuman. How are you listening to my shitty audio mixing, screaming and talking about Idubbbz and reading a book at the same time? You are a fucking, like, you are a different breed, dude.
Hila didn't kill their dog, and Ethan and Hila wipe their asses or don't have giardia or whatever the fucking the prompt is. No one would care. The only person who would care is me, because I'm like, why did I tweet this out? I'm not tweeting out because I'm not your fucking lapdog. That's why I'm not tweeting it out. I'm not saying it to my audience because I don't give a fuck.
This is incredibly rich coming from the guy that claims he just learned to be empathetic the year prior. After this, he brings up Reddit snark talking points about Ethan's podcast crew, which the crew immediately shot down live on air.
Put in the worst working environment that you...
How many of you are reading books at the same time? That's crazy. I don't know how you can do that. I need to focus on a book. If I'm reading a book, that's my focus. Which I should be. I need to read, because I still need to get through the Art of War. I just want to read it for shits and giggles, honestly.
Possibly can be for a fucking podcast. Every crew member has it bad.
I also want to read the Odyssey. I've been putting off reading the Odyssey for like a decade.
Like, to be...
I'm chilling, dude. You don't need to do this.
Why?
You don't got to do that.
Speak for yourself.
You don't got to do all
Dan.
that, dude.
Why does he? So actually, this part is kind of good. Without getting into this.
No. You're right though. Let's just get to the meat. Get to the stuff about you.
It's just like, dude, why are you?
It's so stupid. You got problem with us? Focus on us.
Listen, they're not slaves, okay? They fucking choose to be here, right? So, why are you putting words in their
I'm playing a game. You guys are awesome.
mouth? Thoughts?
I appreciate the
I'm
lurkers.
playing a game right now while listening to you.
I appreciate all the lurkers, the chatters, the donators. You guys are awesome. The fact that you even sit here and listen to me ramble is fucking amazing to me.
Like you're speaking for them as if
this is the snark thing.
Yeah,
that is so snark-brained.
Snarkonomics.
Yeah.
The ending of the content cop is one massive self-own, and I don't even know why he included it in the video. Ian's grand finale was speaking with a man known as Dr. Kirk Honda, who runs the YouTube channel Psychology in Seattle. He's a licensed psychologist that has a series on his channel where he rates YouTubers' apologies.
Oh god, not the fucking YouTuber apology guy. No.
I'm going to continue on recording a drawing for a new video I'm making in Krita.
Oh, cool.
Political grifters should be in the shame cube forever.
Exactly, they should. Political commentary channels kind of need to
Playing
like
Monster
die.
Hunter Rise. Fun game and stream.
Very
Smiley
fun game.
face
Very,
emoji.
very fun game. I need World to get more fleshed out, like Rise or World. I need it. I've been redoing.
I'm
shit
just
too
a
much.
real cool boy.
Yeah, thank you guys.
And has given both Ethan and Ian scores previously. Ethan received an A+ for his apology after the QT Cinderella situation, and Ian received a B+ apology for his past behaviors. Ian traveled to Seattle and showed him an out-of-context compilation of Ethan in an attempt to get his grade lowered below his own. His plan failed, with the psychologist telling Ian he won't be changing his score and that he thinks Ethan just needs a hug. Ian then had to scrap together a different ending where he got all of Ethan's biggest haters to say something nice about him. They all put on a fake smile and said disingenuous statements for a few minutes. And I say they're disingenuous because they are. Sean DeBlack stated on his stream days later that he thought he had to say something nice and wouldn't have.
Now, Nick, according to Sean DeBlack, this is him making a joke, which is bullshit. It's like when Anisa did the whole, I'm pretending to crash out to show how stupid you all are. Bro.
Have done so if he knew he had an option not to.
We're watching Hassan watch it. And, like, I watched Hassan watch it. And Hassan doesn't have a nice thing about Ethan. And the chat asked what I'm thinking. I'm like, wait, you didn't do a nice thing about Ethan? And he was like, no. And I'm like, wait, that was an option? I could have just said no.
How many people watch this fucking retard? I think I match viewership with Sean DeBlack, or I'm like maybe 40 viewers less than Sean DeBlack on
The Odyssey
average.
is great.
Like-
Play Epic the musical while reading it. Great album trilogy.
I'll think about that, Buddha Cat. Thank you. I'm pretty sure this fucking retard gets like 350 to 400. So like I'm on par with this retard. Like I don't even get why he's involved in this drama in general. Like I don't get it. He gets a couple thousand now. Does he really, though? The last time I heard anything analytic-wise, I was fucking keeping up with him. Which is saying something, because I don't stream every day for fucking pennies.
This really is just an insult to Ian, as it only undermines the end goal of his video. The final bits of content cop
I assume it's all the snarkers watching him.
shows Ian crying in front of the psychologist about his relationship and the harassment he receives online while projecting about Ethan and Hila.
You know, I also see the dynamic of Ethan and Hila. It's really
True, DK.
hard to be a couple online and see people attacking your partner, and it's like, okay, like if you come to their defense, that doesn't always help them, right? Sometimes that makes it worse for them.
Ethan responded to the entire content cop live on the H3 podcast, dismantling a lot of what Ian says and even concedes to a few points made. This content cop really only had a negative effect on one person, and that was Ian. A greater part of the internet was seemingly on Ethan's side for this drama. Creator Class 3 has also faced negative.
That was like the craziest part, is I've never seen a content cop make people side with the individual that the video was made on. I don't think I've ever seen this many people siding with Ethan who hate Ethan. Hate him vehemently. And you know what's crazy is I saw this on the YouTube drama subreddit. Or I think it was the H3 subreddit. I don't remember which one. But I was looking up some stuff. And I was scrolling through a discussion thread about the content cop. And there was one part where I got mentioned in it because I'm an egomaniac. I immediately zeroed in on it. And what they wrote was, Chris actually made a good point, which I still stand by, is that if all of the ops, all the people that hate Ethan are defending Ethan, that should show you that you fucked up. That all the people that genuinely hate Ethan Klein, who have legitimate problems with Ethan Klein, are all coming out to say this content cop was shit. What they're doing to Ethan is horrible. You people are horrible people. That is crazy that the rogues gallery of Ethan is coming out to defend him. You know how bad your video is when that happens.
Repercussions for this as well, with some of the fighters no longer being comfortable
I'm going to VC with my friends because they're sick.
with being involved with the event. Harley Morenstein, one of the fighters on the main event of the evening, decided to drop out of the card. This is huge because he previously boxed in the 2 promotions before this, and he was a staunch defender of the organization. On a live stream with Nicholas Diorio, he stated that he felt like his fun charity boxing match had become a talking point for a decades-long holy war.
I'm just kind of like, oh cool, the fun little charity fundraiser has now been attached to a decades-long bloody holy war in the Middle East.
Such a good line from Harley.
It's whatever. Cool. You know, it's not really like this fun sentiment I had. So now, like, I wake up in the morning, I'm going to go to boxing. Like, I got to think about Israel and Palestine. Like, what's going on?
Another fighter that dropped out shortly after the release of Content Cop.
You just hear Nick giggling.
Was Lena Ayad. She's literally an employee for the H3 podcast, so it's not even a surprise she's no longer comfortable with competing anymore.
It is with great
Hey, thank you for the membership, Justa Girl.
regret that we announced that Lena will not be participating in Creator Clash either.
Obligatory reminder, if you want to join the Discord server, and you are a paid member, you can hook yourself up to the YouTube. You can hook up your YouTube account to your Discord account, and you'll get full access to the Discord. If you don't have a membership, don't worry. There is a free chat called the Academy Chat.
Yes. First off, I apologize to any of the fans who were going to see Lena. It's been a lot, and Lena's just sort of been thrown in the middle. She was kind of put in a really shitty situation, and boxing is a very serious thing, and you need your full concentration. And it was getting to a point that she was just caught in the middle of stuff, and I was afraid, and she
Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, Kabuto. Appreciate it.
was distracted at practice, and there's a lot to it. And yeah, she wasn't dropped. It was sort of it wasn't fair to her opponent, Froggy, as well, because if Lena was to post and promote, she would get shit. And if she didn't post, she's still getting shit, and it's not fair to Froggy and her experience. So yeah, after talking out with everyone, we figured it was best if she drops.
People were also
I felt so bad for Lena, like genuinely. And like out of everybody in this card, I felt bad for Lena because she looked like she actually was excited to go. All these people were excited for her to go. And she's like just like this individual that had nothing to do with the fucking drama. And she just got fucked over by these people for no reason.
Starting to notice that Creator Clash 3 had hardly sold any tickets, and over the course of a few days, the organizers had removed entire sections of unsold seating. Things were not looking good for Idubbbz and his event, and it was only going to get worse. On May 3rd, just a couple weeks after the Content Cop, he released yet another video on H3 with his signature Content Deputy title. This video is arguably
Oh god, come on, please bring up the fact that he justified it.
even worse than the previous one. Ian doesn't bother addressing the long list of criticisms he was given for his last video. Instead, he insanely justifies the CPS call that happened.
Yes, Nick, yes!
And went as far as blaming his own audience for the call.
People are quite reasonably concerned. And so, yes, anyone who's seeing that content might be concerned.
I need to reiterate myself again. These are jokes. The H3 chat is not saying call CPS. They are making poop jokes.
Concerned enough to call CPS, including Ethan's own chat, which, by the way, is not a measly number. It's about 26,000 at the time of this stream.
His proof that it may have been Ethan's audience was cherry-picked joke comments from a live stream where Ethan told the initial story that led to the disgusting lies being spread about his children. Idubbbz also claims that because Ethan is now quote-unquote attacking his charity event, that he will be stepping away from Creator Clash.
This was the most bullshit fucking thing imaginable. I swear to God, still to this day, him being like, well, you can't attack the charity anymore. I just am not involved in it. The reason here's my schizo fucking theory is because they just didn't want to deal with the event anymore because they know it's going to be a failure, and they just threw it to other people to try and salvage it.
This one's for you, Kabuto Yakashi. Courtesy of Orochimaru.
Thank you, somebody. But like, this dude did it to like literally just throw the responsibility on someone else so they aren't looked at as failures again.
And handing over the responsibility to other organizers.
Now, with this recent revelation that people are just going to use Creator Clash to attack Anisa and I have decided to step away from Creator Clash.
Because you know it's going to be a failure. Because you know that you're going to get shit for it again. And you and Anisa can't handle it.
We have relinquished control to our business partners who ran the previous 2 events. They're very capable. They know exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, real capable. The last 2 events, one of those you lost $250,000 and they allowed you to overspend $500,000 before the event even started. So, like, I don't know how fucking capable they are.
They run events on a regular basis. The event is still happening. Anisa and I just don't have any financial ties. We don't have any ownership. We are... I think just going to be known as the founders of the event.
It's the same organizers partly responsible for the failure that was Creator Clash 2, so that doesn't necessarily inspire confidence in the event's success. Ian straight up refuses to take any responsibility for disrupting his own event, and his abandonment of it now is kind of like the captain of the Titanic resigning after he crashed into the iceberg. He actually has the gall to say he thinks the internet is going to blame H3 for ruining Creator Clash.
Can't wait for them to blame us.
Yeah, the internet's not going to do that. Shout out Diorio getting into an Idubbbz video.
For their failed event. Don't worry, Ela. I'm not going to blame you guys for anything Creator Clash related. I know you're terrified of taking accountability for anything, so that will rest solely on my shoulders. But I can't speak for the internet. The internet
will not blame Ethan and Ela for ruining Creator Clash. The internet will not give a shit. The internet hates you people more than Ethan fucking Klein. That is a crazy thing to be in. That you guys are more hated than Ethan. I can't believe you did that.
I'd actually blame you guys for it.
Idubbbz ended the video begging people to like it, which is something he insulted Leafy for in the past. He wants people to like his video in order to combat the dislike extensions people were using to try and figure out how many dislikes are on his videos. While these aren't exactly accurate, most extensions showed the Content Cop H3 had more dislikes than likes, which Ian vehemently denies. He even tries to prove that the Content Cop H3 had a positive like ratio by showing an entirely different video's like ratio.
Also, for all the people who
yeah, this is the biggest cope of all time. Yeah, guys, like I totally don't have a negative dislike ratio. Here's a video of here's the dislike ratio of my most hated video. You could have just owned us right here. I still have to say that. He could have owned us right here. He could have owned everybody speculating on it if he just showed the dislike ratio.
Grass, I want to remind you to click the like button on this video, not so it goes in your algorithm or anything, just specifically so that we can add a counter narrative or I can get an idea of how much astroturfing is out there, because I know that a lot of these fuckers, they love their dislike button extensions, and I saw that shit and I was like, what the fuck, these are all like fabricated numbers. The like dislike ratio was like 80-20 on my video, and then they tried to create a narrative of like, no, people actually hate this Content Cop, guys. It's actually so much worse.
People do hate your fucking Content Cop. Might not show it in the likes because Hassan's audience kind of berated the thing, and he said go into the comments and say good things about Idubbbz and Anisa and how good the video is. Huh.
Like, bitch, like, people were more upset with, like, my wife being on OnlyFans. You're not going to convince the internet that...
I do not know why you showed this and didn't show your own. Like, that to me is indicative that it is a lot worse than what we think it is, or it's close to what we think it is, and he doesn't want to admit it.
Fucking Ethan Klein isn't being a piece of shit. Like, sorry guys, it doesn't matter how many dislike extensions you have.
I don't know how he thinks that proves his point. Clearly, the dislikes on the Content Cop are bad, and probably accurate to what the extensions were saying, seeing the fact he didn't actually show it, instead opting to show a different video's ratio. Creator Clash 3 would continue to crumble following this video. Another fighter on the card, Freddie Wong, released a very long and professional statement inside the Creator Clash Discord. He expresses his unhappiness with finding out about updates about Creator Clash through drama videos and tweets. This is a direct contradiction to something Ian states in his Content Deputy video. Ian claims he spoke to all of the fighters about what was going on, and everybody was on good terms, which clearly was not true.
We've already told all the fighters.
Of course it's not true. Of course it's not. They're liars.
And it seems like most people understand that this is the best move.
Freddie's statement also questions when Creator Clash is going to find replacement fighters, and he asks about the harassment he's been receiving since Ian released his last two videos. What are the plans to proactively address the comment miasma that, at least for me, decentivizes any social media comms, as I prefer to spend my time training and not slogging through the comment output of internet morons.
Francesco
no. So I didn't pre-watch this video.
Of a ship captain than Ian is of an event organizer.
No, I didn't pre-watch this. What I do is that I've covered the Idubbbz stuff enough, and Idubbbz is unironically the most predictable motherfucker on planet Earth when he's in drama. Him and Anisa, I've already talked about it, but you can watch the other coverage where I talk about like the Anisa cycle. And then Idubbbz kind of follows that cycle that Anisa does of lolcow shit. So like, you can look back on it, but like, it's so incredibly obvious how they operate.
Parroting the talking points of the streamer they have pledged allegiance to. How are we reasonably expected to promote this event? He wraps up his statement expressing his disapproval with how everything is being handled. Having run my share of organizations at various scales, I can appreciate the complexities of internal versus external comms, cadence, and tone. However, I believe I speak for all of us when I say that the current strategy of zero prior communications or heads up internally to all fighters is an unacceptable methodology moving forward. Providing dates for upcoming announcements without any information as the content of those announcements isn't enough. Our current trajectory does not instill confidence, and I look forward to hearing about what changes we plan to implement. A few days after the statement from Freddy, another fighter on the card, Ren, would express his unhappiness with Idubbbz' decisions on a live stream.
Ian and Ethan are now doing this YouTube battle against each other, going through this drama war. Creator Clash is receiving a lot of collateral damage.
See, it's so funny. Everyone's saying like, "Oh, I hate H3." How H3 actually got Creator Clash to get some negative air. They see this is like Idubbbz made a video about them.
Yeah,
he, the founder of Creator Clash, made.
Thank you. Whoever you are, person, you're fucking a normal human being with a normal brain fucking stem that operates on the regular level that everyone else is operating at. Idubbbz, Anisa, the leftists, Hassan's community, the snarkers, they don't understand that.
Made a video about these other people who are creating drama. They, you know, so I'm saying like this is like this thing
and
where
it's like, I'm not going to tell Ian what to do. It's not my place to be like, Ian, maybe.
Yeah, you should. To be honest, people should have said, hey, retard, maybe wait until after your event before you implode it and destroy it at a fucking immensely cognitive level that nobody wants to touch it with a 50-foot pole. Maybe you should wait after the event's done.
Maybe you shouldn't like do that because the rest of us might kind of catch some strays from it.
Yeah, exactly.
But at the same time, it's like, it feels like Ian and I we're friends walking down a sidewalk, and he gets stung by a wasp, and he's like, oh, and he looks up and there's a wasp nest there, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's a wasp nest, and he pulls out a bat and he runs up and hits that wasp nest and comes back like, ha, I showed that wasp nest.
What a fucking analogy. That's actually accurate.
So I'm like, uh-oh, and all the wasps come flying out and they start stinging us, both of us, mostly him because he was but I'm like sitting, I'm getting stung. I'm like, what the heck? I didn't come on this walk to get stung by wasps. Why'd you go hit the wasp nest? And and he's like, all right, the only thing to do here to protect you is to run away. And so he runs away, and now I'm like, I'm just, okay, I guess they're following him, but I'm still kind of getting stung here.
This guy, I like him. It's so real. It's so real.
Not really what I signed up for. Yeah. So it's a little bit of that. So
things kept getting worse for Creator Clash towards the end of May when yet another fighter on the card, Will Neff, announced on his live stream that Creator Clash is now going to be delayed.
I suppose it's out there in the ether, but Creator Clash is delayed.
It was not out there in the ether. It was not. You know what's like crazy is that nobody knew nobody knew it was going to be delayed until Will Neff said something. No one knew. This dude was just like, fuck it. It's probably already been leaked. Idubbbz and Anisa are idiots. I'm just going to leak it. I'm just going to tell everybody it's been delayed. Fuck it. Nobody knew.
Delayed. Creator Clash is delayed to a date far in the future. For me, this is a huge bummer, not only because I was bringing out a bunch of my family, but I was losing weight at a lightning clip.
What's really is insane is the fact that all of these fighters are now giving more.
Yeah, I'm also kind of shocked that Will Neff is still cool with Hassan, but you know, it is what it is.
More updates about Creator Clash than Ian or anyone else involved running it. 2 more fighters would drop off the card following this announcement from Will. The first being LA Beast, who was the second fighter for the main event. He took to Twitter and wrote, due to a laundry list of reasons that will be revealed to you shortly, I unfortunately will no longer be boxing in the Creator Clash event. It is the best decision for me and my team at this time. All I wanted to do was put on a show, get paid, and ultimately raise money for charity. He also replied to a few people under his tweets stating, scared of multiple red flags and irreversible damage it can do to one's brand by being associated with the event.
Oh god, he's so based.
How it's gotten to this point is a real bummer. Selfishness on the part of a select few has taken away from the charity aspect and fighters who put in the sacrifice in the gym training the last few months. I sacrificed time away from my newborn son and wife to train 5 to 6 days a week.
Oh, I didn't see that tweet. Oh no. Ian and Anisa ruined this man's opportunity to be there for the most pivotal moments of a child's life. Wow. I did not know that. I did not not see this tweet. Ooh. So on top of Ian and Anisa not caring about child brides, they didn't care about LA Beast taking time away from his newborn child. Pivotal moments in a child's development. Damn.
The other fighter that removed themselves from the card was Freddie Wong. While he did not make any public statements, he is no longer
Here's a $5 extortion super chat.
Thank you for
Gotta
the dime,
head
dude.
back to work now, so see ya Chris and chat.
See ya,
Waving
guys.
hand
on the scheduled
emoji.
fights on the website. So now Creator Clash has 3 separate scheduled fights that are missing fighters. Their main event, which is the most important one, has no fighters anymore. It's TBA versus TBA. A shocking bombshell would be released on May 29th from the new organizers running Creator Clash in the form of a transparency Q&A. In the section titled, Do Fighters Get Paid?, they expose the fact that Anisa and Ian planned on taking a 34% share of the profits generated from this event. That's right, they planned on taking a majority of the revenue made for basically doing nothing. Neither of them were fighting on the card, and their only role this year was checking in on the fighters and making
Trump phone plan for $4.99. It's $45 a month. No, I'm not gonna buy the Trump phone. What are you, retarded? Are you gonna buy the Trump phone? Go buy the Trump phone. Do that. Do it, Leon.
sure they're okay, which they clearly failed miserably at. This is an incredibly gross revelation, as both Ian and Anisa have been using what they call a
You were already sponsored by the Quarterings Coffee, man. You might as well buy a Trump phone.
charity event as a shield against criticism ever since Ian released his content cop. Remember, this
Well, on top of that, Nick, just to like clarify here, they also used the charity aspect throughout every other fucking time that it has been criticized. So like, it's not just singular to this.
is a 100% for-profit event. It is not a charity event, and the organizers would also reinforce this statement in the transparency report as well. The only money being raised for charity through Creator Clash is being done separately on an entirely different website that nobody has promoted. Not a single fighter on the card nor Ian divulged this major detail, so how are they ever going to raise money? If you go to the Tiltify link, you will see Creator Clash is claiming to have raised $238,000 for charity already. But this is incredibly
No, there's no more segments after Idubbbz. I wanted to get through this because I promised it for you guys yesterday, and then tomorrow I'm going to be taking off for a concert.
disingenuous. $210,000 of that was raised by Hassan Piker while watching a video about himself made by Ethan Klein. None of that has anything to do with Creator Clash, so for them to claim they raised that money just seems gross to me, as it's simply not true.
It's literally not true. It's just straight not true.
I would also like to point out that there is only a total of 3 campaigns
And then look at this. Idubbbz was the only other person to donate.
started by different creators, one of them being Idubbbz. There was originally 20 different fighters on this card, and not a single one of them started a campaign and tried to promote it. Which begs the question, did any of them even know about the separated charity aspect at all? Idubbbz would release a vague statement on his subreddit addressing the fact he planned on taking a 34% cut of the event. To my fans/viewers, I wanted to clear some things up now that Anisa and I are no longer part of Creator Clash. When I announced CC3 and its new business model, the communication wasn't clear. Looking back
Shocking. It wasn't clear. You guys were trying to hide the fact that you guys were getting 34% of the revenue.
on my video and the current reaction, it's obvious it was too vague. It remains true that I earned a fight purse for CC1, along with other fighters, and we did not profit at all from CC2. After CC2 failed to raise any money for charity, we knew it was time for a different business model. We restructured so that the funds for our charity partner would be raised on Tiltify separate and apart from the
So why wouldn't you clarify that?
actual event. We then decided that this year, we would take a profit share for the for-profit side of the event, should the for-profit side of the event succeed. I feel sorry for any confusion Anisa and I caused. We know the event is in good hands now and wish it all the success.
No, you don't. That's a lie. That sentence right there is a total lie. Because if you remember correctly, when Falgi, the op block, and myself leaked the most recent Anisa episode along with Kino Casino because they had their own version of it, Anisa actually shit-talked the new event organizers and wasn't confident in them to do the job. So that's a lie.
This post left people with more questions than answers, judging by the comments, with one of the most upvoted being, what does that even mean? Raised separate and apart from the actual event makes it sound like none of the money from ticket sales were going to charity, which
yes,
they would be correct. Ian would further address this controversy in his latest video that's all about concern trolling.
The most obvious definition for concern trolling is when someone is pretending to be concerned about a particular subject or cause, when in reality, they don't give a fuck. They're just doing it to either get attention, start a fight, derail a conversation. To be honest, it's very effective.
This is incredibly rich coming from Ian, seeing the fact that his last 2 videos on Ethan were some of the purest examples of concern trolling out there. He spends a majority of this video bloviating about concern trolling and trying to explain the many ways to identify it and why it's used online. Part of the video, though, is dedicated to talking about the 34% cut.
You know what's like crazy? I still haven't watched this concern trolling video. I remember seeing it. I put it in the group chat and said, oh my God, and then I never watched it. You want to know why? Because I'd rather fucking give myself pancreatic cancer than watch a video on watch a video made by a guy that made 2 videos that were essentially concern trolling, get made fun of and shit on for how bad the videos were, and then make a video complaining about the thing that he did 2 videos ago.
He planned on taking from Creator Clash 3. He downplays his actions by condescendingly telling his audience that they don't understand how charity boxing works. He also makes the insane statement that he didn't think Creator Clash 3 was going to be successful in the first place.
The main controversy, I would say, is that it was revealed with the change of ownership that Anisa and I, because we're 1/3 ownership of Creator Clash the business, that we were getting 34% of the profit share. We weren't anticipating this event doing well. Like, we wanted to...
It doesn't matter. You're still receiving 34% of the profit shares. That doesn't matter. That whole sentence that you're about to say right after you said what you're about to say here doesn't matter. You were going to get 34% in your pocket. No more conversation. Now, whether or not you were going to use that money as a backup and donate that to charity, if the charity goal fell through, we don't know now, because it's going to fail now, because you guys were already planning for failure.
Well enough to pay back the investors, of course. So that's one of the reasons that we were, okay with the profit share thing.
If you didn't think this event was going to be successful, then why the hell did you try to do it again? Especially
also, Chris, remember the money missing. I did calculations. I don't know the math, so
after the catastrophic failure that was Creator Clash 2. After that statement, he tells his audience that if the event did make money, that he actually planned on donating his 34% to charity, which
I don't trust.
It's just unbelievable.
Another part of it is,
it's literally, I don't believe it.
Well, is that the contract wasn't structured in a way that the profit share could just directly go to charity. It was told to us, like, you could just donate your portion of the profit share.
That's so stupid. That doesn't make any sense. Why even take the 34%? Why not put it into a different savings through the LLC? And why would it be titled Anisa and Ian get a cut of the share, 34% of the earnings? Why wouldn't it just go, the 34% of the earnings will be put in a separate account as backup if they do not hit the charity goal? Wouldn't that be more transparent than saying Ian and Anisa get 34%? I just don't believe that.
To charity after the event. So we were like, okay, fine. Now I know some people will find it hard to believe that Anisa and I were just going to give our
I don't believe you at all
portion of the profit share to charity. There's nothing I could really say to, I think, convince them otherwise. It was up to our discretion at the end of the day.
He had no plans on doing this or telling anyone he was taking a majority profit share, and he is only now saying this because he got caught. Another thing he claims was that the parties he threw before and after Creator Clash 2 were supposed to generate ticket sales for the event.
Now some people,
dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard in my life.
People will be critical of one of the costs being parties for Creator Clash 2 and actually Creator Clash 1, because that's where we got the idea from. It was very successful for Creator Clash 1, or the event was successful. We don't know if the party worked to encourage people to promote the event, but that was the idea. You get a bunch of creators to show up to...
The party did not do that. What is going to drive more ticket sales, retard, is if you get normal people that are willing to pay the tickets for the event and then say, hey, if you buy a certain kind of seat for a little bit more money, you get a pass to go to the after party. Or you can pay for a ticket and a seat at the after party for an additional premium that is donated directly to charity. Retard. That is stupid what you are saying here.
A fucking hotel the night before their fight, and they're going to post about it on social media, and the internet will...
Why would anyone care about influencers going to a party that they can't go to? Like, who gives a shit? Who's gonna want to pay money to let the influencers go hang out at a party that they aren't invited to? That is the stupidest fucking rationale I've ever heard.
Be a buzz. And the event was successful, so we thought that that strategy of having, a little hubbub, a little hullabaloo before the event and after the
a hullabaloo for just the creators, not the normies.
Event was a good idea. So we ran with that strategy again, hoping that creators will post about it and be excited about it and buzz will be generated. But it didn't happen. Or maybe it did happen, but it just didn't sell tickets.
I fail to see how private influencer parties after the event is already over is somehow going to generate more ticket sales. He also stated in his original video discussing the failure of Creator Clash 2 that the after parties were because he needed to process his trauma, not to sell tickets.
We also had
Nick.
Events the day before the fight and the day after the fight, so that fighters and friends and family could come together and process their trauma. That was
no. This can't be a real tweet. No fucking way. No way. I refuse. I know Beasel's good, but like there's no fucking shot. Oh my god, it's real. It's real. It's fucking real. Excited to announce that I will be going back to streaming once we are back from our vacation. No! No! Anisa, that's like the worst thing that you could do. No, 1,000 years of Ian and Anisa content. 1,000 years. 1,000 years of Anisa and Ian content. 1,000 years. She's going to go back to streaming on Twitch. Oh, no.
Sort of paramount for me because the first year...
They are broke. They're totally broke. Anisa's going back to streaming, dude. Come on. They're broke as shit. They have to... Dude, Keto Casino was right. They're broke as fuck. They're broke as shit.
We did the fight, and then I went to bed. I got the shit kicked out of me by Dr. Mike, and then I went to bed, and then I woke up. The hotel was empty, and then I got on a flight and traveled 5 hours with my face completely swollen back to Seattle. And I was like, that was cool. That was so worth it. There was nothing. There was no processing my trauma. There was no talking to anyone and relating about the experience afterward. Everyone was gone. And that shit felt awful. So, yeah, some of these things that might seem extraneous, in my opinion, were entirely necessary, and I wouldn't change it for the world.
So what is it then? Did you need an expensive afterparty to process your trauma, or was it to generate revenue for the event that already passed? The problem with being a liar is, you have to remember all the stories you made up, which is something Idubbbz clearly struggles with.
I don't know how this is the thing, right? Is like, I know that I do live streams and I say shit that I don't remember because it's obviously within the moment. I'm speaking off the cuff, right? Idubbbz does prepared videos. You can't just watch back on the video that you have before you edit a video that is immediately going to contradict yourself. Like, how don't you do that? How isn't that like a thought process that goes into your head, even at a minimal level?
At this point, it seems he will say or do anything to try and manipulate his audience to keep their support. Recently, Ian's boxing coach, Michael Briggs, and his wife, Kate, went on the H3 podcast to divulge some pretty insane details about him. In a scathing 3-hour interview, he revealed things like Ian's wife, Anisa, having a crush on one of Ian's sparring partners and being into him beating up Ian during training.
This next question is very salacious, so it's totally up to you. You can pretend like you don't even know what I'm talking about if you want. But what I've heard is that she was hitting on one of his sparring partners and was obsessed with him and gave him a VIP pass to the event.
This was single-handedly the most retarded shit imaginable, is that these people were just like, yep. She just loves watching that big burly man with tattoos just beating the shit out of her husband. Holy shit. The fact that they just go, yeah, she was totally into him getting beat up.
A lot of his sparring partners got the passes, but she definitely had a big crush on one of the guys that would come in and spar with them, because anytime they would spar, she would just be super into it and watch every moment. And then even if he would like beat Ian up, she'd be very into it. And then
I want to say that I want to say that before. So Anisa never gave shoutouts to Michael training Ian at all, but she put out the first video of Ian like getting hit, rocked, and sparring when Ian was sparring with her crush. Yeah,
it was our friend Gabe.
She shared it. Yeah, and we have a clip too. You guys can show.
I would call him Gorgeous Gabe.
Another thing that was confirmed was Anisa and
Gorgeous Gabe. Oh man, what a crazy fucking name, dude.
Ian did in fact fly in a bunch of creators like Hassan and Froggy for Creator Clash 2, paying for their flights and hotels. They couldn't afford to fly in Ian's father though. That was too expensive.
But yeah, they flew in a lot of people. They rented out the whole hotel for 300 creators. And when we asked them if Ian's dad was going to be there, because he was there for the first event, they said they couldn't afford to fly Ian's dad in. It was too expensive.
Yeah, I know.
I can't imagine choosing Froggy over your own flesh and blood. Like, you can have a shitty relationship with your parents, right? But like, your excuse was it was too expensive to fly the dad out, but you could spend like $100,000 on flights for all these other creators and hotel rooms and shit.
It's pretty sad.
One of the most insane things that was revealed was the fact that Ian and Anisa knew Creator Clash 2 was $500,000 in debt weeks before the event was supposed to happen. They had the ability to cancel their expensive parties and try and scale back on the spending they did on things like flying in random.
Thank you for the 5.
She ain't got the tets, she ain't got the wits, but she def has the cly. Please sub to her OF.
Jesus.
Creators that have nothing to do with the event. Instead, they ignorantly chose not to. I guess having their expensive gala with all of their creator friends was more important than actually donating money to charity.
I honestly believe that the reason why Ian and Anisa excluded us and did not want us to know about the gala is because we're both very professional, we're both very direct, and very transparent. If they told us that they were going to throw a huge gala after the fight and it was going to cost a ton of money, we would have asked them, why are you doing this?
Yeah,
because Anisa already told us, she shared with us prior to CC2, like a month before, that they were negative, was it 500K already?
Yeah, at the
Whoa,
time.
whoa, hold on.
Yeah,
Say that again. Say that again.
They were negative 500K before the event.
Yes.
So going up to the event.
I still can't believe that they did that. That's just the most retarded thing of all time. I can't. Oh man, I can't get over that. Like, I really fucking can't. It's like an insane fucking thing being that deep in the fucking hole and you have no recourse. You have no recourse. You didn't think at all to like scale back. You didn't think, hey, like maybe we should scale this back a little bit. Hey, you know, we're spending a lot of money here. You know, we're $500,000 in the hole. Like, come on, man. How don't you think that? Oh, come on, really?
And with the ticket sales and the PPV sales, they had when the event started, they knew they were down $500,000.
Yes. Keep in mind that they moved to a bigger venue and they sold a lot of tickets. But before the event had started, they said we're fine. So the reason we found this out was because I wanted Ian to start doing 2 training sessions a day. And I said, Ian, you need to start doing 2-a-days. And he was like, why should I do 2-a-days? And I told him, I was like, Ian, you're not good at boxing, man. My brand is at stake. So you need to do 2-a-days. That's what pro boxers do.
Which is like a fair thing to request out of your guy. I think that's a fair thing to request. If your reputation is on the line for this idiot, and he is going to represent your gym and your training methods and your training styles, you should do it.
And so I told
did you
him,
actually say that to him?
Yeah, yes. And then I told him, I said, my brand is on the line. I said, you can go back to YouTube. My whole life is fighting and coaching fighters. And I'm like, so if you don't have a good performance, that's going to look bad on me. So for that second event, so I told him he needs to do 2-a-days. This is like 2 weeks before the fight. I'm like, we need to do your 2-a-days. And I said, my brand is at stake. Well, he went and told Anisa that I told him my brand was at stake. So the next day she comes into the gym super mad and she's like, our brand is at stake. We're $500,000 in the hole right now.
I wish I knew that. I wish I knew that at that time. I think a lot of the fighters.
I feel like everyone should have known like how bad they were. I feel like everyone should have been aware how bad it was. They could have raised money. They could have done different events. They could have canceled these events. They could have done multiple fucking things. Multiple, dude. I cannot believe that.
Would have liked to have known that. I don't think none of them needed to be in the dark about that, you know?
Yes, completely. Well, and that's the thing. They said you guys didn't promote enough, but they weren't honest about the fact that they were spending the money from the ticket sales on the hotel, on flying people in, on all these other things. So it was just like
those decisions, the gala decisions were made while in the red.
Yes,
I have no shot about that.
So she was like, we're already down 500,000. And she still had time to cancel stuff when she said that? Like, how before the event was that?
Yeah. I mean, it was 2 weeks. It was 2 weeks before the event. I mean,
So she could have made some last minute move.
She could have made a last minute move. All right, you already paid for all the flights. Those are non-refundable. You already have the hotel. Not really not non-refundable either, or non-refundable either usually, depending on the hotel. So what you do is you cancel the whole gala. And then all your friends can still go to the event and everything, and you guys can like go to a bar after or something. It's just such an easy fix to at least save some money. like how is that too much logic? That's just like that's me immediately thinking on my feet. It's like, okay, well, we can't refund the flights, we can't refund the hotels. We already spent this amount of money. Okay, the galas are probably going to cost $100,000 plus the catering, plus the event, plus the comedian, plus all these guys. We're going to have to cancel most of this. We probably can't refund the comedian, so we're out $20K. We could probably recoup about 100 and something thousand and then put that into the charity event.
Yeah.
They knew they were $500K in the hole long before that, right? That's just when they yelled at us about it.
Yeah.
So they could have
taken the money from Gideon. They could have taken the money from Keem. They could have taken the money from Mudahar, all of them, and made that money back. I think Gideon was offering $200,000.
Definitely made moves to reduce spending.
She wanted that award show so bad the next day. They really wanted to have that award show so she could give out awards.
Ian also broke down and cried after a sparring session because his coach yelled at him. Anisa almost fired him because of this, and they had to have a meeting about how he speaks to Ian.
Did you say he cried?
We had to have a meeting.
Yeah. So after that, so he was crying at the gym afterwards, and I said, and once again, I hate to hate on him for that because it's very emotional.
Yeah, for sure.
In some parts sparring, right? Yeah. So but then what happened afterwards was horrible because then we went back to the hotel.
This is so rough to listen to again.
And then they were eating at Denny's, and they said we need to have a meeting, so I have to go to Denny's.
Fucking Denny's, dude. The worst goddamn restaurant. Why would you ever go to Denny's?
And they pretty much then talked about how they were going to have to fire me because I reminded Ian of his father when his father would yell at him as a kid. And so
that's still so fucking funny. Like hearing it again. It's like I can't get over how funny that is. Excuse me, Mr. Trainer, sir. We need to have a conversation about how you're talking to my husband. You remind him of his dad when he used to yell at him for not putting his Legos away. So we're gonna have to fire you, okay? Like that's how I assume Anisa spoke to him.
So I had to relearn how to talk to him. And at the time I didn't even mind because I'm like, as a coach, I need to learn how to talk to different fighters anyways. Like communication is the most important thing. One of the most important things as a coach. So I was trying to turn it into a positive, but it definitely was. But he almost got fired at Denny's.
Yeah, exactly. After that sparring session. But
I
not
almost
only
farted
that,
at Denny's.
Yeah, Michael and I rewatched the sparring, right, with him and Alex Ernst, and you could clearly hear that Anisa was screaming louder than Michael.
Yeah, so he was literally yelling at him worse than I was, but I was like, but apparently I was the one that I yelled at him and he froze.
It triggered him and he thought of his dad. That's what she said.
So we have to deal with things like that all the time where it was like, he wasn't even supposed to spar that day.
Anisa yelling at Ian worse than the boxing coach and then blaming the boxing coach for triggering Ian is just so insane. Anisa also told—
It's just funny. It's not even insane. It's just so fucking funny and not shocking.
Michael and Kate that she and Ian actually—
So then someone's lying. I would assume it's Ian and Anisa at this point. I have no reason to believe that these people would lie. Other than the obvious argument that you can make is that like they're like, oh well, they're trying to recoup back their lost clout and money. They'll say whatever because Ethan will help them no matter what. You can make that argument, but I just don't see a reason for somebody to put their business, their reputation, and everything on the line like the way they did to come forward if they were just lying the whole way through. I just don't believe it.
believe Sam Hyde wants to murder her.
They brought more attention to it, not letting him be there, than they would have if he would have just been there. Like, so,
yeah, it was the craziest thing because Anisa said to me, she's like, Kate, you don't understand. Ian and I both believe that Sam Hyde would really come and find me and would actually murder me. So that's the reason why we have to take all these precautions. And I was just like, are you sure?
I was like, I think the guy's a millionaire. I was like, I don't think he's going to risk his freedom to kill you. But okay.
Okay, so Sam is definitely unpredictable, like high-level troll, but I don't believe that he actually, okay, I don't think their security was in risk. Why the fuck?
No, Sam Hyde's not going to fucking go to jail for Anisa and Ian. Like, who the fuck cares that much?
Why would he kill?
Who cares that much to kill Anisa and Ian?
This entire interview is filled with moments like these, and I highly recommend watching it in its entirety. Probably the most vile revelation would come out at the end of this interview. Michael's wife, Kate, is a survivor of child marriage. At just 12 years old.
Oh my god, Nick. Nick, yes. Bringing up the Kate stuff. Oh, fucking beautiful, dude. Kate, again, is a fucking tour de force, man. I cannot respect this woman any more than I have. I've never respected somebody more in my life than Kate.
She was forced into an arranged marriage here in the United States. Apparently, there are still states where adults can marry children with parental permission.
Their silence means something. The fact that they didn't respond to this woman talking about, you know, hey, you want to work on a charity for, or like helping, you know, fix the bill and everything like that for stopping child marriage. Come on, man. Their silence means something.
As young as just 12 years old, which is disgusting. Michael and Kate are advocates for changing the legislation in states that this is still legal in order to prevent children from going through what Kate had to go through. Kate had to tell her story publicly and asked Ian and Anisa for their help to spread this information to help get the bill passed to end child marriage. The jomhas chose to do the very empathetic thing and flat out ignore them.
When we were chatting a bit before the show, I brought up your working on some really interesting activism where you were, this is not interesting, it's really...
They did get a reply later. Will Nick show the panic text? Maybe. I hope he has it. I would assume he does. You're dealing with somebody who deals with like A-logging lolcows for like major documentarian style videos. Nick, I have never seen Nick Nobody like cut corners before.
Shocking and sad that you yourself were a child bride.
That's just my opinion though. I've never seen him like really cut corners on the A-logging.
Hyde?
Yes. So I'm a child bride survivor, and at the age of 12, I was put into a child marriage from the time I was 12 until 23. Within my child marriage, I had 2 kids when I was 15 and 17. And this happened in America, okay? And Ian and Anisa are well aware of my story because I've had them in my home, they've seen my kids and everything. And so last year, right, 2024, I learned that there was a House bill in Washington State trying to pass House Bill 1455 to end child marriage. And so when I learned of this bill, I thought to myself, even though it had been 15 years since I escaped my prison, like this is a chance for me to come forward and tell my story. I sent, so Michael and I went to Olympia in Washington. We met with politicians, we lobbied to support the bill. I gave my public testimony to support the bill, and I was on Seattle Times and television and everything. And I reached out to Ian and Anisa and I asked them if they could help, share the information because it was really important to me that this bill passed, and they just both left me on red. But guess what? Today, when they saw the highlights on Ian's story that we were going to be on here, Ian, Anisa was texting me and Michael, and they're like,
they ignored us when we were like trying to fight child marriage, but then when they found out
are they pro child marriage? That's why it makes begs the question.
For people that claim to be morally good and
okay, so I don't believe he has the text message but he does have the clip of them saying, yeah, they did panic text me. Okay, that's fair enough.
Empathetic, you would think helping end child marriage would be a no-brainer, but not for these two. Idubbbz is now just on Twitter arguing with Ethan Klein Instagram story post, and even more recently with the YouTuber Donut Operator. He's also acting unfazed about the self-destruction of his career. Ian is a spineless shell of himself who no longer has any self-confidence. His content now is uninspired and arguably malicious as he tries to assimilate into communities like Hassan Pikers. A lot of people like to put all the blame on his wife Anisa's shoulders, and while I do think she plays a critical role in the
Yes, it's hard for me not to blame Anisa, but again, like I've stated before, Idubbbz is his own man. He is a grown adult making these decisions. He is culpable for the things that he has done instead of actually trying to grow, learn, and change. So I do agree with that assessment.
Downfall of Idubbbz, it's important to acknowledge he ultimately chooses to lead this kind of life now. Ian was once one of the most popular YouTube commentators on the platform. His constant series of bad choices throughout the last couple of years has now arguably made him one of the most hated. He's been constantly hemorrhaging subscribers, losing close to 1 million at this point with no end in sight. I don't know what Ian has to do to actually revitalize his career and earn—
I'm going to be honest, there's nothing he can do at this point. There's nothing. I really just believe it's done at this point. Honestly, every creator can survive like a major destruction to their career. They can, you know, but like, I feel like in this case, Idubbbz is like a unique situation, especially when it comes to the idea of like being one of the top commentary people that were big on criticism, being the face of criticism on the internet, and now being the subject of ridicule and criticism on the internet. I feel like there's some kind of it like rips the energy out. It really hits like drama viewers harder, in my opinion, when a creator like genuinely fucks up, because they look to that person to criticize people, as gay as that sounds. You guys come to see like takes on everybody, right? You come to watch Nick when he does takes, or Augie, or, you know, Tommy, Queeman, Chud, Buddha when he did drama instead of doing what the fuck he's doing now. Optimus and all these guys. And if that person now becomes the subject of ridicule because of their own actions and cannot self-reflect and continues down the path of just constantly stabbing themselves in the stomach, and just bleeding out, there's no real way to stop it. In my opinion, there's like no real way to stop it. That bleed will go on forever unless he does something that completely and utterly flips everything on its head, which I just don't believe it's going to happen. I agree, Noid. I think he fundamentally broke himself to a point where it is irreparable in any realistic way that he could actually come back to what he used to do or what he wants to do.
Ian will slip on a banana peel and do something else
stupid
a few months later. I'm calling it.
I'll bet you $50. Here's my bet, chat. Here's my bet. I'll bet you money he makes a breadtube video. I bet you money he makes a video about a politician and he starts talking about politics. I'll put money on that. I'm not even joking. I guarantee you he's going to do a Noah Samson type YouTube video. He already has? No, he hasn't. I'm talking about like a, not criticizing like Ben Shapiro. I'm talking about like jumping into the argumentations of like Iran versus Israel. I'm not talking about abortion. I'm talking about like a major conflict in the world. I guarantee you he'll do that. It will happen. It will. I don't really count abortion. I'll be honest with you. That doesn't count to me. I'm talking about like a major political event. I'm talking about like how Hassan covers January 6th. He's going to cover the Iran-Israel shit if he has the balls to do it. Thank you for the 1 gifted, Oscar. Thank you for the 5, Dreamy. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate all of your generous donations today. I think this is where I'm going to end off. I am exhausted. It's 10 o'clock. I have work in the morning. But I do want to say thank you to everybody who donated today. Thank you to all the people that showed up to stream. This stream will remain public, obviously, because it's one topic. So I'm just going to keep it up for you guys. Make sure you become a member. Subscribe to the channel if you're new. Like the stream. Give me 1 minute. Don't leave just yet, because I'm going to be sending you guys over to Nick Nobody. Nick is doing a live stream right now, and I want to kind of like boost his numbers up. Kind of just tell him he made a great video for me.